The official announcement from the Huaxia Football Association stated that due to personal reasons, Chen Chen had decided to withdraw from the current naturalization selection. According to a well-informed insider who wished to remain anonymous, Chen Chen had originally already agreed to join the national team and was merely waiting for the official announcement. Public debates surged had the national team set their sights too high, leaving Chen Chen off the latest list of naturalized players. Why would a midfielder with the strength to be a rotation regular at Brentford withdraw from consideration? Commentators promised to dissect the authenticity and scientific rigor of the national team selections through detailed on-field data analysis, urging fans not to panic over Chen Chen's withdrawal, as they claimed the national team's midfield was already taking flight. They listed the already naturalized midfielders of the national team: Sunderland midfielder Bruyne, now known as Jiang Guangtai; a Stabæk midfielder, Ho Yong-yong; Olympique de Marseille; 2 midfielder Qian Jiji; Brentford midfielder Yanaris, now called Li Ku; and Winterthur defensive midfielder Yang Mingyang. On April 21, 2021, a brief notice appeared on the official website of the Huaxia men's national. The news quickly drew the attention of countless football fans. Heated discussions erupted everywhere as supporters struggled to understand why a player of English championship level like Chen Chen had failed to win the favor of the national team. After all, Li Ku, also a product of Brentford, had already transferred early to Beijing Goan, and back in 2019, had represented the Huaxia national team in 2 friendly matches. It was easy to foresee that this 27-year-old midfielder would inevitably become one of the key candidates for the Huaxia men's national team in the holding midfield position in 2021. If Li Ku could be selected, then why not the 18-year-old Chen Chen? 8 days earlier, as a player of Huaxia descent, Chen Chen followed in the footsteps of team captain Li Ku, answering the call to return to his ancestral homeland to participate in the new round of naturalized player trials for the Huaxia men's national team. Beginning in May, the second half of the Asian qualifying round of the World Cup's top 40 phase was about to kick off. Naturally, the Huaxia national team aspired to reach the final 12 and even to step onto the grand stage of the World Cup finals. Thus, the Huaxia Football Association issued a broad call for heroes, urging all players of Huaxia descent living overseas to return and lend their strength. Chen Chen was among them. From April 13th to April 20th, his performances in the training camp were particularly outstanding. As a player contracted to Brentford in the English Championship, Chen Chen's basic skills were solid and refined far beyond those of many unknown players of Huaxia descent from obscure minor leagues. What shocked the officials present even more was that he was only 18. Consequently, team leader Guan Tian brought Chen Chen into his spacious office. Several framed photographs of honors hung upon the walls, silently testifying to the owner's achievements. "You're Chen Chen, correct? The file says you're 18. Guan Tian gazed at the strikingly handsome young man of mixed Chinese and British heritage before him, clicking his tongue in amazement. With such a fine appearance, he thought the income from future endorsements would only grow and never shrink. Chen Chen nodded and replied, "I turned 18 just 2 weeks ago." Guan Tian said nothing at first, instead picking up the information sheet about him and reading it carefully. He was of mixed Chinese and British blood. His father had gone to live in Wales in his early years before settling in London, while his mother was a native Londoner. He had come through the Brentford youth system and played as a midfielder. Setting down the file, Guan Tian continued, "Yanaris also played for Brentford. He is now the mainstay in midfield for Goan." Before Chen Chen could respond, Guan Tian waved his hand, producing a prepared contract and handing it over. "The Huaxia men's national team warmly welcomes your arrival. If there's no problem, just sign it. Once you sign, you will become a proud player of Huaxia." Glancing briefly over the contract, Chen Chen, a man who had lived 2 lives, immediately spotted the loopholes hidden within. For Chen Chen was not truly a local of this world. He was a transmigrator who had spent the past 2.5 years playing football for Brentford Football Club. Relying on the football intellect of his previous life and the robust physique of this one, Chen Chen quickly rose to prominence in Brentford's U17 side. Naturally, he was then promoted to the U19s, and afterward to the U21s. Soon after, he caught the eye of Danish head coach Thomas Frank and was brought into Brentford's first team. Through relentless training, Chen Chen showcased his technical ability in the limited minutes he was given. In the end, he firmly secured his place, becoming a rotation regular in Brentford's first-team midfield. And all of this at just 18. Yet in England, Bukayo Saka at 18 had already cemented his place in Arsenal's starting lineup, while Phil Foden at 20 was the treasured heir apparent of Manchester City. Not to mention Jude Bellingham, who had joined Borussia Dortmund for €30 million at 17, or going back 2 years, Trent Alexander-Arnold, who at 19 was already an undisputed mainstay for Liverpool, wearing the number 66. In short, an 18-year-old merely establishing himself in the English Championship, like Chen Chen, could not compete with such peers. After much deliberation, he chose to seize the break between club fixtures to return to Huaxia and participate in the naturalization trials. Yet disappointment was destined to await him. "What are you dazing off for? Sign it." Seeing that Chen Chen still had not put pen to paper, Guan Tian's smile faded as he rapped his knuckles on the desk. Pointing to one of the documents, Chen Chen asked, "An agent contract. A 25% cut of my personal commission and remuneration. 30% of commercial income." Guan Tian merely shrugged as though it were nothing. He explained, "If you sign, we can operate on your behalf to place you in a suitable club at home, so we all make big money. It's a win-win cooperation. I can play in England," Chen Chen replied. "The national team's training camps are frequent. It would be troublesome to keep flying back from England. Besides, if a Huaxia club buys you, the signing bonus and salary will be far higher than what you earn in the championship, Guantian countered. On a 10 million commercial endorsement, you'd take 3 million. Chen Chen felt utterly baffled. What kind of absurd agent contract was this? Watch your words. It's not for us, it's for the company, Guantian snapped, pointing at the name of the second party on the contract. Chen Chen let out a long sigh. That side of Guantian was a sign that there was room to maneuver. A glint of greed flashed in his eyes as he pressed the advantage. Hurry up and sign. Today, whether you're willing or not, you're signing. Do you think being a Brentford first-team regular will make you rich? Other than in Huaxia, where else can you earn that much money? If you still want to contribute to the Huaxia national team, then sign this agent contract. Besides, only if you sign can we work together to squeeze money out of those clubs. Salary caps and such are no problem at all. Even in the entertainment industry, they have dual contracts, right? He said in one breath, then quickly lifted his teacup and took a sip. Putting down his cup, Guantian leaned forward and whispered into Chen Chen's ear for a moment before settling back into his chair and raising 2 fingers. His whispered words made Chen Chen's eyes widen in shock. 2 million. A favor fee, Chen Chen exclaimed in disbelief. Why are you shouting? Snapped Guantian. Afraid others won't hear. Glaring at him, Guantian said, did you think it was so easy to get into the national team? If it weren't because you're of English championship starter level, you wouldn't even have a chance of getting in for just 2 million. If you want into the national team, of course you have to show proper respect and grease a few palms. As for Jouer and the others, forget it, you wouldn't understand even if I explained. To put it plainly, this money is nothing. Land a few more endorsements, make a few more transfers, and you'll earn it back. Isn't that what you youngsters say nowadays? Ah yes, salary comes from job hopping. Chen Chen truly felt the urge to punch him. Enough, let's not dwell on that. Just sign the contract first. As for those fees later on, I'll talk to them and see if we can get some reductions, Guantian said. Chen Chen let out a cold laugh, ignored him, and turned to leave. Panic flickered across Guantian's face as he hurriedly called out, don't you walk out. If you dare walk out today, forget about ever entering the national team again. I mean it, he shouted. Chen Chen replied, who said I must play for the Huaxia national team. With a loud bang, Chen Chen kicked the office door, then glared back at Guantian through gritted teeth. 30%. 2 million. You actually dare demand that? Do you take me for some endless golden goose? You don't even have to tell me. Oh, I already know this is the handiwork of Li Tai's agency, isn't it? Truly a fine little and those gifts are to be given to a few of the programmers, right? You're certainly among them. You people are bold beyond belief, still daring to pull this kind of stunt now. You're already on the brink and still refuse to repent. Dragging you out and lining you up against a wall would be a waste of bullets. Slamming his palm onto the desk, the fat on Guantian's face quivered as he roared, what the hell do you mean by that? When you find yourself with no club left to play for, don't you dare think of coming back. I'm telling you, as long as I remain in the Football Association for a single day, you can forget about ever returning to Huaxia to play football. Are you planning to report us? Go on then, report us. I've been surviving in Huaxia for over 40 years. Do you think I'd be afraid of some punk like you? Chen Chen slammed the door behind him, leaving only one sentence drifting back, bark louder, why don't you? That very night, he fled the training base in haste and boarded a plane bound for London. Staring blankly at the sea of clouds beyond the airplane window, Chen Chen fell into a daze. Life? How was he supposed to walk the road ahead? As he sighed deeply and prepared to put in his earbuds for a short rest, something strange occurred. A cold mechanical female voice suddenly echoed in his mind. The Green Pitch King system has been activated. Host binding complete. Personal attribute panel loaded. A novice gift package has been issued. Would you like to open it now? Hearing the mechanical voice in his mind, Chen Chen's heart trembled violently. A system. Has the welfare for transmigrators finally arrived? Chen Chen hastily straightened his posture and, following the guidance of the female voice in his mind, opened the novice gift pack. Soon a virtual window that only he could see materialized before Chen Chen's eyes. Novice gift pack opening. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the reward, Max Level Vision ability. Note: Max Level Vision, the most powerful auxiliary ability for a midfield maestro. With it you are like God. Vision 75-100. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the reward, Requelme's Precise Through Pass. Note: as a player capable of compiling 200 highlights of Through Passes, Requelme's ability is truly worth having. Attribute panel opened. Host Chen Chen. Age 18 years, 25 days, height 183 centimeters, weight 76 kilograms, passing 94, dribbling 80, speed 69, stamina 73, heading 62, vision 100, physical duels 60, set pieces 75, defensive interception awareness 76, shooting 70, overall rating 80. Looking at his attribute panel, Chen Chen was thoroughly astonished. A full score of 100. His vision attribute had been maxed out in one stroke. Chen Chen drew in a deep breath, then shook his head. He felt his mind become incomparably light and clear. Whenever he wished, he could now capture details that ordinary people would never notice. For instance, the unfastened button on the chest of the voluptuous beauty seated ahead of him on the right. No, absolutely not. One must not gaze at what is improper. Chen Chen hurriedly shifted his line of sight and promptly called over a flight attendant, asking for a glass of ice water to cool himself down. After downing a glass of ice water, Chen Chen finally felt a bit calmer. He opened the system panel once more. It truly was max level vision. This was an ability countless footballers could only dream of. With his vision maxed out, Chen Chen's overall rating had now. It was common knowledge that an attribute around 55 was the threshold for a professional player. Most white-card players in Pro Evolution Soccer hovered around that value. At 65, one could already be a starting player in a Chinese Super League team. At 75 and above, one would be a starter for a mid to low-wordable side in the top 5 European leagues. At 85 and above, that meant an undisputed mainstay for a top club in those leagues. Chen Chen's rating of 80 meant he already possessed the level required to gain a foothold in a top-tier league. Moreover, max-level vision was a godlike ability that one could encounter only by chance, never by seeking. Xavi, Iniesta, De Bruyne, Modric, Sneijder, Pirlo, Zico, Michael Laudrup, Rui Costa. It could be said that in the modern game, and even among the ancient greats, not a single one of them, no matter how divine their very best performances had been, had ever truly experienced even a fleeting moment of this mystical state called max-level vision. Requelme. Precise through pass. Surprise after surprise, Chen Chen had never imagined that the system would immediately grant him Requelme's precise through pass ability. This ability was tremendously powerful. One could almost say that as long as the ball reached Chen Chen's feet, any through pass he attempted would find its mark. Yet he quickly forced himself to calm down. After all, this did not mean a 100% success rate on every through pass. Even Requelme at his peak would never dare guarantee such perfection. What troubled Chen Chen now was not the success rate of his passes, but his dribbling, physical duels, and speed. A dribbling rating of 80 was respectable, but it would certainly prove insufficient against top-tier teams in the future. More importantly, if his physical duels and speed failed to improve, then even master-level passing and through-ball abilities would be of limited use. The moment two opponents closed in to double-team him, without speed or physical strength, he would be finished. Therefore, what mattered most for Chen Chen now was to raise his physical duels and speed as quickly as possible. And his dribbling as well. These were the top priorities at this stage. Ding. Main quest releasing. Main quest: the championship is only the beginning. The top-tier league is the sky where you shall soar. Quest 1: lead the team to promotion into the Premier League. Quest reward: full value attribute, card 1. Quest 2: obtain a professional contract in a top-tier league. Quest reward: purple gold treasure chest 1. Qualify for the Premier League. A purple gold treasure chest. Chen Chen's eyes lit up. If he used the full value attribute directly on his physical duels, and then combined it with max-level vision and Requelme's through passes, he would become an unshakable pillar, a stationary king of godlike passing from the spot. Chen Chen could hardly imagine just how outrageous that would be. A purple gold treasure chest. Like those in Pro Evolution Soccer. Chen Chen shook his head. No, I can't worry about all that yet. Getting into the Premier League is what truly matters. I'll talk about the full value attribute card after I've secured it. Chen Chen quickly sorted everything out in his mind. Quest 1 and Quest 2 did not conflict with each other. As long as he reached the top-tier league, even renewing with Brentford would count as obtaining a professional contract in a top division. Of course, Chen Chen remained open to joining other clubs. But in any case, securing the full value attribute card was for now the most important objective. Promotion to the top-tier league. Chen Chen turned his gaze to the window. The vast sky outside was waiting for him to soar. Brentford had recently fallen into a bottleneck. Originally in their battle with Watford for the automatic promotion spots, they had held the upper hand. Yet with key defenders Dalsgaard and Rico Henry, as well as main midfielders De Silva and Baptiste, all injured, Brentford had slumped to a dreadful run of 6 draws in 7 matches. Calling it an unbeaten run of 7 might sound better, but Brentford no longer needed draws. They needed wins, as many 3-point hauls as possible. After 42 rounds, Brentford had recorded 20 wins, 15 draws, and 7 losses, sitting third in the table with 75 points, while Watford with 24 wins, 10 draws, and 8 losses occupied second place on 82 points. In practical terms, with only 4 matches remaining and a 7-point gap, Watford had virtually sealed automatic. Throughout the history of the championship, many teams had pulled off late-season overtakes. For instance, in the 2018-2019 season, before round 43, Sheffield United trailed second place Leeds United by 3 points. In the end, Sheffield United not only overturned that deficit, but finished 6 points clear of Leeds to win direct promotion to the Premier League. Part of this owed to Leeds' own collapse, taking only 1 point from their final 4 games, a truly shocking return. But even more crucial was Sheffield United's own effort. While hoping for their rivals to slip, they amassed 10 points from their last 4 matches, remaining undefeated and securing promotion. Now Brentford too were hoping for such a miracle. However, with the two teams 7 points apart at this stage, no matter how one analyzed their respective potential point hauls, the gap between the Bees and the Hornets remained dauntingly large. Their Danish head coach Thomas Frank understood this all too well. Thus his training sessions were now entirely oriented toward preparing for the promotion playoffs. As the third-place team, Brentford's prospects in the playoffs had originally seemed quite promising. But the injuries to midfield linchpin De Silva and the others could not have come at a worse time. This left Frank deeply aggrieved. In the early hours of April 22nd, the plane landed in London. Chen Chen was very familiar with this land, as he had come to England to watch many matches during his previous life as a football fan. Now playing for Brentford, he had also explored various places with his teammates during his free time. There are a total of 17 football clubs in the Greater London area. This includes Arsenal, Tottenham, Chelsea, Crystal Palace, Fulham, and West Ham United, which compete in the Premier League, as well as Brentford, Queen's Park Rangers, and Millwall, which compete in the Championship. In League 1 there's Charlton, where Zhang Ji used to play, and AFC Wimbledon. In League 2 there's Leyton Orient. Bromley, which will play in League 2 in the future, is still struggling in the National League. The rest are some 6th and 7th tier teams. Chen Chen quickly returned to the team's training base. Brentford nicknamed the Bees and Red and White Army, but generally everyone calls them the Little Bees. At the base, first team members of the Bees were playing a training match with the youth. There was no choice. The entire first team could not muster a complete squad of 23, and if they did not recruit from the youth team, they would have to play with only 8 players. Hey, Chen, you're finally back. Frank excitedly greeted Chen Chen. It was impossible not to be thrilled. If Chen Chen hadn't returned, Frank would have to field a youth team midfielder in the match the day after tomorrow. As a rotation midfielder, Chen Chen's abilities were certainly up to standard. Even if he couldn't compare to the team's starting midfielders, he was still better than the youth team midfielders. Fortunately, Chen Chen had finally returned, and Frank wouldn't have to take the risk of starting a young player. Yes, sir, I'm back. How was the trip, eh? Chen Chen knew what Frank was referring to. He scratched his head and replied, Boss, I didn't succeed. Frank patted Chen Chen on the shoulder. It's alright, good boy. It's their loss not to call you up for the national team. I believe they will regret it. Then Frank compared him to Lee Kuyanaris. Didn't have your stats at 18. Ew, I have high hopes for you. In the future, they will be begging you to join. Chen Chen smiled and shook his head. Begging me to go back. Let's skip that. Go on, change into your training kit, and let me see if you've slacked off during this time. Chen Chen nodded, and then ran to change into his training outfit. After that, he stood on the sidelines to warm up. Before long, the temporary referee Frank's assistant Klaus Neil blew the whistle, substituting forward Fosa Henry, who was filling in as midfielder for Chen Chen. It was clear that Frank preferred to have a proper midfielder on the field rather than a forward filling in. Given the absence of a key midfielder, it was almost certain that Chen Chen would start in the upcoming match. As a substitute for Silva, Chen Chen had played 34 matches in the league so far out of 42 rounds with only 30. This clearly marked him as a rotation midfielder. So to be unethical, one must thank the injured Baptiste and Silva for their circumstances. With another whistle from Klaus, the training match continued. The first team playing against the youth team was definitely a mismatch. Chen Chen was on the side representing the main players alongside striker Ivan Toney, the one who transferred to Al Ittihad for €42 million in the 24-25 season. The midfield core was Matthias Jensen, a Danish international. No need to elaborate, he was brought in by Danish coach Frank. There was also German midfielder Janelt, who had increased his market value from €6 to €25 million in 4 years. Additionally, there was 29-year-old Swedish defender Jansen, Danish international central defender Christian Norgard, and the future successor to De Gea at Arsenal Spanish goalkeeper David Raya. Looking at it this way, it was actually quite an achievement for Chen Chen to be a rotation player in this team. Of course, now equipped with the system, Chen Chen was not satisfied with the status quo. He wanted to climb step by step, all the way to the top. He wanted to become Chen Gao. As the ball was dropped, possession was with the substitute team. However, it was not long before possession was taken by the first team. The formation for the main players was 3,412, and Chen Chen played as the one in front. Because Fosa Henry was that one. This position is generally referred to as attacking midfielder or second striker. If you drop back a bit, it's the central midfielder role. After Ivan Toney attempted to dribble, but failed, he passed the ball back to... On the sidelines, Frank crossed his arms and intently observed all players' movements while jotting down notes. The movements of all players naturally included Chen Chen. Due to the inclusion of youth team members, the pace of this training match was not fast. Otherwise, given Ivan Toney's character, he would have already dribbled past everyone. After receiving the ball, the opponents did not rush to press him immediately. This gave Chen Chen ample time to carefully observe the situation on the field. Thanks to his maxed-out vision ability, Chen Chen could easily observe every move of the opponents. At the same time, his mind would select the most suitable through-ball route. After passing the ball back to Chen Chen, Ivan Toney immediately made a forward run. When he turned around to look at Chen Chen while waving his hand, he found that Chen Chen was still standing still. Damn, what is he thinking? Pass the ball. WTF. Wasted another opportunity. It wasn't surprising that Ivan Toney was so anxious. In the last 7 matches, this local English forward had only scored 3 goals. For someone determined to break into the Premier League and catch the eye of England national team coach Southgate, this was extremely painful. Frank on the sidelines frowned, also feeling confused. A simple pass is basic skill for players. Especially when the team's forward has already made a run, he should pass. Frank thought to himself, he knew Chen Chen's basic skills were fine, so what was he doing, just standing there? Had he been assimilated after a week of training with the national team? Just when the forward Rolslev, who was filling in as a substitute midfielder, finally pounced, Chen Chen moved. Chen Chen's dribbling skill was rated 80, effortlessly toying with his championship-level teammates. With quick touches from both feet, he executed a nutmeg. Chen Chen successfully got past Rolslev. Bang! Without even looking at Ivan Toney's position, he lifted his leg for a precise and beautiful ground-through ball. The ball slid past the toes of substitute midfielder McCons, and center back, good, heading straight for Ivan Toney. Not a single inch off. Ivan Toney comfortably received the ball. Frank, who had been scribbling notes on the sidelines, was left. What the hell? Is Kevin De Bruyne here? Ivan Toney was also dumbfounded. But he had no time to marvel. This English forward instantly regained his composure and took a shot without stopping the ball. The substitute team's goalkeeper, the team's second keeper Luke Daniels, could never have expected that the ball would come toward him in an instant after they had been vying for possession in midfield. By the time he dove to save the ball had already crossed the goal line and entered the net. Frank quickly put away his notebook. Ivan Toney, having scored a goal, was exhilarated. He quickly opened his arms and ran towards Chen Chen. Bastard. Chen, you are amazing. Brother, this is the feeling. So cool. I can't wait to receive your pass in the official match. After scoring, Ivan Toney put his arm around Chen Chen's shoulder and spoke at length, clearly very happy. On the sidelines, the Irish assistant coach Kevin O'Connor nodded and leaned close to Frank's ear saying, "Boss, Chen's ability to read the game has improved significantly and his overall awareness has greatly enhanced." It's like, Frank interjected, it's like he's had an epiphany. Yes, exactly. It's as if it's hard to imagine how much he has changed since returning from Huaxia. Is it that the training methods over there are better? Frank shook his head and remained silent, because he didn't know either. But he could confirm one thing: the outstanding performance of Chen Chen on the field meant he had not yet entered the Huaxia national team. In the training match, there was no kickoff from the center circle. The second team's goalkeeper Daniels retrieved the ball from the net and passed it to a youth defender. Then the 33-year-old English goalkeeper stood with his hands on his hips looking astonished. How did Chen become so aggressive? Moreover, the timing of his forward pass was impeccable, a pure display of instinct. Daniels was not at all disheartened by conceding a goal. Instead, he wore an excited expression. Just now, when Chen Chen escaped and delivered a through ball, it was as if he saw Kevin De Bruyne. With a De Bruyne in the team, how could they not rise to the top? Frank was shocked by this too, but he had more to consider. Delivering a through ball is the final link in an attack. Organizing the midfield and orchestrating the offense is crucial. However, as this thought crossed his mind, 47-year-old Frank's eyes widened in astonishment. Because right before him, Chen Chen began to show off his skills again. On the field, as the ball came to Chen Chen's feet, Rolslev rushed in again. This time Chen Chen did not choose to dribble past. He flicked the ball back and smoothly passed it to Jensen. Then he sprinted forward. Immediately Chen Chen retrieved the ball. This was a classic 1-2. But it wasn't the 1-2 that shocked Frank again. After Chen Chen's dribble, he quickly passed the ball to a youth defender who was making a forward run. Continuing the 1-2. Soon the right winger Janelt received the ball. From the left to the right, it seemed Chen Chen had made several unnecessary movements. But upon closer inspection, the ball was still with the starting team. Through these several passing combinations, the starting team pushed their attacking zone into the substitute team's half, with Ivan Toney and the youth striker comfortably entering the opponent's penalty area. This was a typical Guardiola-style passing and control. This was what made Frank's eyes widen in shock. Of course, this Guardiola-style control was a pirated version, not the original. But even if it was a pirated version, the starting team still displayed some flair with their few moves. It was at this moment that Chen Chen received a cross from Janelt. Without hesitation, Chen Chen opened his arms, raised his leg, and struck the ball fiercely from the side. A ground pass, aiming to tear apart the opponent's defense. The ball once again slipped between McCons and Good. Coming again. Before McCons could react in shock, he quickly extended his leg in an attempt to intercept. But it was futile. Good saw this, turned around, and after a few steps lunged to tackle. Equally ineffective. The ball came back to Ivan Toney's feet. However, this time, Ivan Toney adjusted a couple of steps and the ball was saved by Daniels. Seeing the ball being saved, Frank on the sidelines clasped his hands behind his head in disappointment. That was a perfect attack. Whether it was the preceding 1-2 dribble and organized attack or the precise through ball that followed, it was all quite exquisite. What a pity. Frank put away his notebook and applauded. Chen Chen's performance today reminded him of someone. Riquelme. However, Chen Chen was certainly not as strong as Riquelme. But at just 18 years old, what more could he want? He believed that given time, Chen Chen would definitely surpass Riquelme. Of course, this was predicated on Chen Chen's continued high-level development. If he were to suffer an injury, it would all be over. The training match continued on the field. But now Frank had no intention of continuing to watch the game. He instructed assistant coach O'Connor to pay attention to the details while he took out his notebook to consider the starting lineup for the next day. Without any hesitation, Frank identified several names. Ivan Toney, Matthias Jensen, Janelt Christian, Norgard Jansen, Rolslev, and Chen Chen. April 24th, 2021, Saturday afternoon. The time was noon, 12 p.m. The sunlight was abundant, and the weather was very hot. This time of the afternoon is the least suitable for playing football. But for the international market, the FA arranged early matches for every round in the fourth-tier league. Thus, the early match for this round of the championship was Brentford's away challenge against Bournemouth. At this time, Bournemouth ranked 6th in the league, led Reading behind them by 6 points, and they were likely to secure a playoff spot. But nothing was set in stone, and Bournemouth could not afford any complacency. So at the pre-match press conference, Cherries head coach Woodgate, who had been promoted from assistant coach, stated, "I believe we will win this match at Vitality Stadium." Yes, they Brentford are missing quite a few key players, and the gap between the two teams has narrowed. We certainly have a Lloyd Kelly's injury situation. Well, according to the medical team's diagnosis, he won't be playing tomorrow. Our goal for the season. It has always been the same, to secure a playoff spot and move up to the Premier League. Frank was also asked about these. At Vitality Stadium, both sides have the potential to score and win, so why can't it be us winning? Yes, De Silva and Baptiste have not been arranged in the starting lineup. I can't bet their careers on this. Indeed, there are quite a few injured players in the team, but those are not difficulties. We came here with only 1 goal, 3 points. And the competition for the top 2 with Watford. We do our best and leave the rest to fate. Last round Middlesbrough also missed 5 players, but they still won strongly against Rotherham away. They are a good example for us. My future. Right now I am focusing solely on the match against Bournemouth. As for let's see what happens then. Bournemouth is a seaside resort town located in Dorset in the southwest of England. Here the Bournemouth Football Club is the only professional football team at or above the EFL League One level in the town. Vitality Stadium is their home ground. Currently during the closing stage of the league, the stadium, which can accommodate 1,000 people, is packed to capacity. They are cheering for the home team. Just an hour before the match, the starting lineups for both sides were announced. Unsurprisingly, Chen Chen, who performed excellently during the team's training, appeared in the starting lineup. This marks Chen Chen's return to the starting lineup after 4 matches. Today facing Bournemouth, Frank has set up a 343 formation. The 3 forwards are Ivan Toney Fosu and Kanos. Fosu is an international player for Finland, but plays a substitute role in the national team. Kanos is a Spanish forward. However, it is well known that Spain is not short of forwards, and this championship-level forward is not favored by Enrique. So after appearing twice for the Spain U19 team, Kanos faded out of the national team. The 4 midfielders are Chen Chen, Matthias Jensen, Janholt, and Ruthlessly. Jensen is considered a genius-level player. He has grown from a value of $3.5 million in the 2021 season to $30 million in the 24-25 season. This can be described as very inspirational. Moreover, more importantly, when he could have left Brentford, this Danish midfielder, because he respects the team's head coach, the Danish Frank. Janholt is German and has not been able to make a mark at Bochum. As a result, he moved to Brentford for €600, and his value soared, as if he had taken a train, skyrocketing from $1.8 million in the 2021 season to $22 million by the 24-25 season. Roslev came from the Youth Academy of Copenhagen. Copenhagen is a Danish team. Hence Brentford can be referred to as Denmark's second team. The 3 defenders are Pinnock, Christian Norgard, and the team captain Jansen. Pinnock holds dual nationality from Jamaica. Before 2021, Pinnock had not received any call-ups from the Jamaican national team, including youth and senior team. Why? Because Pinnock was determined to join the England national team. Unfortunately, Southgate did not call him up, as there are too many talents in that position for the 3 Lions. Luke Shaw, Chilwell, Ryan Sessegnon, and his teammate Rico Henry, who is currently recovering from injury. However, unlike Pinnock's unfulfilled aspirations, Rico Henry, who also holds dual nationality from Jamaica and England, has been selected for the England U20 national team, appearing to be just a step away from the senior national team. Norgard, needless to say, is a Dane and one of Frank's prized students. Frank personally brought him over from Fiorentina, spending €3.5 million. At this time, Jansen is a regular for the Sweden national team, but between 2021 and 2024, he missed the European Championship, World Cup, and World Cup qualifiers. Only after the departure of Anderson, who had managed the Sweden team for 7.5 years, did Jansen return to the national team. This suggests there might be some issues between them. Finally, in goal, David Raya starts as expected. The Spanish goalkeeper has performed quite well at Brentford and has caught the ultimately Arsenal brought this emerging Spanish international to the Emirates Stadium through a loan-to-buy deal worth €32 million. Of course, that's a story for another time. After the warm-up, the players return to their respective dressing rooms. Both head coaches are working hard to explain specific tactical arrangements and motivate their players. At 1 p.m., amidst great anticipation, the starting players of both sides walked out of the player tunnel hand in hand with the young ball boys following the referee. 1 p.m. British time is 8 p.m. in China. At this moment, many fans inside the Speedy Sports are chatting while waiting for the match to start. Brothers, the home team 0.75. Should we bet on that? Definitely. Home win all the way. Damn, the director opened a single bet, feels suspicious. Then don't bet. I have 3,000 in public funds backing the home win. Good. You've got guts. Chen Chen is starting. How rare. What's all the excitement about? Being a starter is all thanks to the injury of the team's main midfielder, otherwise would he still be starting? At most he would be a substitute. Why are you so skeptical of him? That's the truth. Stop arguing. Did you all see the news about Chen Chen withdrawing from the training squad? I saw it. Probably not good enough. Nonsense. Lee Cook could play at Brentford's starting level, and Chen Chen could definitely make it to the national team if he plays for a mid-level team like Huaxia Happiness or Contemporary. Stop the slander. Then what could be the reason? I don't know. It's the usual operation of the Football Association. I probably related to money. Forget it, why think so much? Let's just watch the match. Let's start with 2 penalty kicks to spice things up. Chen Chen walked in the middle of the team, standing still with his teammates, facing the chairman's box. After the theme song finished playing, Chen Chen jumped up to stretch his muscles, then turned around and walked towards the opponent with the crowd. Both sides exchanged applause and greeting. The great battle is about to begin. Before the referee even blows the whistle, the Cherry fans have already started singing their supportive songs. In their home ground, they aim to become the team's best 12th player, giving their opponents a strong wake-up call. Don't think this is useless. Consider the immense psychological pressure brought to the opponents at the Westfalen Stadion. Dortmund's home stadium is renowned as a devilish ground in Europe, and teams coming here often suffer greatly. Of course, excluding Bayern Munich. Just as they awaited the referee's whistle, a sudden ding echoed in Chen Chen's mind. It turned out that the system issued a task. Side quest initiated. Side quest 1. The first step to task requirements lead Brentford to victory in the match. Task rewards free attribute points 5 or random star player treasure box 1. Free attributes. Random treasure box. Chen Chen was elated. Is the system's reward this generous? Not to mention the random treasure box. Oh, just a few more free points would max out his attributes. A fiery excitement surged within Chen Chen. Assists. Goals. Ultimately achieving victory. Come on. Beep beep. With the sound of the referee's whistle, the match officially began. The home team Bournemouth kicked off first. Solanke, the future €64 million transfer to Tottenham, passed the ball to Billing behind him, then sprinted straight towards the Brentford penalty area. Today Bournemouth's formation is 4,231. The lone striker is Solanke. Behind him is the Dane Billing. The two wingers are Danjuma and Stanislas. Danjuma has had a rich career. After leaving Bournemouth, he played for Villarreal, Tottenham, and Everton, and is now loaned to Girona for the 24-25 season. In fact, he arrived at Girona too late. If he had gone a year earlier, he could have ridden the wave of Girona's dark horse season in 23-24, at least adding 10 million to his value. His peer, the 27-year-old Ukrainian forward Dovbyk, had a valuation of 11 million before joining Girona, which skyrocketed to 30 million after just a year. Stanislas is nothing to say a product of the Cherry Youth Academy. He has been a diligent representative at Bournemouth. Unfortunately, he had a stint at Burnley, otherwise he would also be a one-city representative. The two defensive midfielders are Lerma and Wilshere. Wilshere is a product of Arsenal's Youth Academy and returned to Arsenal as a youth coach after retiring in 2022. The four defenders are Diego Rico Cook, Carter Vickers, and Adam Smith. Vickers is a Spurs player but has been continuously loaned out, and this time, he was loaned to Bournemouth. Like Vickers, Adam Smith is also a product of Spurs. However, Smith's lineage is a bit more noble as he came from the Spurs. However, even being a Youth Academy product didn't spare him from a life of continuous loans. The goalkeeper is Bosnia's Begovic. This 34-year-old veteran holds a Guinness World Record. That is the record for the longest goal scored in the Premier League. On November 2, 2013, in the 10th round of the Premier League, to evade the pressing of an opponent's forward, Begovic launched a powerful kick from just behind the penalty spot after receiving a back pass from a teammate. Unexpectedly, the opposing goalkeeper was too far forward, and this ball accidentally found its way into the opponent's net. Returning to the present, Bournemouth started the game vigorously. They are eager to score. However, with the seamless cooperation between Chen Chen and Matthias Jensen, the opponent's early advances were thwarted. Bournemouth couldn't seize the initiative at the start. On the sidelines, Woodgate fell into deep thought. Matthias' skills were consistently reliable, so he wasn't surprised. What surprised him was how this Chinese kid could be so fierce. He hadn't noticed any standout performances at the Brentford Community Stadium. Woodgate knew the opponent's key midfielder was injured and Chen Chen was a substitute player. So right from the start, he instructed to attack the right flank, targeting Chen Chen's position. Unexpectedly, after 3 initial attempts, the opponent's left side held firm. In the first match against Bournemouth, Chen Chen came on in the 78th minute. He replaced Jan Holt, who felt discomfort in his leg. In this match, Brentford ultimately won a narrow 2-1 victory over Bournemouth. As a substitute, Chen Chen only achieved a score of 5.9. Fosu, who came on at the same time, scored a goal and received a rating of 6.5, while another midfielder, Makan, scored 5.7. Today, Chen Chen vowed to improve his rating. He aimed to achieve a score of 9.5. Soon the ball came to the feet of the Littleby player. Captain Jansen passed the ball to centre-back Nielgaard, and the Dane quickly moved forward with the ball. Then a diagonal pass was delivered to Chen Chen. Chen Chen gestured to Jansen and Ivan Toney, signaling them to create a bit of space ahead. Ivan Toney nodded and hurriedly moved forward. Matthias Jansen hesitated for a moment. However, it seemed he recalled the training results from the day before and yesterday morning, and soon this Danish midfielder also began to move forward. This is the advantage of Chen Chen showcasing his strength. Before this, who would pay attention to a rotational player? Of course, Chen Chen did not show off with flashy footwork. Instead, he directly replicated his performance from the training match at the team base, raising his right leg, swinging towards the lower part of the football. Bang! The football soared into the air. It flew over the nearby Stanislas and Wilshere, directly finding Ivan Toney. Adam Smith quickly raised his hand, signaling that the opponent was offside. But the linesman did not raise the flag. There was no issue with this pass. Adam's heart sank. This was bad. Ivan Toney smoothly received the ball. Then, taking 3 quick steps, he charged into the penalty area with the ball. Next, he made a horizontal pass to the central position. Finnish forward Forss was jostling with the opposing centre-back Carter Vickers. In the end, Forss showed superior skill, gaining possession of the ball. Begovic quickly rushed out. Forss gently nudged the ball just before the Bosnian goalkeeper could reach it. In front of all the fans present, the football slipped past Begovic's fingertips and crossed the goal line. It hit the net. The main referee pointed to the center circle, indicating that the goal was valid. Brentford, playing away, took the lead first. The time on the big screen had just reached the 7th minute. Forss, who scored the opening goal for the team, ran towards the corner flag to celebrate. Following that, the Brentford players rushed over to celebrate together. Ivan Toney hooked his arm around Chen Chen's shoulder, looking extremely excited. Chen, I knew it. I knew you would perform well, you rascal. Your flick pass was brilliant. Incredible. Did we really just break through the opponent's defense so easily? It seems like there was no difficulty at all. Forss also leaned on Chen Chen's shoulder. Ivan Toney pointed at Chen Chen. It's all thanks to this kiddo, I like him. Chen Chen quickly refused. Listen. Ivan, my sexual orientation is perfectly fine. Ha ha ha. The three laughed together. The sorrows and joys between people do not resonate. While they were laughing and celebrating the goal, Bournemouth was enveloped in deep silence, both the fans and the players. On the sidelines, Woodgate had his hands on his hips, his brow furrowed. What's going on? How is this 18-year-old young player at the level of rotation? His vision and passing ability are at the level of top players. Damn it. How did we not have more technical analysis? Are the analysts just slacking off? Looking at the somewhat agitated Woodgate, Frank from the away team's bench appeared very. Is this what it feels like to have Kevin De Bruyne on your team? As soon as the Brentford players finished celebrating and returned to the center circle, the match continued. Considering the possibility of a sudden flick pass from the opponent, Bournemouth adjusted their formation slightly. Of course, this was essentially to defend against Chen Chen. As one of the top 6 teams in the championship, the strength difference between the two teams isn't that large. Thus, against the compact formation of the Cherries, Ivan Toney and the others had little chance of breaking through individually to create threats. Due to the high efficiency of the opponent's defense and their quick positioning, the Cherries players could briefly form a numerical advantage in the two flank areas. Let alone breaking through to score, it would be good if the forwards could even hold on to the ball. Hence, the ball was mostly passed around in the midfield area, allowing Chen Chen to gain more control of the ball. In the 15th minute, Chen Chen received a cross from Janelt. Facing the pressing challenge from Billing, Chen Chen deftly tapped the ball with the inside of his foot, then feigned to break towards the sideline with a shoulder drop. Billing was indeed deceived. The Danish midfielder quickly stretched his foot towards the right, attempting to intercept Chen Chen's dribbling line. Unexpectedly, Chen Chen skillfully pulled the ball back. Immediately, he slashed inwards. Billing was playing in an advanced midfield position. Now he was pressing Chen Chen diagonally, executing the coach's strategy of numerical superiority in the area. What does this mean? It means that there is currently no one occupying his advanced midfield position. Solanke was the center forward. He needed to hold his position to always pressure Matthias Jensen, Janelt, and Christian Norgard, and he couldn't leave his position to fall back and defend. If that were the case, even if Billing got the ball, they wouldn't be able to launch a counterattack, because there would be no pivot in the front. The defensive midfielders Lerma and Wilshere also couldn't step forward. They needed to coordinate with the back line to defend against the 3 forwards of the Bees. However, they still moved slightly forward, indicating they were ready to counterattack at any moment. But was it useful? No. Chen Chen sprinted forward desperately, while Billing and Stanislas chased back with all their might. Seeing that Chen Chen was surging forward, Wilshere and Lerma quickly abandoned their defense of the opponent's forward, taking a few steps forward to prepare for a double team. At this point, Matthias Jensen had already run out of position, and Ivan Toney and right winger Kanos were also positioned behind the opponent's defense. Facing the Foreman encirclement, Chen Chen had multiple passing options. On the sidelines, Frank furrowed his brow, feeling anxious. Pass the ball. Ivan Jensen and Kanos all have space. If you don't pass, this opportunity will be gone. What are you hesitating for? Ivan Toney felt the same way. During the team's routine training, Chen Chen had said that as long as he ran out of position, the ball would reach his feet. But brother, I'm out of position now. Where's the ball? Why isn't Chen Chen passing? Because he felt fantastic right now. Under his full field vision, he noticed the opponent's flaw. He wanted to take a shot himself. Seeing the approaching Wilshere and Lerma, Chen Chen didn't rush. He first calmly executed a few stepovers, then, when he saw Lerma unsteady on his feet and stumbling, he suddenly approached, executed a turn, and flicked to get past him. Then, without the ball touching the ground, he lifted his leg and shot. Right at the top of the penalty area, right in front of the 4 Bournemouth players. Chen Chen completed a volley. As Chen Chen executed his stepovers, 1,500 Brentford fans traveling with the team gradually stood up. They had a premonition that this attack would result in a goal. Not disappointing them, Chen Chen unleashed a sudden strike and truly scored. The Brentford fans erupted in euphoria. In front of Bournemouth's goal, Begovic had given his all. At the moment Chen Chen struck, he dove to make a save. Unfortunately, the ball was too fast, and Begovic was left grasping at air. The Bosnian goalkeeper lay despondently on the grass, pounding the ground with his right hand. Damn, how could this be so fierce? Woodgate's eyes widened. God, the falling peach blossom shadows, and the flying divine sword. Chen Chen's powerful long-range shot reminded him of Pavard's volley against Argentina in the 2018 World Cup. Moreover, in terms of difficulty, Chen Chen exceeded Pavard. When Pavard took the shot, he only had the rapidly retreating number 11 Di Maria beside him. What about Chen Chen? He had 4 players around him. Woodgate could no longer stay calm. He tugged at his hair in frustration. This was the rhythm of being selected for the Puskas Award. Damn, why has my team become a backdrop? Frank on the other side felt the same way. He was oblivious to the score changing to 20, and didn't notice the Brentford players celebrating right on top of Chen Chen. His eyes began to lose focus. Frank felt a bit dreamlike. Just now it seemed like he had witnessed a shot worthy of the more than 10,000 Bournemouth fans on site fell into silence and despair again. The entire Vitality Stadium was filled only with the passionate cheers of the away team, the Bees. In fact, a 2-goal deficit was not that significant. Previously against Reading, Bournemouth at home had also quickly fallen. And what happened then? Bournemouth fought valiantly, scoring 4 goals in the second half to turn the tables and take all 3 points. But now 4 players could not stop that mixed race kid from scoring. What could they do? Should they send 6 or 7 players? What about the other Brentford players? Moreover, that kid's skills were too impressive. A flick, a turn plus a volley. Is this something a player who just turned 18 and has started 14 league matches this season can? Bowing in gratitude to the exuberant Bees fans, Chen Chen returned to the center circle with his messy hair. Honestly, if a group of voluptuous beauties with 30-60 figures had him pinned down, Chen Chen would have been fine with that. But why the hell was it a bunch of rough men? Soon the match resumed. The Bournemouth players seemed significantly impacted. Their passing appeared somewhat absent-minded. However, with Chen Chen's ground-hugging curve-through ball, finding the late-arriving Kanos, the Bournemouth players finally seemed to awaken from their dreams. But it was too late. Kanos aimed and scored. The score became 0-3. At Bournemouth's home ground, Brentford had scored 3 times. At this moment, the match time had just passed 36 minutes and 59 seconds, reaching the 37th minute. The Bournemouth fans felt very pessimistic. 3 goals down, the team had lost their will to win. Want to turn it around? That's difficult. In the final stages of the first half, Brentford did not organize any more attacks. Whether inside the Vitality Stadium or in front of televisions or streaming platforms, the Bees fans felt extremely excited about the team's 3-goal domination. However, the most excited ones were not them, but the Huaxia fans on the domestic football app, especially at Sully Sports, the falling peach blossom shadows, and the flying divine sword. This isn't Chen Chen, it's Chen Val. Chen Chen is amazing. Halftime hat-trick. Forget the tickets. Go Chen Chen. Kick out a negative score. This volley is going to raise Chen Chen's market value. I mean, Pavard going from 30 million euros to 50 million euros, and Chen Chen from 1.5 million to 5 million is reasonable, right? 5 million. Who do you look down on? 10 million. Wait, why would such a high-quality player withdraw from the national team? Exactly. Lee is a main player of the national team. Isn't Chen Chen, who has 1 goal and 1 assist in the first half, even more deserving of a call-up? What else is there to think about? That bunch in the national team must have actively rejected Chen Chen. Otherwise, why wouldn't Chen Chen join the national team if he couldn't join the England squad? Damn, the Football Association is really harmful. While a good talent has been turned away by the Football Association, this is a good thing. If otherwise, if Chen Chen joins the national team, he will be assimilated. Didn't the announcement say that Chen Chen withdrew from this naturalization training camp? Does that mean there will be another chance? There should be, right? No chance. With Chen Chen's performance like this, won't Southgate take notice? Compared to the England national team, what does the Huaxia national team have? The thrill of being ruthlessly beaten by Japan, South Korea, Australia, and Iran. Chen Chen had no idea how much attention his first half performance had attracted from fans in Huaxia. Right now he had only one thought: to continue working hard, keep fighting, and help the team achieve victory in this match with an excellent performance. The second half began with a change of sides. Neither side made immediate personnel adjustments. After adjustments and tactical changes from Coach Woodgate, the mindset of the Bournemouth players on the field improved significantly. They began to counterattack. In the 49th minute, Solanke suddenly fell to the ground just before entering the penalty area, covering his face and wailing. However, the referee spread his arms, indicating that there was no foul. At the same time, he urged Solanke to get up quickly. The Vitality Stadium echoed with boos. Bournemouth fans believed this was a foul. It should have been a set piece. The big screen began to display the VAR decision. No fouls, no foul. The boos gradually subsided, and the Cherry fans began to sing their support songs. Bournemouth did not lose heart. They continued to seek opportunities. It was under this constant tugging that Bournemouth finally scored a goal. In the 56th minute, Danjuma received a cross from Billing. The Dutch international took a shot just outside the penalty area. Yang Song couldn't dodge, and the ball hit his arm. Penalty. The referee pointed directly to the 12-yard spot without hesitation. Yang Song quickly extended his index finger, shaking his head as he approached the referee. Meanwhile, the Swedish defender indicated that it was a defensive action close to the body and not a penalty. But the referee was unmoved. This is undoubtedly a penalty. He pulled out a yellow card and showed it to Yang Song. Now leave the penalty area, or I will keep pulling cards. Seeing the explanation yielding no results, Nelgeo hurriedly pushed his captain out of the penalty area. Do not provoke the referee, who knows if he will really continue pulling cards. Soon, all the players exited the penalty area. Danjuma stood at the penalty spot ready to take it himself. The Vitality Stadium resonated with the boos from the Brentford fans, but it was soon drowned out by an even louder cheer from the Bournemouth fans. Beep. Danjuma took a deep breath and dashed forward in small steps. David Raya guessed the direction. However, the ball still found its way into the net. Danjuma, who scored from the penalty, hurried to retrieve the ball from the goal. No celebration. All Bournemouth players returned to their half. There is still a chance. They still have opportunities to level and even take the lead. Chen Chen returned to his position, waiting for the kickoff. Thump thump. The surrounding cheers gradually faded, and Chen Chen heard his heartbeat. It was beating rapidly. This was a sign of intense exercise. Chen Chen took a deep breath. Are they gearing up? Want to win? He licked his lips. All right, let's go. Before the two teams returned to the center circle for the kickoff, Woodgate made a substitution. The underwhelming Billing was replaced by the Welsh international David Brooks. Stanislav retreated to play as a right midfielder, and the Cherries' formation changed to 433. Beep. Foch passed the ball to Yanelt behind him, and the match continued. The match quickly reached the 60th minute. The football arrived at Chen Chen's feet after a few touches. He and Matthias Jensen made overlapping runs. The Dane sprinted to the left flank, while he angled inward. Seeing this, the central Wilshere felt a chill in his heart, and hurriedly approached to defend him. No joke. Just a moment ago this kid executed a Puskas-level shot under the defense of 4 players. If he isn't marked now, the entire Vitality Stadium will be his backdrop today. Wilshere's movements were swift as he completed his positioning. Additionally, Stanislav was also making his way over, creating a two-sided sandwich situation. Who would have thought this before the match? The player receiving the most defensive focus from Bournemouth was neither Ivan Toney nor the midfielder Matthias Jensen. It was a player who was completely seen as a rotation-level option before the match. Witnessing the opponent's intense defensive posture, Chen Chen chose not to try again. Not to mention whether he could replicate the turn and shot. He feared that if he showed off again, the Bournemouth players might decide to take it. He didn't want to get injured. So Chen Chen opted not to dribble, but instead bypassed Yanelt and proactively passed the ball to the right flank to Rolslev. He then ran forward, drawing Wilshere away from the defense, and also catching Stanislav's attention. Suddenly, there was a vacuum. No one was marking him. Rolslev wasted no time, and quickly pushed the ball to Yanelt. The German midfielder did not linger over the ball, directly playing it forward to the left for the advancing Jensen. Matthias Jensen smoothly received the ball, and just before Adam Smith could close in for a challenge, launched across. Bang! The football was lofted into the penalty area. Ivan Toney, who had already positioned himself in the opponent's box, leaped high to meet the ball. A header. With great force. Clang. The ball struck the crossbar and bounced back. Ivan Toney missed a golden opportunity. Begovic, who had dived out but failed to touch the ball, was left in a cold sweat, but also felt a bit relieved. Just now Ivan Toney's header was quite clever, aimed directly at the dead corner. The Bosnian goalkeeper had practically lost his grip on the ball. If it had dipped just a little, the score would surely have changed. Fortunately, the crossbar in the Vitality Stadium saved the day. The ball that landed in the penalty area was cleared forward. The ball was still under Brentford's control. Pinnock, who had made a forward run, passed the ball back to Matthias Jensen, who had retreated after delivering the cross. Under pressure from the opponent, Matthias Jensen passed back to the center-back Nurgel. Ignoring Solink's advance, Nurgel feigned a pass to Matthias. But in reality, Nurgel flicked the ball and easily deceived the moving Solink, continuing his advance with the ball. Chen Chen quickly retreated, signaling for the ball. When Chen Chen drew Wilshere away, Matthias Jensen pulled wide to the left. The Brentford formation on the field should have been a 31,213 setup. The first one was the withdrawn Yanelt, which was also why there was a vacuum around him. The second one was Chen Chen. In that moment, Chen Chen moved to the attacking midfielder position with 3 forwards ahead of him. In fact, Yanelt initially intended to pass the ball to Chen Chen, but there were too many defenders around him. Thus, Yanelt chose to pass to Matthias Jensen. It seemed like Chen Chen was rendered ineffective, but that was far from the truth. Wilshere was directly occupied by Chen Chen, and the left Limer and right Stanislav were hesitant to move freely. They feared that Wilshere alone wouldn't be able to handle Chen Chen, and were ready to cover at any moment. This was also why, after Matthias Jensen received the ball on the left, only Adam Smith rushed forward to intercept. Normally, the right midfielder Stanislav should have come over, but he didn't. In the eyes of England forward Stanislav, the centrally positioned Chen Chen posed a greater threat than Matthias Jensen. Seeing Chen Chen turning to receive the ball, Nurgel immediately passed it to him. Wilshere, like a pesky fly, followed close. Chen Chen leaned against Wilshere. As the ball approached his feet, he glanced at Rolslev on his left. Then Chen Chen quickly extended his left foot to receive the ball, pretending to run to the left, which was Brentford's right flank. Wilshere thought he had deciphered Chen Chen's direction, so he took a step forward to intercept Chen Chen's potential dribble route. However, Chen Chen chose not to dribble to his left, but instead used the inside of his foot to flick the ball, executing a deceptive fake run outward. Just as he had deceived Biling, Chen Chen also tricked Wilshere. Immediately after he burst forward with the ball. On the sideline, Frank's mouth dropped open in disbelief. "You brat, why didn't you use this move in the training match?" In the Vitality Stadium, numerous fans stood up, including many Bournemouth. This was incredible. The dribbling was so stylish. But soon they couldn't express their admiration. Chen Chen executed another nutmeg, fooling the covering Limer. This made the hearts of Bournemouth fans clench. Oh no. Limer quickly turned and fouled Chen Chen. But it was because after nutmegging, Chen Chen continued to accelerate, maintaining a distance of 1 body length between them. Bournemouth's centre-back Cook gritted his teeth and closed in. He was already prepared to foul Chen Chen. Only a foul could disrupt the opponent's attacking momentum. A yellow card, a red card would be worth it. But Chen Chen did not give him that opportunity. A precise ground-through ball. The football slid past Cook's left side and rolled directly toward the Bournemouth penalty area. The Little Bees' right winger Cano sprang out from behind Cherry's left back, Diego Rico. He got to the ball first. Then a shot aimed near, but hit far. Begovic, who had positioned himself to defend the left side of the goal, quickly sprinted a few steps to the right, and immediately leaped to try to block the shot. Unfortunately, it was too late. Clang. The ball made intimate contact with the net. The referee pointed to the center circle, signaling that the goal was valid. The score on the big screen changed to 14. The traveling Brentford fans erupted into celebration once again. They conquered the Vitality Stadium. Without chanting the name of the goalscorer Canos, the Little Bee fans shouted the name of Chen Chen, who provided 2 assists and scored a spectacular shot. Chun, Chun, Chun. Brentford fans danced with joy. The players and coaches on the bench also cheered and celebrated. No one could believe what was happening before their eyes. The two teams, seemingly evenly matched, suddenly showed a one-sided score. The creator of all this was the Chun that the Brentford fans were shouting. That mixed-blood kid who executed a brilliant volley. The live broadcast of the game suddenly saw a surge of fans entering, all of them coming in after witnessing the score change. What's going on? Did the Bees take some performance-enhancing drugs today? What did I just see? Chen Chen actually scored a goal and provided 2 assists. The rating reached 9.7. Is it a mistake by the broadcaster? No mistake, you all didn't watch the game. Chen Chen is truly on fire today. Chen Chen wears the number 28 jersey, 28 equals 4 sevens. Today Chen Chen is playing like 4 forwards, right? No doubt about it. Wait, can someone tell me why this genius withdrew from the naturalization training squad? At this rate, he'll be the Sun Heung-min of Huaxia. Don't compare him to our son Appa. This kid should prove himself in the top league first. Scary. Does the broadcaster still have a Korean fan club? The eye is on the truth, definitely, just a hype. Don't bother with him. The more you care, the more he gets overhyped. I feel like there's some hidden agenda here. It seems there's an issue with the Football Association. But the announcement didn't shut the door completely. There's still a chance. A chance. There's no chance left. The camera just focused on a foreign guy in the VIP box. Do you know who that foreigner is? Who is it? Quick, tell us. It's Steve Holland, Southgate's assistant. He's probably here to assess Ivan Toney and Solang's performances, but look, Chen Chen's performance is better than theirs. Who knows, Chen Chen might get into the England national team. Is that true? Aren't you kidding, buddy? I know Chen Chen played well this match, but you mean to say a championship-level player can enter the England national team? Based on this match, isn't he more suitable than the regular U21 England player Solanke and the rising star, Ivan? Moreover, Calvin Phillips was playing in the championship for Leeds United last season, and he made it to the Three Lions team. The Huaxiao fans in the live chat fell silent. They realized that if Chen Chen continued to perform so efficiently, he indeed had a good chance. And there were plenty of matches left for Chen Chen to showcase himself, including the so-called most expensive final in football, the championship playoff final. Chen Chen would have 6 matches to fully display his talent. However, if this trend continues, Brentford has a high probability of direct promotion. Of course, it also depends on whether their rivals Watford stumble. On the field, after the Brentford players finished celebrating, they returned to their area waiting for the kickoff. With a 41, lead manager Frank waved his hand and made 2 substitutions. Foch and Kanos were substituted off, and midfielders Makanda and Gatos came on. Brentford's formation changed to 4,231. The lone striker was Ivan Toney, and the 2 wingers were the newly substituted Makanda and Gatos. They would be more in the attacking midfielder position. It was not Matthias Jensen, nor was it Janelt. It was Chen Chen. Frank was willing to give Chen Chen the opportunity to showcase himself. Additionally, the temporarily positioned right midfielder defender Rorslev returned to his primary role on the defensive line. Bournemouth also made some substitutions. Left midfielder Lerma was substituted off, and midfielder Ben Pearson came on. Pearson's passing awareness is better than Lerma's. Now Bournemouth has only one goal in mind: to score more goals and avoid an embarrassing scoreline. Woodgate resigned to the fact that it was difficult for the team to win at home. He just wanted to close the gap a little to make the score look. For this reason, Bournemouth renewed their efforts, pushing forward desperately. Of course, Brentford's players were not to be underestimated. Both teams began to engage in a midfield battle. In the 66th minute, Ivan Toney was booked for a foul on David Brooks while pressing him. In the 68th minute, less than 2 minutes later, Bournemouth substitute Ben Pearson fouled Chen Chen, causing him to fall to the ground. Frank on the sidelines was terrified. Fortunately, Chen Chen quickly got up. He was fine. However, the referee still pulled for foul play. It's not about whether the foul player was injured, but rather based on the level of danger in the action. In the 73rd minute, Matthias Jensen collided with Stanislas on the left flank, and both fell to the ground. It seemed quite serious. The referee quickly signaled for both teams' medical staff to come onto the field. Matthias Jensen stood up with the help of the medical staff, while Stanislas seemed to have it worse. He was carried off on a stretcher. Woodgate had to make a positional substitution. Rodrigo Riquelme, who joined on loan from Atletico Madrid in the winter window, came on as a substitute. In the 77th minute, during a deadball situation, Frank also made his substitution arrangements. Ivan Toney, who had a yellow card, was substituted off for Cameroonian forward Mbeumo. Mbeumo is only 171 centimeters tall, but he's fast. Frank's intention with this substitution was clear: I'm not attacking anymore. I'm playing defensively, with just one counterattacking point up front. In the final moments of the match, Bournemouth firmly held onto the ball, but they didn't have many good opportunities. The only good chance to score was wasted by David Brooks. Chen Chen, positioned as the attacking midfielder, didn't make any effort to push forward. With the team in a winning position, there was no need to waste energy and risk injury in a frantic attack. Didn't you see the stretcher is already bigger? Time slipped by little. Soon it reached stoppage time. Although the rhythm of the second half was quite fragmented, Bournemouth had clearly run out of steam. Thus the referee awarded 4 minutes of stoppage time. In the 9:04 minute, in the last minute of stoppage time, Bournemouth earned a corner kick opportunity. Goalkeeper Begovic came up. He wanted to participate in the corner kick attack. Whether or not a goal could be scored was secondary. This willingness to fight was also a consolation for the fans. The corner was taken. It was poorly executed, too close to the goalkeeper. David Raya easily collected the ball. Then the Spanish goalkeeper quickly ran to the edge of the penalty area and launched a powerful throw, looking for Mbeumo up front. The Cameroonian forward seized the ball with a sidestep and immediately sprinted. Not long after, he had brought the ball past the halfway line. At that moment, Mbumo's fresh legs from being a substitute were, no matter how much Begovic and centre-back Carter Vickers chased back, they could never pose a threat to intercept Mbumo. However, there was still one person gradually closing the distance. That was Bournemouth substitute Ben Pearson. He hurried a few steps over and managed to limit Mbumo's path. The Cameroonian forward slowed down. It was at this moment, seeing his speed decreasing and being about to be surrounded by opponents, Mbumo kicked the ball away. Pearson was a bit confused. Was that a shot on goal? What was that diagonal pass to the center? Pearson couldn't figure it out, but soon he understood. Positioned as the attacking midfielder, Chen Chen took the ball in large strides. This kid still had energy in the 90 minutes. If Chen Chen knew Pearson's thoughts, he would probably just smile without saying anything. When Brentford retreated to defend, Chen Chen had very little space to move. He was both pressing the opponent in coordination with the team's formation and slowly recovering his energy. Without any hesitation, glancing at the opponent's goal, Chen Chen took the ball and directly shot. Diego Rico, who had just tracked back from the far post, gritted his teeth and threw himself at the shot, trying to block this certain goal. But the miracle did not happen. The score on the big screen was rewritten once again. 1-2-5. Chen Chen recorded his second assist of the day, and he scored his second goal. Absolutely incredible. Steve Howard, seated on the podium observing the match, cupped both hands behind his head, his expression one of utter disbelief. The young man's performance far surpassed championship-level standards. Howard hastily retrieved the starting lineups of both teams for closer inspection. 18 years old. Before this match, only 13 starts, and just 2 goals and 3 assists. Half British, half Chinese. Has yet to represent any national team in FIFA A international matches. Howard's eyes gleamed with excitement. He swore that if this young man named Chen delivered similarly outstanding performances in the coming matches, he would personally persuade Gareth Southgate to visit Brentford. On the pitch, the referee allowed little time. Once Bournemouth restarted play, he blew the final whistle. Frank celebrated joyfully, raising his arms and clenching his fists, but did not linger long. He turned and shook hands warmly with Woodgate. Moments later, the Danish manager strode onto the field and embraced Chen Chen, who stood bent slightly forward, hands resting on his knees. Woo, Chen, I knew I hadn't misjudged you. You're absolutely brilliant. You were today's undisputed hero. Chen shook his head gently. Boss, am no hero. The victory belongs to everyone. I simply did what was expected of me. Frank nodded approvingly. This young man was humble and grounded. Just then, Ivan Toney approached. First, he bumped shoulders with Chen in celebration, then said, "Hey Dudo, you're unreal. Though I didn't score today, I know with you on the pitch goals are only a matter of time. Chen, we'll tear through the championship together." After exchanging high fives, Ivan Toney and the 18-year-old Chen embraced fiercely. The 24-year-old English striker now glimpsed a real chance of earning a call-up to the Three Lions squad. If he continued delivering standout performances, Southgate's selection radar would surely lock onto him. Chen exchanged light-hearted banter with Ivan before they all hurried toward the away supporters section to join their teammates and thank the traveling Bees fans. After the post-match acknowledgements, Chen removed his jersey and swapped it with Solanke, who had approached requesting an exchange. They exchanged brief pleasantries. As Solanke walked off the pitch clutching the jersey, he glanced back at the celebrating Brentford players. Sigh. Outside the stadium, Bournemouth fans wore crestfallen expressions. A narrow loss, 0-1 or 12, could be chalked up to superior opposition. It would have been regrettable, yet understandable. But a humiliating 15 defeat. Unthinkable. What hope remained for promotion? With what strength could they possibly rise? Bournemouth supporters soon found themselves marveling at Chen's extraordinary talent. He's a genius, truly exceptional. Brentford is destined for Premier League promotion. With 2 goals and 2 assists, a flawless performance, Chen claimed the match's MVP award. As per tradition, the official match MVP received a post-game interview, conducted by a statuesque blonde female. Chen, first, congratulations on leading your team to victory. Your performance today was truly phenomenal. Who Scored has awarded you a perfect 10 out of 10. What do you make of that? Who Scored is a widely used player performance rating platform covering every professional match. Though not conventionally beautiful, the journalist possessed an unmistakably striking figure. Chen caught a fleeting glimpse of her décolletage, then cleared his throat softly and politely averted his gaze. It's only the beginning. I intend to earn more perfect scores through consistent excellence. The journalist nodded, satisfied, not merely with his answer, but with the subtle acknowledgement his glance implied. Or perhaps with her own appearance. She straightened her posture and continued, "Tell us about your outlook on promotion. At present you trail Watford by 4 points, with a game in hand. Do you still believe direct promotion remains within?" Chen took a slow, deliberate breath, stepping back ever so slightly as the journalist leaned in, and replied, "Man proposes, God disposes. Note the English equivalent of the Chinese proverb, do your utmost, oh leave the rest to fate." The journalist exchanged a quick, knowing glance with the cameraman. A teenager quoting classical aphorisms. Was this really just an 18-year-old? She pressed on. "And how do you envision your professional future? After today, clubs will undoubtedly be lining up to this summer window. You'll be one of England's most sought-after young talents." Chen smiled faintly, then shrugged. "For now, my focus remains entirely on Brentford. As for the future, let's see what unfolds." One final question: if Gareth Southgate, or another England national team coach, say for the U21s or U23s, were to call you up, would you accept? Fearing the question might sound overly complicated, she quickly added, "To clarify, you recently returned to China for naturalization evaluation with the Chinese national team, suggesting perhaps a stronger inclination toward representing China. So what's your stance?" Chen waved his hand lightly. "It's too early to answer that. What? Perhaps I need time to reflect carefully on my path ahead. For now, this interview ends here. I've many commitments awaiting me." With that, Chen strode away briskly. The journalist hurried after him, but had already vanished into the tunnel. She hadn't even managed to hand him her business card. Frustration flickered across the blonde journalist's face. Chen fit her ideal type, and she had been hoping for something more intimate. Ivan Toney had been waiting for Chen. Spotting him entering the tunnel, Ivan sidled up and said, "Hey Chen, that woman clearly wanted something with you. Whyd you bolt. What a shame." Beyond her figure, she offered nothing remarkable. Besides, she cakes on the makeup. Without it, she'd be quite ordinary. Chen raised an eyebrow. "You like her?" Ivan nodded, spreading his hands wide. "You know, I never had a mother." Chen was stunned, then fell silent. If even Ruhua from Flirting Scholar had admirers, what in this world was truly impossible? Though cinema shouldn't mirror reality, reality often proves even more surreal. After all, in the dark, appearances fade to insignificance. Bournemouth's crushing defeat to Brentford dominated headlines across major sports media. Though lacking the massive viewership of Premier League fixtures, the match drew considerable attention, especially among football fans in China. There are no proper broadcasts of championship-level matches in China except for the promotion playoffs at the end of the season. Thus, in order to watch Chen Chen's match, fans can only bypass restrictions or endure the overwhelming gambling advertisements in the live stream. Fortunately, all this is worth it. Chen Chen's performance dazzled them. 2 goals and 2 assists on the championship stage. He is simply ferocious beyond belief. What made the fans even happier was that the highly efficient Chen Chen had previously participated in naturalization training in China. In other words, he can represent the national football team of China. However, someone on the forum translated the content of Chen Chen's interview, and people were surprised to find that he did not give a direct response regarding whether to join the national team of China or the Three Lions. As fans of China, they certainly hope that Chen Chen will join the national football team. However, it should be noted that Chen Chen has withdrawn from the naturalization training squad. Chen Chen's willingness to represent the national team is in doubt. As a result, many people flooded the official Weibo of the national team, all asking what had happened at the beginning. Why did Chen Chen withdraw from the training? Guan Tian was awakened by the sound of the phone ringing. His wife at home was always busy with many things, so he moved to a hotel. Of course, how could staying in a hotel be done alone? Wearing glasses, Guan Tian answered the phone. "Hello, Director, the Weibo is exploded." "What exploded?" "Do you remember the player who withdrew from the training a few days ago?" "Withdraw from the training? A few days ago?" Guan Tian wiped his face with his hand to clear his mind. But his head was still a bit muddled, and he couldn't remember after a long time. After a few seconds of silence, the person on the other end finally mentioned a name. "It's that Chen Chen, the one from Brentford." "Oh," Guan Tian remembered. "What? Has this kid changed his mind?" "Too late. Did he say he is willing to sign?" "Too late. Reject him, leave him hanging for a few days." 2 million. "Sorry. Now it's 4 million. "No, it's not about this. It's a championship match tonight. Brentford is playing Bournemouth, and he performed very well with 2 goals, and many people are now asking on Weibo why we let him withdraw from the training. And there are people slandering us, saying that the Football Association is pressuring him to pay money to enter the national team." Guan Tian directly interrupted the person on the other end. "This is utter nonsense. The selection of the national team is always based on the player's abilities. How could it involve any monetary transactions?" The little staff member on the phone smiled apologetically. "Yes, Director, I think so too. Isn't this tarnishing our Football Association's reputation? But the fans believe that this is the truth, and now the related topics have entered the top 10 hot searches on Weibo. It's now in the top 8. Get lost." Guan Tian didn't want to listen anymore and hung up the phone directly. Then he dialed another number. "Public relations. Quickly contact the public relations team for Weibo. Also hurry up and issue a statement." Soon, under the trending topic Football Association threatening players' money needed to join national team, the Football Association issued a statement to clarify the matter. After that, the public relations department of Weibo stepped in, silencing the voices of real fans, while the comments under the Football Association statement were all selected remarks. Additionally, various football self-media personalities and related commentators rushed to explain. "Support the national team. With strength, the national team would want you. Why would they need to threaten you? I see that it's because he didn't make the national team that he's so agitated." Classic argument. Why didn't he perform well with 2 goals and 2 assists when joining the training? The national team wouldn't want you otherwise. Only 13 starts and 42 league rounds. I won't say what level that is. With the Asia World Cup qualifiers coming in May, don't distract the national team. Don't let the players lose focus. As far as I know, the national team has no shady contracts, nor is there any saying that you have to pay to join the national team. Otherwise, the big clubs like Shanghai SAPG, Guangzhou, Evergrande, and Beijing Goan would be ruined. 2 million. How dare you say that? Everyone knows that Jouer has not invested much in recent years, and there's even a feeling of being stretched thin. Did those few also pay to get in? It's simply a joke. These insincere words made the blood pressure of football fans rise. But when they wanted to step into reason, they suddenly realized that no matter how many people there were, they could not compete with the Football Association's set of public relations tactics. Soon, this trending topic that had entered the top 10 disappeared directly from the hot search list. Even if fans searched for it specifically, it was futile. Clicking on it showed according to certain laws and regulations of the country, or it would redirect to other topics. Although the Football Association seemed to explain nothing, but it also seemed like everything was explained. The vast majority of football fans began to feel somewhat disheartened. In fact, they just wanted an explanation. An explanation for why Chen Chen did not enter the national team. And the starting point for everything is to strengthen the national team. In utter helplessness, many fans flooded into Chen Chen's Instagram and Twitter to leave comments. The most liked comment was "Go to the Three Lions." The national team is not worth reminiscing about. However, far away at the team base, Chen Chen was not paying attention to these matters. Right now, he was watching a match of his competitor Watford along with some players who stayed at the base. The system's rewards had already arrived early, but he chose not to check them for now. Chen Chen planned to wait until he returned to the dormitory to take a look. The Watford match was being played at their home ground, Vicarage Road. In this crucial match for promotion at the end of the league, the 40-year-old Spanish head coach Xisco Munoz had sent out the returning forward João Pedro started quickly, and the more defensively stable Chilean international Serralta replaced the more offensively minded Northern Irish centre-back Cathcart. In short, Watford's goal for this match was to secure 1 point and fight for 3 points. Watford is quite an interesting, since Xisco was unceremoniously dismissed due to poor performance in October 2021, Watford has changed 8 coaches in 3 years. This includes the well-known firefighting hero Ranieri and the future head coach of Croatia Bilic. Absurd, isn't it? What's even more absurd is that from 2013 to 2024, only one head coach in Watford managed to stay in the position for a year, while all others either resigned or were dismissed within a year. No wonder Watford has been hovering between the relegation zone and promotion zone in the Premier League for the past decade. They lack a suitable goal and do not provide their coaches with more trust. Poor performance. Get out. Did not meet the expectations of management fans' predetermined goals. Roll out. From a certain perspective, this is no different from the national team of China. After all, changing 8 coaches in 5 years from 2019 to 2024 is quite absurd. Back to the main topic. In this match, Watford was also affected by Brentford's overwhelming 5-1 victory over Bournemouth, putting a lot of psychological pressure on the players, and they had not managed to score in the first half. Instead, the visiting team Millwall was playing vibrantly, making a storm at Watford's home. The Brentford players watching the match couldn't help but feel hopeful. Could it be? Is the opponent going to crash? But it is impossible to turn the tide. There is no way to falter in this lifetime. After substituting in Jamaican forward Andre Gray in the second half, Watford's attacking prowess instantly surged. In the 59th minute, Andre Gray assisted Swedish forward Sima, who scored with a precise shot. The Hornets Watford took a 10 lead against Millwall. Then in the 66th minute, midfielder Will Hughes surged into the penalty area and fell to the ground. Watford was awarded a penalty kick. Right winger Ismailis are converted it effortlessly. The flickering hope of Brentford's players was extinguished once again. Chen Chen rubbed his face, thinking it wasn't necessary. Whether they lost to Bournemouth 51 or 92, as long as the opponent could win even by a narrow margin of a single goal, there would always be a 7-point gap between them. Moreover, Watford now had a 2-goal lead. Perhaps it was time to abandon all unrealistic hopes of the opponent making. The team needed to prepare well for the promotion and relegation playoffs. For Chen Chen, playing a few more matches was evidently better than direct promotion. The more he showcased himself, the better his chances to fetch a good price. That's how he could sign a good contract. While Chen Chen was watching the game at the base with his teammates, the match footage of Brentford's resounding victory over Bournemouth spread throughout Europe thanks to the convenience of online information. The Netherlands. Ajax. Ten Hag. The future head coach of the Red Devils was repeatedly scrubbing through the footage of the Brentford vs Bournemouth match. Or to be more precise, he was watching Chen Chen's performance. His vision and observation skills are impressive. His long passes and dribbling are quite good. He has great football intelligence. Ten Hag became intrigued. An assistant beside him commented, "Boss, we need to strengthen our midfield this summer. Why not buy him? And even if this young player doesn't establish himself in the first team, sending him to the U19s wouldn't be bad. He can train for a few years and then be sold back to England. There's definitely profit to be made here." Ten Hag nodded, agreeing with the assistant's thoughts. Although he would later be criticized as Ten Hag after becoming the Manchester United manager, it must be acknowledged that under his leadership, Ajax's Champions League performance and team profits reached new heights. 2 years ago, in the 18-19 Champions League season, Ajax defeated Real Madrid 53 in the round of 16, overcame Juventus in the quarterfinals, and lost to Tottenham in the semi-finals on away goals, ultimately falling short of the Champions League final. If Benfica is the #1 black market in Europe, then Ajax is the #1 star factory. After losing to Tottenham, Ajax, which performed excellently that season, dismantled half of their team. The #10 forward Moroccan international Hakim Ziyech transferred to Chelsea for 40 million. The #21 midfielder Dutch international Frenkie de Jong joined Barcelona for 87 million. Notably, to attract de Jong, Barcelona offered him a very high salary, the highest in the team, 37.5. Additionally, Matthijs de Ligt transferred to Juventus for 85.5 million. Later, the Dutch defender moved to Bayern and eventually crossed paths with Ten Hag at Manchester United. Among the sold players from Ajax, forward Casper Dolberg moved to Nice for 25 million, and Donny van de Beek transferred to Manchester United for 39 million. In short, Ajax made a tremendous profit. Thus, Ten Hag's interest in Chen Chen became quite clear. As long as Chen Chen could perform well at Ajax, this deal would undoubtedly be a lucrative one. Ajax is very clear about its positioning, acting as a stepping stone for various stars to enter the top 5 leagues. If you want to go to the top 5 leagues, I want to make money. Everyone gets what they need. Now with May approaching and with midfielders Razvan Marin and Ekalenkamp confirmed to not renew their contracts and set to enter the transfer market this summer, Ajax needed to strengthen their midfield. There are 2 ways to reinforce. One is to promote from the second team. Future Liverpool midfielder Harvey Elliott was promoted to the first team only after De Jong and others were sold. The other way is to buy low from other teams. As a club that consistently qualifies for the Champions League, Ajax does not believe a championship player would reject their offer. That evening, confirmed by Ten Hag, Ajax sent an offer to Brentford. Ajax. 5 million. Frank was already numb. Since he finished washing up and was getting ready for bed, he had received several calls from his assistants. Many clubs had sent offers for Chen Chen. Among them were Norwich, who were about to be promoted to the Premier League Spanish side Espanyol, and Wolverhampton from the Premier League. Now Ajax was joining in on the action. Among these offers, Ajax's 5 million was the highest. Frank knew he couldn't keep Chen Chen, but he didn't expect that after Chen Chen returned and played just one league match, these teams would swarm like sharks sensing blood. Frank had no intention of trying to retain Chen Chen. Birds should fly in the vast sky, and fish should swim in the... Staying at Brentford. Not worth it. As long as there's a suitable offer and Chen Chen himself is willing, no one would stop him. Unbeknownst to Chen Chen, multiple clubs had already sent offers for him. At this moment, he was lying in bed receiving... Ding. Task: the first step to becoming a legend completed. System rewards being issued. Receive system reward: free attribute points 5. Random star player treasure chest 1. Chen Chen was very excited. Free attributes. Star player treasure chest. With a thought, he chose to open the random star player treasure chest first. Soon a series of treasure chests appeared before Chen Chen. They were all the same shape, but each treasure chest was a different color. There were purple, gold, black, gold, platinum, and gold. Cristiano Ronaldo elevator axe module. 1 chance of being drawn. Lionel Messi most agile shoulder drop module. 1 chance of being drawn. Anthony Compass dribbling module. 5 chance of being drawn. Balotelli contemplating life module. 5 chance of being drawn. Chen Chen was stunned. Compass dribbling and contemplating life. Legendary skills from star players mixed with other player skills. This is what the star player treasure chest is. If I get drawn, should I use it or not? Shaking his head, Chen Chen took a deep breath, and with a thought clicked confirm draw. All the star player treasure chests before Chen Chen began to spin. After a moment, amidst a flash of golden light, a treasure chest fell. It was purple gold. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have drawn an England star player treasure chest. Reward: Beckham bending free kick module. The curved moon blade, Beckham's signature free kick skill. Without a stunning free kick technique, how can one dare to claim to be a world-class midfielder? Effect: when taking a free kick, there is a chance to execute the curved moon blade. Additionally, significantly enhances the host's set-piece ability. Chen Chen felt his lower body strength gradually increasing. Soon his entire legs were filled with seemingly Chen Chen was overjoyed. Beckham, the dual captain of the England national team and Manchester United. The #1 legendary figure in European football. The Beckham curve is known to all. Throughout his professional career, Beckham scored a total of 65 free kicks. Without a doubt, mastering free kicks is an essential requirement for becoming a midfielder. Chen Chen forced himself to calm down. Then he looked at the 5 free attribute points. Before the treasure chest began to draw, Chen Chen still cared a lot about these 5 free attributes. But now with the acquisition of the curved moon blade and the set-piece score reaching 90 points, these 5 attributes seem to have become misses. Cow. However, one must eat slowly and walk step by step. Chen Chen just teased himself in his heart. He still valued these free attributes. After all, the random treasure chest has a lot of unpredictability, but free attributes do not. They are exactly what they should be. Without hesitation, Chen Chen directly added the 5 free attributes to dribbling. Dribbling 8085. Open the attribute panel. Attribute panel opened. Host: Chen Chen. Passing 94, dribbling 85, 80-85, speed 69, stamina 73, heading 62, vision 100. Confrontation 60, set piece 90, 75-90, defense awareness 76, shooting 70. Abilities: max level vision. Requelme's precise, through ball module. Beckham's curved moon blade module. Overall rating 84 points, 8084. Limited by other attributes, Chen Chen's current rating is only 84 points. However, for Chen Chen, with vision 100, set piece 90, dribbling 85, passing 94, even when compared to Bruyne, Silva and Rodri, Chen Chen is confident that he does not fall short of these current midfield masters. Lying on the bed with his arms as a pillow, Chen Chen began to envision his future. The championship stage could no longer contain him. The Premier League, such a top league, is his true stage. During the summer transfer window, he must go to a team that suits him better to showcase his talents. To win one championship. Before long, Chen Chen adjusted his sleeping posture and fell into a deep slumber. Frank has always had the habit of waking up early. But today Frank failed to wake up early. After waiting for 5 or 6 minutes, the players on the training ground finally saw Frank. The Dane initially thought there were only offers from Norwich and Ajax. However, by late night, more and more teams contacted him and his assistant. The key was that he could not hang up and refuse. Moreover, not only him, but even team chairman Cliff Kroon received several calls late at night. Chen Chen's popularity surprised everyone. These teams were too enthusiastic. So much so that Frank was a bit afraid that other players might also be poached. After all, as a small team, they had not set very high buyout clauses for the players. Any big club could easily buy the entire team if they loosened their grip a little. However, Frank was clearly overthinking those big teams that later made offers were obviously only interested in the 18. Despite Ivan Toney, Matthias Jensen, and De Silva all having promising futures, it was certainly not worth such a desperate offer from these teams at the moment. With dark circles under his eyes, Thomas Frank arrived at the training ground. For him, it was not the time to consider Chen Chen's transfer. Performing well in the last stage of the league was key. On the training ground, Frank's assistant Kirkland was leading the players in recovery training. Upon seeing Frank arrive, assistant coach Kevin O'Connor jokingly remarked that it was rare to see Frank late, according to his own. Frank smiled and shook his head. It was already quite good that he managed to get up. His busiest assistant Klaus Nielgaard hadn't even arrived yet. However, Frank had no intention of blaming Nielgaard. His Danish compatriot had indeed been busy last night, so he should let. O'Connor handed Frank a small notebook from a nearby chair. It recorded the opponent's situation for Brentford's last. After defeating Bournemouth away, Brentford's next 3 opponents are Rotherham at home, followed by a crucial 6-pointer against Watford. Finally, the season finale will be away at Pride Park, challenging Bristol City. If everything goes as Brentford wishes, the match against Bristol City away will be key in determining the final direct promotion. But if things do not go Brentford's way, if Watford wins their next match against their opponent, currently first in the league Norwich, all will be settled. Regardless of the outcome of the 6-pointer against Brentford, Watford will confirm their promotion to the Premier League 2 rounds early. Therefore, for Brentford, not only must they ensure a victory at home against Rotherham, but they must also pray that Norwich continue. But this is very difficult. First of all, playing against Rotherham is no easy task. As a relegation zone team, Rotherham ranks 23rd in the league and is only 2 points away from the relegation line. Even the team at the bottom, Sheffield Wednesday, is only 3 points from the relegation line. It can be said that the competition for promotion from the Championship is fierce, and the competition for relegation is also intense. After the players finished their recovery training, Frank gave a speech. He said, "Listen, now you must forget about yesterday's resounding victory over Bournemouth. Everyone needs to focus on the match against Rotherham. Moreover, now is not the time to give everyone a break. Once this period of matches is over, I will ask the club chairman, Mr. Cliff Boja, for more bonuses. If we can get promoted, I will directly ask the owner, Mr. Matthew Benham, for even more bonuses. As the saying goes, money can make the world go round. Money can also motivate players. Under such motivation, the Bees players trained with utmost seriousness and did not dare to slack off in the slightest. More bonuses indeed boost the morale of the players, but that is not the most important reason. The most crucial reason that supports all players to train earnestly without slackening is promotion. On the evening of April 28th at 6 p.m., a Brentford Community Stadium was brightly lit. The match between Brentford and Rotherham in the 44th round of the Championship was about to commence. Brentford Community Stadium, also known as Griffin Park, has a maximum capacity of 1,300 spectators. Being a small town, the limited seating is understandable. However, in the future, after being promoted to the Premier League, Brentford made adjustments to the stadium capacity. The revised Brentford Community Stadium can accommodate over 17,000 fans. While it cannot compare to Old Trafford, White Hart Lane, or Wembley, it is considered a Wembley of sorts in the hearts of local. At a pre-match press conference a day earlier, Rotherham's head coach Paul Warne addressed the media's concerns and expressed the team's determination to win. It's hard for me to judge whether Chen's performance was a flash of brilliance or a sudden awakening, but I can assure you that my players will not give him any opportunity to showcase himself. We will restrict him at Griffin Park. What about your defensive arrangements against Chen Chen? Sorry, no comment. Perhaps you can pay attention to the tactical arrangements on the field if you can spot them. Indeed, playing here will be tough, especially since both sides have compelling reasons to win. Alright, let's not discuss Chen Chen anymore. He is neither Messi nor Cristiano Ronaldo, nor is he Pep Guardiola's favorite player, De Bruyne. He is merely a player who happened to shine in a single match. Perhaps we could talk about Ivan Toney and Matthias Jensen instead. Oh, I believe they are the key players in this match. Victor Johansson still needs recovery time, so Blackman will continue in goal for this match. I maintain an extremely optimistic attitude towards winning. Even though it's not ideal to say this, Brentford has 4 injured players, all of whom are starters, which is somewhat good news for us. That's right, here at Griffin Park, we will secure those 3 damn points. Frank attended the pre-match press conference after. A reporter asked him how he viewed Paul Warne's comment that Chen Chen is merely a player who happened to shine in a single match. Frank merely shook his head and replied, "Sudden. Well, after playing 90 minutes, I hope he still stands by that statement. Chen Chen is the most talented player I have ever seen. In the future, his name will be remembered by everyone." What about the injury status of De Silva and others? Not ideal. I told my players that we may have to adapt to matches without them in the closing stages of the league. It's tough. Rotherham is fighting for relegation while we are pushing for promotion. Compared to the resounding victory over Bournemouth, this will be an entirely different match. Will Chen Chen start? I don't know, but in my team, whoever is in good form can start. If Watford beats Norwich, will they secure promotion early? That's beyond our control. Oh, after all, the initiative lies with them. But we will do our best to leave no regrets. The pivotal match for the team's promotion, tickets for the Bees game had long been sold out. However, outside the stadium, many fans who did not purchase tickets gathered in small groups drinking beer while watching the large screen set up by the club. On the big screen, the starting players for both teams had already stepped onto the field. Chen Chen was prominently among them. Media reporters at the sidelines quickly pointed their cameras at Chen Chen. As a young player who has recently gained fame, all media personnel and fans were intrigued by him. Additionally, the multiple teams reported by the media that were interested in Chen Chen's transfer were a hot topic. After all, stories of becoming famous from a single goal are exceedingly rare. Everyone began speculating why this young player who has only made 14 starts this season, including this match, has garnered so much attention from various clubs. Is it simply because of one extraordinary performance? What if he fades into obscurity afterward? No one knows. Due to the earlier discomfort experienced by the team captain and starting right-back Jansen during training, Frank opted for a 3,412 formation today. In the right-back position is England's defender Good, on the left is Pinnock, and centrally is Danish defender Mads Sorensen. The four midfielders from left to right are Kanos, Janelt Gatos, and Rorslev. Rorslev acts as a defensive midfielder. In defense, he can drop back to assist Good in clearing the right flank. Conversely, in attack, Kanos can push forward to play as a left winger. The attacking midfielder can drop back to play in the central midfield, allowing Brentford to switch to a 433 formation. Who is the attacking midfielder? It is Chen Chen. The two forwards are Ivan Toney and midfielder Mbeumo. The goalkeeper position is held by David Raya. When the starting lineup was announced, Brentford fans were truly puzzled. You benched Matthias Jensen and let the outstanding Chen Chen take his place as the attacking midfielder, which is acceptable. But what on earth is the reasoning behind starting Mbeumo? Why not use Fours and Henry? Alright. Just trying to emulate. A week ago in the Champions League quarterfinals, Guardiola creatively utilized De Bruyne as a striker. It truly astonished everyone. After all, despite Ake's injury, Manchester City had Sterling Jesus and Ferran Torres, who transferred for €33.5 million last summer, on the bench to start De Bruyne. Surely it can't be that serious. Ultimately, it was a close call. Manchester City completed a comeback at Signal Iduna Park, winning 21-0 and advanced to the Champions League semi-finals with a 42 aggregate. Back to the main point. Regardless of how the Bees fans feel, the starting lineup has been confirmed, and it cannot be changed unless there's a sudden injury. They can only hope that Frank indeed has valid reasons for his choices. Rotherham also lined up in a 3,412 formation. Their starting forwards are genuine strikers. One is Michael Smith, who has scored 9 goals this season, and the other is Ogbene, who has yet to score. Well, what's the difference between this goalless forward and the previous midfielder? At least Mbeumo has 2 goals to his name. With this comparison, Brentford fans felt somewhat reassured. The attacking midfielder is the Scotsman Lindsay. This guy comes from Celtic's youth academy and has spent his entire career either on loan or walking the path of loans. The 4 midfielders are Giles, Wiles, Lewis Wing, and Wes Harding. Among these, the most notable is Giles. Coming from Wolves' U18 team, he never played for Wolves' first team. In his 7 years with Wolves, he spent all his time with other teams except during the off-season. The most interesting part was the winter transfer window of 2021. This young English midfielder returned to his team from a loan at Coventry, only to be confirmed for a transfer to Rotherham before he even arrived at the Wolves base. In the defense, the 2 fullbacks are McDonald and Ahikwe. Centrally is Richard Wood, and the goalkeeper is Blasman. Seeing the 2 players standing firm on the court, Frank appeared somewhat anxious by the sidelines. After coming out from the players' tunnel, the Danish man stood at the edge of the field. He wanted to observe the players' mistakes on the field in real time and correct them immediately. Brentford could not afford to fall. Frank had little joy left from the recent away victory against Bournemouth. The players could continue to bask in that joy as it helped maintain their confidence and fighting spirit. But as the head coach of the team, he could not indulge in victory like his disciples. He needed to keep his mind clear. Now was not the time to be complacent. The match against Bournemouth a few days ago was just an ordinary game. If they wanted to be promoted, there was still a long way to go. Watching Chen Chen, who was wearing the number 28 jersey on the field, Frank found himself liking him more and more. It was just a pity that Chen Chen had exploded onto the scene a bit late. If it had been a month earlier, Brentford would surely be second in the league now. Not Watford. They might even have taken down Norwich, charging into the Premier League with the championship trophy in hand. But there are no what-ifs. As the championship theme song played to its end, Chen Chen turned with his teammates to prepare to clap hands with the Rotherham players. It was at that moment that a ding resonated in Chen Chen's mind. Task name: others look down on you, but you are determined to task requirement: the home ground is your stage. Break through others' doubts. Defeat Paul Warren's team and continue leading Brentford to victory. Task reward: 1 random attribute 5. Task reward: 2 random star player chest 1. Attributes: chests. Chen Chen took a few deep breaths. Winning would secure a chest. He had previously drawn Beckham's signature skill from the last chest. What would it be this time? Chen Chen was ready. He could hardly wait to help the team win. Soon after the referee's whistle blew, the match began. Brentford took the first kickoff. From the very first second of the match, the Brentford fans began to sing their support song. They understood the significance of today's game. As the 12th man for the team, they needed to give the players on the field the utmost support. The Brentford stadium erupted with deafening cheers. In the stands, He Leong and his girlfriend had just taken their seats. As international students in London, He Leong usually watched matches of the Blues and the Gunners. He knew very little about Brentford, a championship team in southwest London. This time, He Leong learned through Don Quidi and Sule Sports that Brentford had a Chinese player. Moreover, he was performing quite well. In the last round, he led the team to a decisive victory over Bournemouth. This piqued He Liang's interest. So he simply took his girlfriend along on the train to Brentford town. Baby, that's the Chinese genius said to have the potential to be a great player. Yes, that's the one you pointed out. His name is He Liang's girlfriend Su Xiaoman didn't understand much about football, but she knew her boyfriend liked it. Since he wanted to watch the match, she came along. Not long after they sat down, Chen Chen made a spectacular turn and a precise through ball, instantly lifting the atmosphere of the match. Unfortunately, making a shot was saved by the opposing goalkeeper, who sent it out of bounds. Otherwise, the Bees could have scored in the first minute. As both teams positioned themselves for a corner kick, Su Xiaoman turned to her boyfriend and asked, "Baby, he's so strong. And he's super handsome. By the way, why isn't he in the national team? With such great skills, the national team should want him, right?" He Liang sighed. "Baby, do you know how I found out about him? It's because he withdrew from the national team's naturalization training." He withdrew suddenly. There was a lot of discussion about this online before, but then it all disappeared. I suspect the Football Association intervened. I estimate that Chen Chen's withdrawal from the naturalization training squad must have some hidden reason, perhaps as netizens speculated someone in the Football Association demanded too much. Upon hearing her boyfriend's words, Su Xiaoman's eyes widened in surprise. Then she sighed and murmured, "The national team. How many talents will still be buried?" Her sentiment reminded He Liang of his uncle. His uncle had no hobbies, only watching football. Every time the national team finished a match, his uncle would sigh heavily and say for a long time, "Will I ever see the day when the national team enters the World Cup?" At this moment, the corner kick for Brentford had already been taken. This corner opportunity did not translate into a goal. Possession changed hands. Rotherham launched an attack. If given a choice, Frank would prefer to play against the mid-table teams in the championship. Those mid-table teams could neither promote nor be relegated. At this stage of the league, it's all about playing freely. In this situation of having no desires, winning against them would be quite easy. Unfortunately, that was not an option. Today, Brentford was destined to clash with relegation-fighting Rotherham. In the 8th minute, Rotherham initiated an attack from the left. Giles broke through with the ball, and number 8 midfielder Wiles was ready to support. Rolslev came up to defend against Giles, while Goodos positioned himself to defend against Wiles. At that moment, McDonald made a run from Giles' left side. Giles passed the ball to the left front, providing an advance for McDonald. McDonald reached the ball just before it went out of. Rolslev and Goodos each had their defensive responsibilities. Now only Goodos could position himself to pressure McDonald, who was ready to cut in from the sideline. Just as Goodos was rushing over to intercept, McDonald halted, directly crossing the ball from his position. He aimed for Michael Smith, who had already surged into the penalty area, and Lindsay, who was making an overlapping run. The ball soared over the penalty area. Lindsay and Moss Sorensen both leaped high. Both wanted to contest for the header. In the end, neither managed to get to it. The ball was sent high again. Michael Smith reacted swiftly. He judged the ball's falling point, and as it descended from its peak, he out-jumped and headed the ball towards the goal, overpowering the defending Jane Light. Bang! David Raya quickly dove to the right to save, but it was futile. The ball soared directly into the top right corner of the goal. He couldn't save it at all. The cheering in the Brentford Stadium came to a sudden halt. Everyone was incredulous that Rotherham, sitting at the bottom of the league, had struck first at Brentford's ground. The silence in the stadium did not last long. The traveling Rotherham fans began to cheer wildly. Nice! Striving for successful relegation. Uplifting a player destined to be fleeting. Making a starting midfielder a substitute. Brentford, if you don't lose, who will? Who is Chen? Frank believes he has discovered a rising star. But in reality, he is just a rising novelty. Indeed, Mr. Paul is right. Chen is merely a player who coincidentally performs well in one match. Jane Light is defending. Goodos is pressuring. What is Chen Chen doing? Oh, he's playing as a forward. I've heard that several teams have made offers for this mixed-race kid. It seems the highest transfer fee reached for 5 million. If he's worth 5 million, then Michael, who scored with a header, should be worth 18 million. Paul Vaughan on the sidelines excitedly opened his arms and embraced his assistant coach in celebration. Yes, just like that. Winning this damned match. An 18-year-old genius. Sorry. The English football scene is not short of shooting stars like that. Michael Smith, who scored the first goal of the match, was overjoyed. The 28-year-old English forward slid on his knees towards the corner flag. He then got up and jumped over the advertising boards to celebrate with the diehard Rotherham fans traveling with the team. Seeing this scene, the Brentford fans fell silent. Meanwhile, on Twitter, the comments under the latest post from the Bees, which were originally dozens, instantly swelled into hundreds. Matthias is better at intercepting defense. He is more suitable to start than Chen. What does Mr. Frank think? Could it be that in the last match Chen was just a flash of brilliance? Damn it. I knew I shouldn't place hope on an 18-year-old rookie. Without him, we could have won the previous round. With him, we actually conceded a goal at home. Okay, if we don't get promoted in the end, Frank, take your Chen Chen and leave. Hey, guys, did you know? Chen was just rejected by the Chinese national team. If he really had the strength, the Chinese Football Association wouldn't have rejected him. It seems that his goal in the last match indeed had a lot of luck involved. But that turn and long-range shot was quite impressive. This is at the level of Puskas. The one upstairs, Subri, has won the Puskas Award, but does that mean Malaysians have the ability to play in the Premier League? On the field, players from both sides were gradually returning to the center circle. Seeing the team's morale so low, Frank clapped his hands and shouted loudly onto the pitch, "Hey, guys, lift your heads. It's just one goal conceded. There's still time, there are still opportunities. Don't give the opponents any chance to break through the bottom. Goodos, you need to push over to the right midfield. You need to work more with Rollschleff. Makandis, come back. Yes, come back. Go over there by Yannert's side. We're switching to 4,411. Frank didn't lose his temper just because of conceding E to him. This was all normal. The 34-12 formation has a flaw, which is that if the two wide midfielders do not retreat quickly enough to defend, the opponent can easily pass behind, making it a sure goal. Now changing to a 4,411 setup allows for a shift to an all-out attack and defense 442, or to a dense defense 541 when retreating. In short, the defense becomes tighter. If Rotherham wants to cross from the bottom again, it will be even harder. Chen Chen is pushed up from the attacking midfielder to the shadow striker. In attack, he can connect Ivan Toney, Makandis, and Yannert together for ball retention, penetration, and intricate skill combat. Frank had no intention of blaming Chen Chen. If you want an attacking midfielder to play defense in the backfield, it means the team is close to conceding a goal. Beep. The match continues. Brentford kicks off. The ball quickly comes to Chen Chen's feet. And at that very moment when Chen Chen received the ball, after glancing at the situation in the opponent's penalty area, he moved. Ignoring the pressing Obin, Chen Chen gently pushed the ball to the left, and then executed a no-look through ball that amazed everyone. The Requelme precise through ball module. A quick curved ground pass. It found Ivan Toney, who was tussling with the opponent's centre-back Richard Wood. Ivan Toney was stunned. What the heck? How did the ball come to my feet? Ivan Toney didn't see the whole picture. He only saw the ball curve past Lewis Wing, who tried to intercept and land just like a designated skill in a game. Even though he had already witnessed Chen Chen's bug-like through ball skills in daily training, at this moment Ivan Toney still couldn't help but marvel internally. No way, bro. Are you playing FIFA 21? Richard Wood saw the situation was not good and hurriedly hooked his foot trying to take the ball away. But his speed was a bit slow. Ivan Toney had already transferred the ball from his left foot to his right foot. Richard missed the ball. After that, Ivan Toney didn't waste this golden opportunity. Facing the on-rushing goalkeeper, Ivan Toney aimed at the lower area of the football with the tip of his right foot and flicked the ball. A chipped shot. Blakeman thought Ivan Toney would take a simple shot. He chose to rush out and was prepared to quickly dive and block. But unexpectedly, Ivan chose to chip the ball. Without waiting for the football to hit the net, Ivan Toney directly opened his arms and ran towards the corner flag to celebrate. The referee immediately turned around, pointed to the center circle, signaling that the goal was valid. A thunderous cheer erupted at Brentford Stadium. No offside, no foul. No issues at all. Paul Vaughan on the sidelines was stunned. Not me. You. Oh, is this kid's passing really that terrifying? How could he even find Ivan Toney, who is heavily marked? The precision of this through ball, the observational ability. It's as if he has activated a cheat, absolutely flawless. Even the defensive line of the Premier League Big Six would struggle to defend against it. Paul Vaughan's heart suddenly wavered. Could it be? This kid truly has skill, and the last match wasn't just luck. But that doesn't seem right. If he really has skill, why didn't he show it at the beginning of the season? Paul Vaughan pondered for a long time, but couldn't figure it out, so he decided to stop thinking about it. On the other side, Frank jumped up excitedly from his spot. That's right. Just like that. A through pass. On the other side, Frank jumped up excitedly from his spot. That's right. Just like that. A through pass. A brilliant assist. Chen, showcase your talent to the fullest. The score on the big screen in the stadium changed immediately. After the away team Rotherham held a lead for just 3 minutes, in the 12th minute Ivan Toney scored from a clever assist by Chen Chen to equalize the score. Ivan Toney didn't celebrate alone for too long. He turned around and knelt on one knee in front of Chen Chen, who was following closely behind. Chen Chen was greatly shocked. What's going on? Then the 24-year-old English forward gestured for Chen Chen to place his left foot, which had just delivered the clever through ball, on his knee, making a wiping motion to show his gratitude. Only then did Chen Chen realize. It turns out Ivan Toney was conquered by him. Seeing this scene, the Brentford fans erupted in astonished cheers once again. The decibel level shot up a notch. Chen Chen did not refuse Ivan Toney's kindness. Afterwards, Chen Chen pulled up Ivan, and the two stood shoulder to shoulder, arms outstretched, looking up at the sky in a meditative pose. At this moment on social media, more and more Bees fans were clicking into their team's Twitter account. Under Brentford's latest post, Score 11, the number of comments instantly exceeded 100. These comments were all to praise the team. At the same time, they wanted to apologize to Chen Chen and Frank. What a brilliant pass. I've only seen such a decisive move from Chen when he was playing against Liverpool and Manchester. Hey, Chen, I apologize for insulting you earlier. To show my regret, I'll buy a few more of your jerseys. Buddy, you've reminded me. I really need to stock up on some Chen Chen jerseys. I believe he will become a top star in the future. In the future, perhaps original jerseys with Chen Chen's name will sell for a high price. Chen, please forgive me. I was such a jerk. I can't believe I doubted you. Now, under the witness of this clown, lead the team to continue winning. All right. Ivan Toney scored 3 goals in the previous 9 matches, and now he scored 2 in the last 2 rounds. I don't want to say Chen Chen is better, but that's the truth. Hey, guys, the broadcast camera just caught Southgate in the VIP box. Did you see that? Yes, I saw it. Oh my God, is Ivan Toney going to join the national team? What qualifications does Ivan Toney have? I believe Chen Chen is the real target for Southgate. Although Southgate didn't come out of the box, Sharpied fans still spotted him as the camera swept by. At this moment in the VIP box at Brentford Stadium, Southgate was sitting with his assistant Steve, using professional software on his computer to analyze big data, repeatedly watching Chen Chen's brilliant pass from just moments ago. Honestly, when Steve mentioned that Brentford had an outstanding midfielder, Southgate felt no stir within him, even chuckling a bit. The championship. Outstanding. Midfielder. What new combination of words is this? Of course, Southgate would have his assistants scout around recording the performances of English players during matches. But that doesn't mean he doesn't have his own preferences. What are his preferences? Players playing in the top 5 leagues. The championship. Last season's Fulham and West Brom, who dominated the championship, are currently at the bottom of the Premier. If they don't have any players worth mentioning, how could Brentford, as a stepping stone for Fulham, possibly have good players? However, after watching the highlights of the match, Southgate was amazed. In just a 4-minute video, that mixed-race kid had 8 standout moments, including that turn and volley. Southgate quickly calculated in his mind. If this player named Chen Chen continues to perform so efficiently in the following matches, perhaps he could be included in the initial roster for this year's European Championship. Of course, how he performs afterward, whether he can make the final 26-man roster, will depend on his performance at St. George's Park, the England national team's training base. To observe Chen Chen more closely, Southgate hurriedly went to Brentford Stadium with Steve. Accompanying them was Brentford's owner Matthew Benham, a high-achieving graduate from the University of Oxford's physics department. After graduating, he transitioned from investment banking to a betting company, eventually founding his own betting analysis firm. In the end, as a Brentford fan, Benham directly bought the club, completing the transformation from fan to owner. At this moment, he looked out at the cheering fans outside the box and said, "Mr. Gareth Southgate, Chen's performance was fantastic. I believe he has the potential to join the national team. I can't wait to see him wearing the Three Lions jersey." Southgate did not continue to look at the data analysis on his computer, but stood up to gaze at the field outside the box. At the same time, he replied, "Whether a player can join the national team depends on his overall performance, not me. If his performance remains consistently excellent, perhaps I will let him have a try." Benham pondered for a moment and jokingly remarked, "You know, Chen is of mixed Chinese and British heritage. He might be called up by the Chinese Football Association." This statement left Southgate momentarily speechless. After a while, he managed to utter, "Okay, Mr. Benham, after the match, I would like to have a chat with Chen Chen right here. How does that sound?" Benham nodded. "I would be delighted. He'll arrange it." Meanwhile, the match had already resumed. Brentford, having scored the equalizer, began to surge with wave after wave of attacks. Unfortunately, the Rotherham players, who had formed a 541 defensive shape, had too many players piled up in the penalty area, and Brentford's few good opportunities went unfulfilled. The score remained unchanged. Soon the time reached the 34th minute. Chen Chen ran to the left side to seek cooperation with Canos. The two of them passed the ball back and forth, bringing it close to the opponent's corner flag. Without any good breakthrough opportunities, Canos handed the ball to Chen Chen, who was receiving on the right. Chen Chen transferred the ball from his left foot to his right, pushing it to the right, preparing to return the pass to Yanelt. Seeing this, the defender Wes Harding quickly signaled Lewis Wing to compress Yanelt's receiving space, forcing the opponent to make another back pass. Unexpectedly, Chen Chen did not return the pass. Instead, he slipped between Wes Harding and Lewis Wing. Lifting his leg, he cut inside. Avoiding the interception from Wiles, he extended his posture, swinging his arms. His right foot swung in a circle, and he Chen Chen is a non-dominant foot player. His right foot is as agile as his left, making shooting and dribbling effortless. All of this took a long time to describe, but only 2.5 seconds had passed. Chen Chen's right foot had already struck the ball, completing the entire motion of cutting in and curling the shot. As Chen Chen sought cooperation with Canos, the goalkeeper Blackman was closer to the right goalpost. As a result, when Chen Chen chose to cut in and shoot, he barely had time to react. When he saw the ball glide in an arc towards the far post, Blackman could only hurriedly move 2 steps to the left, and then but how could such a diving action possibly reach the ball? The 26-year-old Blackman could only fall to the ground, turning his head to watch the ball sail over the goal line and into the net. "Nice!" Benham in the VIP box shouted excitedly. Then Benham turned to Southgate, the initial roster of 33 players. "Mr. Gareth, I believe he has the potential to be included in the final 26-man roster." On the sidelines, Chen Chen, who scored the go-ahead goal, avoided the embraces of his teammates and stood on the advertising board at the corner flag. He celebrated with a wild roar. Frank, on the other hand, appeared quite calm. After shaking hands with his assistants and substitute players, the Danish coach returned to his seat, crossing his arms, and leisurely watching Paul Warne from the opposing team's bench, who appeared somewhat flustered. Paul Warne was in a bad mood. The player he thought would suddenly shine had gone on a scoring spree. With an excellent performance of 1 goal and 1 assist, he rubbed Warne's face in the dirt. The Brentford Stadium resounded not with cheers, but with jeers aimed at Paul Warne. With the emergence of this unparalleled inside curl shot, the Brentford fans began to chant Chen Chen's name loudly. Chen's performance shattered all doubts. He conquered Griffin Park. As he was being led back to the center circle by Ivan Toney, Chen constantly waved his hands to the surrounding stands, signaling the fans to cheer even louder. The Bees fans understood. Thus a greater roar erupted from Brentford Stadium, as if to flip the small boat of Rotherham over with wave after wave of sound. In the final stages of the first half, Brentford's surging offensive left the visiting team overwhelmed. Unfortunately, the goalposts did not assist the Bees players. Two excellent chances from Ivan Toney and the advancing Goodos both struck the crossbar with a clang. They failed to extend the lead. Finally, the referee blew the whistle, ending the first half, and Brentford completed a comeback, entering the players' tunnel with a score of 21. The joys and sorrows between people do not resonate with one another. The Bees fans were reveling in cheers and songs, while many from the visiting team were looking down at their phones, each showing a distressed expression. It turned out that Rotherham fans were checking the match information of their relegation rivals. In several matches occurring simultaneously, Wokingham Rangers were temporarily leading Cardiff City 10. If they could maintain this score until the end of the match, Wokingham Rangers would escape the relegation zone. In another match at halftime, Derby County, coached by Rooney, was leading Birmingham 10 at home. If this trend continues, Derby County would have no worries about relegation. Meanwhile, Wokingham Rangers would be pulled back. Regardless of the outcome, they would still be in the bottom three. This was the first time in 2 months that Derby County led their opponent at halftime. Since March 6th, they had won 1 match and achieved 2 draws. The one win came from a goal scored in stoppage time. It can be said that Rooney, who was officially appointed in January, indeed had a poor coaching performance. But there's nothing to be done, and firing him would require a buyout fee. What else could the management do? They had to keep using him. Fortunately today, Rooney had managed to be assertive and victory was in sight for Derby County. Interestingly, Paul Warne, currently coaching Rotherham, would eventually take over Rooney's role, bringing Derby County back. As for the bottom team, Sheffield Wednesday, their match against Middlesbrough had yet to start. Considering their opponent is currently ranked 10th in the league, the outcome of the match seemed predetermined. In summary, it seemed that only Rotherham, who had been overturned in the first half, was suffering. In the home team's locker room, Frank was making tactical arrangements. In the second half, we need to play more aggressively. Aside from necessary lateral passes, do not give me any safe back passes. We need to attack. A score of 21 is not secure. When you have the ball, do not panic, pass it to the middle, and let Janel, Goodos, and Chen handle it. Trust them. Ivan, if you hesitate again, I will substitute you immediately. Your positioning needs to be more agile and your shots need to be more decisive. Okay, you are a forward, not a midfielder looking for passing options. If you do not have the skills of Messi or Ronaldo, do not dribble too much. Pay close attention to Chen's position. He is an explosive point, revolve around him. Fushko, warm up. If the situation is dire, I will substitute you in. After making arrangements, Frank looked around and said solemnly, while we were at halftime, the Watford match also began. Their opponent is currently the league leader Norwich. Honestly, I do not expect them to win against Norwich. So this is a great opportunity for us. Beat Rotherham and narrow the score. In the next round, we will continue to hold our home ground and take down that damned Watford. Come on. Frank extended his hand, signaling everyone to form a circle. The captain Jansen shouted, listen. We must aim for promotion. Brentford will triumph. All the players echoed in unison, Brentford will triumph. On the other side, in Rotherham's locker room, Paul Warne's expression was grim. On one hand, it was because Chen's performance made his words at the press conference seem foolish. On the other hand, he was also aware of the score information of other relegation rivals. Wokingham Rangers and Derby County were both leading their opponents, while Rotherham was the only team behind. The mood of the Rotherham players in the locker room was very low. They had already seen the fate of their team. Although Paul Warne composed himself, he gave the players tactical arrangements and emotional adjustments. But how effective were his words? No one knew. Soon both teams walked onto the field, and the second half of the match was about to begin. Paul Warne took the lead in making personnel adjustments. Center-back Richard Wood was substituted off, and English forward Ladapo came on. Wiles moved forward while the two fullbacks in the starting lineup dropped back. Rotherham switched to a 4,123 formation. This was a refinement of the 433. Lewis Wing played as a single defensive midfielder, while Wiles and Lindsay formed a double central midfield. The double center-backs McDonald and ICK would participate more in the attacking front, indicating that Rotherham was going all. Of course, if they did not go all out now, Rotherham would be relegated to League One. After the second half began, the Rotherham players were energized for several minutes and had an intense back and forth with Brentford. However, after the initial burst, the entire team's morale suddenly dropped significantly. There were many reasons for this: the gap in strength and tactical issues. But the main reason was that they were too fatigued. In April alone, including today's match, Rotherham had played 9 matches. Brentford was slightly better, but they had also played 7 matches. Their grueling schedule in December of last year also included 9 matches. Many people say that the Premier League has a death schedule. In fact, the Championship and League One have it too. The Championship has 46 matches in a season, while the Premier League only has 38 rounds. These additional 8 matches just compensate for the lack of European competition for Championship teams. In addition, the FA Cup and League Cup, which are long dominated by Premier League teams, are also participated in by Championship and League One. For instance, in the 17-18 season, Championship team Bristol City made history by reaching the semi-finals of the League Cup, and the number of matches they played was not less than that of Liverpool, who reached the Champions League final that season. Thus, in the 67th minute, during a dead ball opportunity, both teams made substitutions. Rotherham substituted off the forward Ogbene, who had a bit of cramping in his legs, as well as the midfield Lindsay and right back Wes Harding, who were too fatigued. They brought on number 9 striker George Hurst, midfielder Daniel Barlaser, and defender Olo Sund. These were all positional substitutions. Fortunately, substitutions can now be made up to 5. Otherwise players on the field would be cramping so badly that Brentford has replaced Canos and Ivan Toney with Matthias Jensen and Foch. Frank's intentions are quite clear. Leave Foch to counterattack with Matthias and Chen Chen ready to support at any moment. The team has switched to a 541 formation. However, when attacking, 3 players will push forward, creating a 43-21-like feel. After the substitutions, Rotherham gritted their teeth and organized several attacks. But all were thwarted by Brentford. In the 69th minute, Michael made a cross from the flanks which was headed away by Maes Sorensen, sending the ball back into the field. In the 73rd minute, Redebo suddenly fell after penetrating the penalty area. The referee decisively called it a dive. Booing erupted from the Brentford stadium. This was the jeering from the visiting Rotherham fans. However, soon these boos were drowned out by the cheers of the Bees fans. They fully supported the referee's decision. In the 76th minute, Chen Chen broke into the penalty area and suddenly passed the ball to the penalty spot, but Jannert surprisingly missed the shot. A wave of regretful murmurs arose from the Brentford stadium. Jannert, having missed a crucial opportunity, lifted his shirt to cover his head, feeling too ashamed to face anyone. Chen Chen walked over and patted him on the shoulder, urging the German midfielder to return to defense quickly. A minute later, Brentford had a chance to counterattack. David Raya launched a powerful throw to reach Foch at the front. The Foch who came on in the second half was full of energy. He hurriedly dribbled the ball forward. As Foch was about to break into the opponent's penalty area, Rotherham's right-back Olosand, who also came on in the second half, chased back to position, directly grabbing Foch. Foch wanted to continue dribbling forward, but Olosand was practically on his back, making it impossible to run. At that moment, the referee blew the whistle. A yellow card was issued to Olosand. The 22-year-old American defender didn't protest. He recognized it as a tactical foul and accepted the yellow card. The referee awarded Brentford a free kick. Matthias Jensen approached the free kick spot, while Chen Chen walked over, raising his hand to block his mouth, while looking at Matthias. "Hey, Jensen, let me take this free kick." Matthias Jensen was surprised, having never heard that you were also good at free kicks. Wait, he did take a volley in the last round, so he should have decent free kick skills. Matthias fell into thought. He then glanced at Frank on the sidelines, wanting to ask the coach for his opinion. In a team, there are designated penalty takers and set-piece specialists. Take Manchester City, for example. Their primary penalty takers are Aguero and Jesus. Both are forwards. After all, forwards have the strongest kicking power. The set-piece takers, including free kicks awarded after fouls and corners, are generally De Bruyne and B. Silva, with Gundogan participating occasionally. It's rare to see defenders and forwards taking set pieces because their passing accuracy is certainly not as good as that of midfield players. Another reason is that for corner kicks, forwards and defenders need to go into the opponent's penalty area to look for opportunities, just like Liverpool's Matip and Van Dijk. Currently, Matthias Jensen is Brentford's set-piece taker, followed by the injured De Silva, then Jannert and Baptiste. As for Chen Chen, he is lower on the list. Frank noticed Matthias' questioning expression and quickly understood through body language that Chen Chen wanted to take this free kick. After careful consideration, Frank agreed. Matthias Jensen left the ball for Chen Chen and moved forward to set up the wall. Seeing Chen Chen take the free kick, Paul Vaughan on the sidelines flashed a hint of joy. Thank God. Not letting Matthias take the kick, but allowing Chen Chen, who has never taken a free kick, to do it. Frank, you are leading us by 1 goal, not 10. Paul Vaughan hurriedly adjusted his players. He instructed Michael Smith and Redebo not to participate in this free kick defense. The two should simply move forward, waiting for passes delivered from the back. The adjustment of Rotherham's player positions caught Frank's attention. To be safe, he instructed Good and Pinnock to move back, keeping an eye on the two forwards poised to counterattack. A single move can affect the entire situation. Since the two defenders moved back, Maes Sorensen went forward to contest high balls in the penalty area, making it impossible for Rolslev to break the opponent's wall. He needed to position himself at the top of the arc to serve as the first line of defense. Now the number of Brentford players participating in the attack had decreased. Conversely, the opponent's defensive power was also weakened. The shooting angles available to Blackman were plentiful. As long as he hit within the goal range, there would be no problem. But a free kick isn't just a casual kick, it's a rare opportunity to score. It must not be wasted. So how will beep? The referee blew the whistle, signaling the start of this free kick attack. Chen Chen took a deep breath, then fixed his determined gaze on the opponent's goal. He then strode forward, swinging his left arm in conjunction with his body, placing his left foot on the left side of the ball. His right foot swung back, striking the ball in a downward motion. His left arm swung widely, imparting a slight leftward curve. Bang! The ball soared into the air, clearing the high wall and swiftly heading towards the goal, defended by Blackman. Blackman quickly dashed 2 steps to the right, making a save attempt. He anticipated the ball would head to his upper right corner. Unfortunately, he guessed wrong. Chen Chen's shot carried a rapid inward spin, and as it descended from its peak, the ball cleverly curved, crashing into the upper left corner of the goal, defended by Blackman. Paul Vaughan on the sidelines widened his eyes. Meanwhile, Frank excitedly waved his hands. A stunning crescent moon, Beckham's curve. Aside from the difference in their jersey numbers, this striking method, the point of contact, bears no difference. The Brentford stadium erupted in a tsunami of cheers. Everyone was vigorously waving their arms to celebrate this astonishing crescent moon shot. Southgate was also taken aback. As the national team's head coach, he certainly recognized the former England captain Beckham. Southgate was no stranger to this signature skill of little Beckham. What was surprising was that this powerful and curvaceous free kick was not executed by Beckham, but by a mixed-race rookie, who had been largely unnoticed just 2 rounds ago. When Southgate coached England U21, Beckham had long since retired. Not being able to coach Beckham was one of his but now the Beckham under Southgate has appeared. Without waiting for Benham to speak, Southgate made a decisive call. Go, go, go. Mr. Matthew, take me to the locker room. Oh, I want to talk to this kid right away. Matthew Benham knew who Southgate was. He nodded and said, Sir, I would be delighted. The mixed-blood boy made a fortunate debut. A capable young man helped the team overcome Bournemouth. De Silva's successor returned to Brentford. Chen Chen's strength deserved the starting position. The darling of Brentford aided the team in turning the score around. The courageous Chen conquered Griffin Park. As the team scored their 3rd goal, Brentford's stadium erupted in a seismic cheer. Countless Bees fans waved their hands and roared with excitement. Soon the previously chaotic shouts gradually unified. Chen, Chen, Chen. Chen Chen, through his perfect series of brilliant performances, captivated the Brentford fans. Near the corner area, Chen Chen spread his arms wide, closing his eyes to listen to the cheers of the crowd. Before long, Matthias and a few others rushed over to celebrate with Chen Chen. On the sidelines, Ivan Toney and others could no longer sit still and hurriedly joined in. Seeing that the Bees players had not yet returned to the center circle to await the kickoff, the Rotherham players surrounded the referee. They complained that the opponents were celebrating for too long and demanded the referee remind them. According to the rules, celebrations after a goal are allowed, but should not be overly prolonged. If the scoring team is reminded and still does not return, the referee may issue a yellow card. Matthias noticed the referee's reminder and quickly urged everyone to head to the center circle. However, while the players' celebration ended, the fans continued. The Brentford Stadium began to resonate with the cheers of the Bees. They started singing the Beatles' classic Hey Jude. Hey Jude, don't make it bad, take a sad song and make it better. Remember to let her into your heart, then you can start to make it better. Hey Jude, don't be afraid, you were made to gut and get her. The minute you let her under your skin, then you begin to make it better. Hey Jude, don't be downhearted, find a sad song and sing it happier. Remember to sing it into your heart, the world will start to get better. Hey Jude, don't be afraid, you were born to overcome fear. The moment you bury it deep within your heart, the world begins to get better. In the last 10 minutes of the match, Brentford did not launch a major offensive. Frank instructed everyone to fall back. Now we just need to see how things are on the other side. At Norwich's home ground, Watford is playing fiercely. However, Norwich, although the Canaries have secured their promotion, this is their home ground and Norwich is still eager for victory. Currently, the halftime score of Norwich versus Watford is 11. Ultimately, with the sound of the referee's whistle, the match concluded. Brentford triumphed over Rotherham with a score of 31 at their home ground. With one more match played, they are currently just 4 points behind Watford. Chen Chen, with 2 goals and 1 assist, received the MVP trophy for this match. He countered all the critics with his outstanding performance, while also delivering a heavy blow to Paul Warren's face. Am I a player who suddenly shines with brilliance? Sorry, I am not. As the best player of the match, Chen Chen accepted an interview from the officials. After the interview, Chen Chen circled around with his teammates to acknowledge the fans. As the 12th man of the team, the performance of the Bees fans today was remarkable. The decibel levels they created put pressure on the opponents. Before entering the players' tunnel, Chen Chen deliberately paused to take the jerseys from the fans on both sides of the tunnel, and He Liang squeezed over with his girlfriend. Hey, Chen Chen, can you sign for us? Chen Chen. He Liang spoke in Chinese. Chen Chen looked over in response, and saw a man and a woman with Chinese features. Are you from Huaxia? Chen Chen replied in Chinese as well. Yes, yes. My girlfriend and I are both international students. He Liang was a bit surprised. Just a moment ago, he had searched for Chen Chen on Google. Chen Chen grew up in England, and had not spent more than 2.5 years in Huaxia, so logically his Chinese should have a hint of a Chinese accent, right? So precise and articulate. Next to him, Su Xiaomin didn't pay attention to this. All she could think was so handsome. Chen Chen nodded, and said, throw me the jersey and he'll sign it for you. Alright. He Liang hurriedly handed his number 28 jersey to Chen Chen. Then he had his girlfriend take off the jersey she was wearing and handed that to Chen Chen as well. While Chen Chen was lowering his head to sign, He Liang exclaimed to Chen Chen, you are amazing. I believe you will one day become like De Bruyne. De Bruyne. He is too strong, that is so difficult. Su Xiaomin interjected brightly. After signing, Chen Chen tossed the jerseys back to them, while saying De Bruyne. Not difficult. After that, Chen Chen did not continue signing, but walked into the players' tunnel. He Liang looked at the jersey he received, and exclaimed, wow. It was signed in both Chinese and English. What a great deal. At this moment, a 7 or 8-year-old British child who had just squeezed his way to He Liang compared the signed jerseys in their hands and noticed that the signatures were different. The child immediately leaned over to ask He Liang, hey, sir, is your signature fake? Why are there other words? Fake. Although He Liang didn't want to compare, his emotions were swelling to the extreme at this moment. Just as a wave of showing off was about to spill out, Su Xiaomin quickly pulled him away. Chinese and English. T.O. signed. If those Bees fans see this, they would be so envious. What if someone with ill intentions tries to snatch it from you? He Liang realized this a bit late, but then he felt quite pleased. With a wife like this, what more could a man ask for? On the other side, Chen Chen entered the players' tunnel, then turned into the changing room. Upon seeing today's goal hero enter, the Bees players who had returned early surrounded Chen Chen instantly. Without a word, everyone started singing and dancing. Ivan Toney, the big black guy, even jumped onto the large table in the middle of the changing room. He began to joyfully rap and dance. It's a pity there was no basketball. Oh wait, football can substitute for that. After the singing and dancing concluded, Chen Chen bare-chested shook hands and embraced each teammate and coach. The victory in today's match was inseparable from everyone's dedication. After shaking hands with everyone, Chen Chen did not see Frank. But just as he was wondering, Frank walked in from outside the change. After embracing Chen Chen, Frank placed his hand on Chen Chen's shoulder and led him out of the changing room. Come, I want to introduce. Chen Chen was puzzled. Who wants to see me? But he soon found out. After turning a couple of corners, Frank brought Chen Chen to the door of a conference room. Pushing the door open, there were 4 or 5 people seated inside. Among them were Khalifa Boya, the chairman of the Bumblebees team, and owner Matthew Benham. Additionally, the former England football player international and current head coach of the England national men's football team. Seeing this lineup, Chen Chen understood. They were inviting him to join the England national team. The conference room was round, so when Chen Chen and Frank took their seats, everyone formed a circle. The large screen in the conference room was currently on playing a match between Watford and Norwich. Chen Chen thought Southgate would directly ask, Chen, do you want to join the England national men's football team? But unexpectedly, Southgate said, Chen, your performance today was outstanding. But I'm sorry, Southgate pointed at the large screen where the match was playing. The match time has reached the 83rd minute, and Watford is currently leading Norwich 31. Chen Chen looked in the direction of his finger. On the broadcast screen, the match time was the 83rd minute, and Watford had reverted to a 541 defense. For Bumblebees fans, including stoppage time, these were the most agonizing 10 minutes of the entire season. For Brentford fans, they wished the stoppage time would last for 90 minutes. Chen Chen retracted his gaze and said nothing. Watford seized the opportunity, and their promotion was well-deserved. From now on, it would be a matter of life and death. If they weren't satisfied, they could fight. Just get through the playoffs. Out of sight, out of mind. Benham had the large screen turned off. Okay, then he'll get straight to the point. Southgate directly got to the main topic. Chen, you know I am the head coach of the England team. The next England national team roster, which will be for the 2020 European Championship, will include you. Are you willing to accept the call from the England national team? Chen Chen took a deep breath, tapped his fingers on the table, and replied, Okay, I am willing to join. Southgate was a bit surprised. Aren't you going to ask your parents? I know you have Chinese heritage, and the Chinese FA must be eager for you to join. I'm already 18 now. I think I can take responsibility for myself. Great. Then Chen, I look forward to seeing you at St. George's Park, the England national team's training base. With a few brief exchanges, Chen Chen decided his future. The match between Norwich and Watford has concluded. Although Norwich scored a goal during stoppage time from a corner kick, it could not change the final outcome. Watford defeated Norwich 32 away. They are now 7 points ahead of third-placed Brentford, and with only 2 rounds of the league left, Watford has confirmed their promotion to the Premier League. Thus, the 2 direct promotion spots for the 2021 championship season have been allocated the champions Norwich and the runners-up Watford. Brentford will need to play in the playoffs. Back at the dormitory, Chen Chen still found it hard to believe. Did he really just join the England national team so easily? Although Southgate later added that this is just the preliminary list and not the final roster, Chen Chen knew that if he could continue to perform brilliantly, he would surely make it to the final list. Ivan Toney Pinnock, I'm off to the Three Lions. However, sustaining such a stellar performance requires strength. Chen Chen pondered for a moment and opened the system panel. Deep blue. Add points. System panel opening. Task. Everyone looks down on you, but you stand out. Task reward 1, random attribute points 5. Would you like to draw now? Yes. Drawing. Drawing completed. Congratulations, host, you have gained 5 passing attribute. Personal attribute panel opening. Host Chen Chen. Passing 99, 94, 99, dribbling 85, speed 69, stamina 73, heading 62, vision 100, physicality 60, set pieces 90, defensive awareness 76, shooting 70, abilities maxed vision. Requelme's precise through pass module. Beckham's bend it like Beckham module. Overall rating 85, 84, 85. Task reward 2, random treasure chest 1. Would you like to draw now? Chen Chen thought for a moment and chose yes. Ding. A purple gold treasure chest. Reward Peak Chavi Absolute Short Pass King module. Short passing elite, dribbling elite, ball protection elite, vision elite. This module will help the host better understand the game, comprehend the positioning of midfielders, and integrate seamlessly with the host's maxed vision, greatly enhancing the host's strength. Dribbling 90, 85, 90. Overall rating 86, 85, 86. Chen Chen suddenly felt a buzz in his head. A wealth of football knowledge poured directly into his mind. Phew. So this is how Chavi plays. After this flurry of activity, Chen Chen found it impossible to sleep. So he simply got out of bed, left the dormitory, and took a ball to the field below to start free training. He needed to test the performance of these modules. While Chen Chen chose to play football late at night, 2 pieces of news from the UK sent Chinese fans who had just crawled out of bed to prepare for work or school into a frenzy. The first piece, 2 goals and 1 assist. Chen Chen's perfect performance helps Brentford defeat Rotherham. The second piece, is this true? The Daily Telegraph reporter Ramsey leaked that the recently rising Brentford midfielder, the 18-year-old mixed-blood Chen Chen, with 4 goals and 3 assists in 2 matches, might choose the England national team. With proof and the truth, Southgate went to Griffin Park. Chinese fans were first furious, wondering who concocted this fake news. Then they panicked. As more and more media outlets reported on it, it appeared, there might be some truth to it. Soon numerous fans and netizens flooded the Chinese FA's official website and WeChat account urging the FA to take action quickly. However, the fans did not receive a statement or guarantee from the FA. What came into view was a brief essay. On the morning of April 28, London time, which is the afternoon of the same day, in China the Chinese Football Association issued a statement on Weibo regarding the national team's naturalization training. This statement resembles a short essay. The main idea can be simply summarized in 4 paragraphs. We provided him with a deeper opportunity for communication. Who would have thought he would back out directly? Relevant sources revealed that Chen Chen was just one step away from joining the team. No, absolutely not. The national team selects players based on their strength. If one does not meet the standards, they cannot join. Monetary transactions. Impossible. Our association is not aligned with evil. Will Chen Chen be invited to join the national team? We will consider it carefully. We are willing to maintain a positive communication relationship with Chen Chen. Chen Chen, who was receiving a muscle massage in the team's medical room, of course, saw these messages. Maintain a positive communication relationship. What a joke. Chen Chen directly turned off his phone screen. Out of sight, out of mind. Oh, work with me. Do you filthy people deserve that? This response from the Chinese Football Association quickly trended on Weibo, and related hot topics occupied a significant position among the top 50 searches. National team training. Chen Chen 4 goals and 3 assists abandoned by the national team. But shining in England, my soul was so charmingly taken away by Chen Chen fans. The national team has no right to pick players now. Yanaris and Liku. I also find this puzzling. Chen Chen famous at a young age today. The trending news in Chinese football clearly belongs to the Chinese Football Association and Chen Chen. Some media personnel and related sports platforms reached out to Chen Chen hoping he would accept an interview and respond. But Chen Chen declined. He had no time to pay attention to this clown department of the association, nor did he wish to create traffic for everyone. He needed to preserve his energy to help Brentford win one match after another and rise to the Premier League. Like the trending topics in China, there were also numerous related hot searches on the British media platforms. 2 rounds, 4 goals, 3 assists. Chen is a man-eating hornet. Consecutive standout performances. The genius from Brentford has caught Southgate's attention. Famous at a young age. The transfer fee related to Chen Chen has reached 10 million. Competing fiercely. Manchester City, Liverpool, Tottenham, and Chelsea have joined the competition. It is evident that Chen Chen has become a coveted talent in the entire English football scene. Countless teams and individuals are vying for his trust. Frank, sitting in his office, also saw the related news. Of course, looking at the news is not as fast as checking the offers in hand. The media reported that the highest offer had reached 10 million, but in reality some teams had already offered 15 million. This 15 million is not just a transfer fee, it includes all components. To maintain relationships between clubs, most teams politely use transfer fees to buy players instead of paying direct. Look at how Paris forcefully took Neymar. Barcelona has scolded Paris for years. Later, Barcelona spent 135 million on Coutinho and 135 million on Dembele to strengthen their squad. And what was the result? No winners. Out of that 15 million, 7 million is the transfer fee, recognizing Chen Chen's contribution of 7 goals. 2 million is the youth training compensation fee. In England, even U8 players require the receiving club to pay this compensation fee during transfers. Chen Chen was promoted from Brentford's youth training team, so he naturally falls under this category. The remaining portion consists of variable clauses. This means that Chen Chen's appearance count in the new club needs to reach a certain number, and he must score a certain number of goals and assists. As long as the terms are met, the original club will be paid immediately. Additionally, this North London club also offered a loan-to-buy clause, effectively combining the 2 methods of loaning and Speaking of loans, there is another hot news in European football, which is that Griezmann from Barcelona intends to return to However, Atletico does not want to buy him outright, only wishing to loan him. The Frenchman has not performed well since joining Barcelona from Atletico, and there have been conflicts between Griezmann and the club, making Barcelona now unwilling to keep him. But having initially spent 120 million, Barcelona does not want to lose too much now, so they have set a high price for this 29-year-old French forward. After going around in circles, only Atletico Madrid said they could possibly loan him, if not he would be stuck on their hands. Thus Griezmann was loaned back to Atletico. In the loan agreement, Barcelona clearly stated that if Griezmann's playing time at Atletico reaches a certain amount, apparently 70 minutes, Atletico must buy him. The buyout fee reached 40 million. Compared to the 120 million transfer fee, this is a significant price cut. But Atletico cannot afford that. Even if they could afford it, they are unwilling to spend so much on a purchase. Thus, during the loan period, Atletico restricted Griezmann's playing time. If he could come off at 66 minutes, he would, but he could not exceed 70 minutes. Consequently, in the 21-22 season, Griezmann's playing time at Atletico hit a new low. Before transferring to Barcelona, he was a key player with an average playing time of 87 minutes. Now he only sees 66 minutes. Atletico's actions have caused Barcelona much distress. Eventually, seeing that no one was willing to buy Griezmann, Barcelona reluctantly sent him back to Atletico with a transfer fee of only 22 million euros. Back to the main topic. Regarding this offer contract from the North London club, there is one last item, the signing fee. However, this does not count towards the player's salary or transfer fee. The other party merely mentioned it. To entice Chen Chen, this Premier League club located in North London is willing to offer a signing fee of $5 million. Sitting in the office looking at the various offers on the desk, Frank closed his eyes and rubbed his temples. The Dane felt very helpless. There's no way around it. Brentford is too small to accommodate Chen Chen's lofty aspirations. Ultimately, he is bound to be sold. Knock knock. A knocking sound came. Come in. Klaus Nair walked in. Boss, the offers from Manchester City and Liverpool have arrived. Nair placed the two offers in front of Frank. Frank took the folder. 2,000. 1,900. Wow. They are more generous than Arsenal. Indeed, that North London team is Arsenal coached by Arteta. Frank signaled to Neil Gow to gather all the bidding information. Brentford would not proceed with any transfer transactions at this moment. The transfer window hasn't opened yet, and it's clear that Chen Chen is set to enter the England national team. Wouldn't it be better to wait for the news to break, and then carry out the transfer, potentially earning more? In 2018, the French superstar Mbappé made headlines, costing Paris Saint-Germain $180 million. Even if Chen Chen cannot compare to Mbappé at that time, he should be worth at least $30 million, right? Frank understood clearly that since they could not retain Chen Chen, they should delay the transfer as much as possible to maximize the team's interests. The statement from the Chinese Football Association and related transfer news did not affect Chen Chen. Like all Brentford fans, he was sincerely training and preparing earnestly for the upcoming match against Watford on May 1st at 2 p.m. London time at Brentford Stadium. Today the Bees would host the already promoted Hornets. Watford, compared to the previous two matches against Bournemouth and Rotherham, Watford could definitely be considered Brentford's strongest opponent in the closing stages of the league. In yesterday's pre-match press conference, Frank discussed a lot with the media reporters. This included insights about the upcoming match, thoughts on the subsequent playoffs, and of course many questions revolved around Chen Chen. Watford's head coach Xisco Munoz had no questions he wanted to answer. In fact, if possible, he wouldn't want to play these last two. However, not participating was not an option. After answering a few questions about his own players' transfers, and Chen Chen, Munoz directly left the press conference. When the starting lineups were revealed, Frank was genuinely furious. His main players were all deployed, yet Watford showed no intention of engaging in an attacking game with 6 of their 11 starting players being substitutes. From a certain perspective, this was a mockery of Brentford. Thus in the locker room, Frank emphasized for the first time that today there would be no assists, it was all about the offense. Watford is feeling quite confident. Well then, at Griffin Park we'll hand them a huge defeat. The match soon began. Brentford had no intention of testing the waters with their opponents, and went straight for the attack. In the second minute, Chen Chen assisted Ivan Toney, who scored with a push. The score was now 10. In the 8th minute, it was Chen Chen again. This time, after dribbling past 2 defenders, he chose to make a through ball. Ivan Toney didn't choose to shoot himself, but instead passed it horizontally to Fours on the left. The Finnish forward aimed for a long shot. Frank on the sidelines was extremely happy. But it wasn't the joy of a goal. Rather, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that Chen Chen's footwork seemed to have improved significantly. In the first 10 minutes of the match, Chen Chen's passing accuracy for short passes was an astonishing 100%. Moreover, these short passes did not merely consist of sideways taps and back passes. Out of the 10 short passes, 8 were directed forward. Just like in the last match, Chen Chen's position today was still that of an attacking midfielder. The 2 Danish players Mathias Jensen and Bijstrup were coordinating with him in midfield. Janelt's performance in the training match was not as good as Bijstrup's, so he was benched. Today Jensen and Bijstrup were playing very comfortably. Every time Chen Chen delivered the ball, it accurately reached them, which was hard not to appreciate. It can be said that Chen Chen's foot skills were far superior to all his teammates. Just thinking about it is frightening. With Chen Chen's extraordinary short passing ability combined with his top-notch vision, how different is it from having peak Xavi himself on the field? In the 17th minute, Brentford's tiki-taka emerged. With a few quick touches, the Bees passed the ball into the opponent. Chen Chen self-produced and self-sold. With a gentle push, he pierced through Watford's inexperienced defense. In the 26th minute, Chen Chen successfully broke through and earned a penalty, which Ivan Toney converted effortlessly. Munoz on the sidelines was terrified by Brentford. Losing was expected, but not by such a large margin. Watford quickly made adjustments with substitutions. In the 32nd minute, defender Trasero Econ and midfielder Lazaya were substituted off. The team's key forward Andre Gray and key midfielder Cleverly came on as substitutes. Cleverly is considered a Watford legend. After retiring, he coached Watford U18 and later became the interim head coach of Watford. He ultimately secured his position in the 24-25 season, becoming Watford's official head coach. However, Watford's performance in the new season has been mediocre, having only gained 1 point in the last 3 matches. If they lose a few more matches, Cleverly might end up like the former head coach Ismail, becoming a short-lived coach. With these 2 substitutions, Watford seemed to stabilize their position. But that is still far from enough. In the 43rd minute of the match, Ruthlessly was brought down by Watford's left midfielder Gosling during an explosive run to the sideline. Gosling received a yellow card. Brentford earned a free kick. Chen Chen confidently stepped up to take the kick. Mathias Jensen, who was supposed to take the free kick, showed no intention of contesting with Chen Chen. After all, this guy was simply too dazzling in daily training. Out of 10 free kick attempts, 9 perfectly cleared the wall and headed towards the goal. Aside from David Raya's heroic performance, saving 8 shots, every other shot hit the target. The accuracy of targeting the corners exceeded 75. The accuracy of targeting the goal was 95. The remaining 5 were due to hitting the crossbar and going just past. No wonder De Silva, who was doing individual recovery training, sighed blankly to the sky upon hearing the news. He complained that he had only been injured for a month, yet how had he lost his position? In fact, De Silva's starting position was still secure. It was Bystrup and Janmat who were in a worse situation. Beep. The referee blew the whistle. Countless training sessions for free kicks combined with the system's gifted crescent moon blade resulted in Chen Chen unleashing a stunning free kick. Although it wasn't an aesthetically perfect crescent moon blade, it was still dazzling enough for Griffin Park. The referee pointed to the center circle, signaling that the goal was valid. Brentford Stadium has become a joyous ocean. Even before the match, not only did the Bees fans have faith in their team, but even the Watford fans were more optimistic about them. However, optimism aside, fans from both sides still supported their respective teams. Who would have thought they would lose by such a margin? After the first half, many Watford fans left the stadium. They simply could not bear to watch any longer. As the second half began, Frank substituted Chen Chen out. With a 50 lead, the outcome was already determined. There was no need for Chen Chen to risk injury by remaining on the field. Who knows if the frustrated opponents might suddenly take a shot at. Replacing Chen Chen was Makanda. Although Brentford's possession rate decreased, their desire to score remained unabated. In the 66th minute of the match, substitute Makanda suddenly took a long-range shot. Watford's goalkeeper, 26-year-old Bachmann, dived for the ball. However, he fumbled it. The nearby Canoes seized the opportunity and struck the ball straight into the net. Now, not to mention the scattered Watford fans present at the venue, even the loyal supporters who traveled with the team, have left in considerable numbers. Munoz never expected that a single player could have such a significant impact on the team's morale and strength. Clearly, in the first leg, the result was just a 11 draw. Ultimately, the match concluded with Brentford triumphing at home, with a resounding 6-1 victory over Watford. Chen Chen, who contributed to 4 goals with 2 goals and 1 assist, was once again named the MVP of the match. Just as the fans in Brentford had not fully cleared out, the Chelsea Blues also in London sent a fax officially making an offer for Chen Chen by triggering his release clause. Upon learning the news, Frank's eyes widened in shock. What? Did Abramovich strike gold in Moscow? Of course, saying that Abu struck gold is merely a jest. As the head of Chelsea and a leader in the Premier League's golden football era, Abu is not lacking in funds. In 2003, Abu acquired Chelsea, which was then burdened with debt, and his arrival propelled this English team into the ranks of the elite. The wealth of the Russian tycoon revived Chelsea, allowing the Blues to wield cash on the transfer market with abandon. Makelele Bellin and Joe Cole joined one after another. Then in 2005, the Water Buffalo Eschen transferred to the Blues for a fee of €24 million. This price made Eschen the most expensive player in the English football scene that year. To say the least, €24 million would still be considered a major investment in the 24-25 season. Moreover, it is worth noting that during the summer transfer window of 2020 affected by the pandemic, Abu did not hold back and instead invested another $200 million, bringing in Havertz, Werner, Chilwell, and Ziyech. It can be said that triggering Chen Chen's $30 million buyout clause is hardly a big deal. However, it still posed a significant impact on Frank. After all, since he took over Brentford, the high-priced players he has dealt with are only Ivan Toney for $5.6 million and Buemo for $6.5 million. Frank could not make the decision himself, so he informed Benham. Benham went on to say a long string of things, but the main point was twofold. First, do not sell to that bastard at Brighton. Second, Chen Chen is about to become an England national team player. Making money is secondary. Ensuring he is comfortable with the transfer is the most important thing. After all, selling players can never earn as much as Benham's gambling business. It would be better to build good relationships with various parties for future prospects. Frank understood. He stated that he would present all offers and contracts to Chen Chen for him to choose. Benham nodded, and then said okay, but not now. Right now we still have several important matches to play, and we cannot let Brentford's most formidable Hornet be distracted. After the match against Watford, Brentford's last league game is in 7 days. Therefore the Bees players received, while the other players left the training base to relax and enjoy themselves, only David Raya stayed to practice with Chen Chen on the training field. Well, it was really just 2 single dogs finding something to do. Although David Raya felt very distressed about missing out on a clean sheet bonus, fortunately his few good performances in the matches had attracted attention from other teams. Watford may have only scored 1 goal, but that doesn't mean they didn't have other attempts. It was also because David Raya was concentrated enough that the score didn't turn into something like 63 or 64. However, correspondingly, Brentford also had many shots. If it weren't for the Bees being a bit too casual towards the end today, could have witnessed a massacre like 91. Both Stoke City and Coventry, who are in the Championship, have extended olive branches to David Raya, and Leeds United in the Premier League has also made an offer. If he were to transfer, David Raya would choose Leeds United as they are safe from relegation this season and will have Premier League matches to play next season. But it is important to note that Leeds United's goalkeeper, the 20-year-old Frenchman, Mealy, holds a steady starting position at the club. It seems Leeds United wants to use him to replace the 33-year-old second-choice goalkeeper Casilla. So now David Raya is in a dilemma. The Championship teams are of lower quality, but Stoke City and Coventry promise to raise his salary. Going to Leeds United would likely mean being the second-choice goalkeeper, but staying at Brentford would also probably mean being the After all, if the team successfully gets promoted, they will definitely need reinforcements, and he has no guarantee of maintaining his starting position amid competition. After being fooled by Chen Chen in unknown situations several times, David Raya sat down breathing heavily and waved his hand indicating that he was done practicing. Chen Chen handed Raya a bottle of water and asked him, "Is that all you can do?" David Raya did not answer, but looked up at the sky and retorted, "Chen, what do you think is the meaning of life? Not far from our training base is the Thames River and the Brent River. Go ahead, ask the river how much sorrow it can hold, and it will leap to dissolve 1,000 woes." "Hey, dude, listen, I came to consult you. I mean, I don't have any good ideas, so I need you to judge for me. It's like this." David Raya expressed his hesitation to Chen Chen. Chen Chen, knowing David Raya's future direction, said, "Stay at Brentford. Trust me, even if we get promoted, Frank will value you. You're just worried about becoming the second-choice goalkeeper, and what will happen if we don't get promoted. I understand your concerns, I can't explain it because it's hard to articulate. But I want to say that Brentford's tactics suit your style of play very well, and modern football increasingly relies on the performance of goalkeepers. Under Frank's 3-4-3 formation, you will definitely have plenty of ball control opportunities and exposure. As long as your performance is good enough, maybe one day you might be bought directly by a Big Six team. You need to have confidence in yourself. You are already very strong. Practicing a bit more at Griffin Park, you'll be even more formidable than Ederson, Alisson, or De Gea. By the way, which team do you support?" David Raya felt a bit embarrassed by Chen Chen's praise, wondering if he really is that strong. Raya took a sip of water and replied, "Support. I admire Arsenal. Their goalkeeper, that German layman, has very quick reflexes, something I really want to learn from." Chen Chen snapped his fingers. "Okay, we're on the same page." "What do you mean we're on the same page? Never mind, did you get enough rest? I'm going to practice some free kicks near the sidelines." "No more practicing, no more. I'm too tired today." "What those media say is not wrong. You are indeed a bloodthirsty hornet. Even your teammates are scared." Soon the date arrived, May 8th. The final round of the 2020-21 championship season. In this round, all 24 teams started their matches simultaneously. The playoff zone has no suspense as the 4 teams have already been determined. However, the relegation zone is packed within. Looking at the standings, bottom place Sheffield Wednesday has 40 points, second bottom Wycombe Wanderers also has 40 points, and third bottom Rotherham has 41 points, while Derby County is fourth from the bottom with only 43 points. Theoretically, Derby County has a chance of relegation. However, in their final match, they will host Sheffield Wednesday, not to mention their fighting spirit. Just from a strength perspective, bottom place Sheffield Wednesday should be the easiest opponent to play. However, Sheffield Wednesday also has a chance of survival, so if they mess up this great gift, it could backfire on Derby County. Bournemouth secured their place in the promotion playoffs after winning against their opponents in the previous round. Their playoff rival is Brentford, who had just defeated them 51 in the earlier rounds. What a narrow path for enemies. Meanwhile, the other duo of opponents consists of Swansea, ranked 4th, and Barnsley. At the pre-match press conference before Bournemouth faced Stoke City, Woodgate did not elaborate much on the upcoming match, but focused on the two-legged clash against Brentford ahead. Woodgate stated, "I am already familiar with Frank's tactics. Trust me, this time Frank's team will not have it easy. They are a team that prefers an aggressive high-pressing game, and I have studied them. We are well prepared for this, and I believe that only we will step onto the pitch at Wembley Stadium in the end." During the pre-match press conference before facing Bristol City, Frank was also asked related questions. Due to the earlier conclusion of Woodgate's press conference, as Frank's conference was nearing its end, the reporters eagerly gathered the related information and quickly organized it, posing questions to Frank at the last moment. Woodgate said he would make it difficult for us at Vitality Stadium. "But we actually performed very well last time, and my players, only they will step onto Wembley." Wow. Frank chuckled a few times, and then continued, "Chen told me a phrase, passing through 5 passes and slaying 6 generals. It's a story from ancient China about a formidable general who conquered 5 cities and defeated 6 commanders. Well, I don't know if I conveyed it correctly, but that's the gist. Regardless of whether I'm correct, I think Chen is right. Right now we are that general, and Bournemouth, Rotherham, Watford, and Bristol City are the 4 generals ahead. Subsequently, Bournemouth in the playoffs, and our final opponent at Wembley are the 5th and 6th generals. What I want to express is that we will continue winning, and at Wembley Stadium, we will successfully advance to the Premier League. Bournemouth. They will merely serve as our stepping stone." The head coach of Bristol City, Holden, was taken aback. "Goodness, can't you teams capable of reaching the playoffs show some respect for a team like us that can't? It's one thing to talk about other matters in the press conference while playing against us. Why does the trending topic briber, the abbreviation for Bristol City and Brentford, have to include Wembley at the end? No more hesitation. We must strike hard." Holden's boastful words ultimately did not change the course of the match, despite both teams performing fairly mediocre in the first half with no goals scored. However, once Chen Chen, Matthias Jensen, and Mads Sorensen entered the game in the second half, the situation changed completely. In the 56th minute, Chen Chen made a low curve through ball, accurately finding Ivan Toney, who had made a forward run. The English star gently pushed the ball. In the 65th minute, Foucher was tackled to the ground by an opponent, and the referee issued a yellow card to the adversary, while awarding a free kick to the Little Bees. David Reyes' eyes lit up. "Oh, this free kick from that position is exactly what I've been practicing these past few days." However, Chen Chen did not choose to shoot directly as he would during regular training. Instead, he slightly slowed the ball down to find the back post of the goal. The captain, Yang Song, involved in the free kick offense, outmuscled Bristol City's left back, Jay De Silva. A header towards the goalkeeper, Daniel Bentley, was unable to make the save. At that moment, Frank and Holden made substitutions. Brentford replaced the injured Foch, who had been hesitant to exert himself, along with Kanos. They brought on midfielders McCons and Bystrup. Frank's intention was clear: to adopt a 352 formation and focus on defense. Although Brentford had the upper hand against Bournemouth, this was a playoff match. Frank had to consider setting up a defensive stance at the opponent's home ground, aiming for a victory, or at the very least securing a draw to return home and defeat Bournemouth. The 51 scoreline in a league match only indicates a gap in strength between the two teams. However, in a playoff scenario, combined with playing at home and the potential 100 million promotion reward, lower league teams must give their all against championship teams. For instance, just a few months ago on January 20th, Real Madrid was surprisingly defeated by the Spanish Segunda B team Alcoyano in the Copa del Rey third round. In that match, Vinicius Vázquez, Isco, Casemiro, Valverde, Marcelo, and Militao were all part of the starting lineup. In the second half, Benzema, Asensio, Toni Kroos, and Hazard all came on. Yet even with all their main players in the second half, Real Madrid was still overturned by their opponents. One can only say never underestimate the morale of weaker teams. Therefore, Frank's plan was to use the match against Bristol City to practice defensive formations. Ultimately, during stoppage time, Chen Chen took a corner kick and Matthias Jensen successfully headed in, leading Brentford to a resounding victory over Bristol City at Aston Gate. Chen Chen provided 2 assists and was once again named the MVP of the match. Meanwhile, his goal and assist tally had reached 6. What awaited them next was the upcoming playoff. However, this playoff would start in 10 days, allowing Chen Chen and the team 3 days of rest. Due to Brentford's higher ranking, the Bees would first travel to Vitality Stadium to face Bournemouth, then return to their home ground to play Bournemouth again. Playing away first and then at home is the only advantage for higher-ranked teams. The 4th-placed Swansea and 5th-placed Barnsley are in the same situation. Swansea also plays away first and then at home. In these 3 days of rest, Chen Chen would only truly have 2.5 days to rest, with half a day dedicated to filming a documentary with the team. It was said to be a documentary about promotion. Later, Frank informed Chen Chen that someone from the club would be following him closely during the playoffs for the documentary, urging him to showcase his best competitive form. Chen Chen acknowledged this. Subsequently, he met his program director on the training field. Literally, it means project director. However, in this context, it refers to follow PD, similar to what is often referred to as a following director in variety shows. This PD was a local Londoner with a full beard, which Chen Chen found unfortunate. Of course, Chen Chen had no negative impressions of beards. He simply thought it would have been better if a good-looking blonde with blue eyes and attractive curves was following him. In that case, it would be great if we filmed each other, as long as one didn't accidentally save the footage on a computer and have the repair technician stumble upon it. On May 17th, at the Vitality Stadium, the first match of the championship playoff is about to kick off, the 5th last game of the entire 2021 championship season. This stadium, which can only accommodate 1,200 people, is completely sold out today. The entire venue has become a sea of joyful red and black striped cherry fans. In the stands today, not only are there prominent figures from all walks of life, but also many scouts from various national. Keen-eyed fans have spotted several Spanish scouts who have long been active in English football, or if they are not mistaken, these scouts work for Real Madrid, Barcelona, and Atletico Madrid. It's clear to anyone that they are here for Chen Chen. With Toni Kroos in mediocre form and Modric aging, the Bernabeu needs fresh blood. Barcelona's situation is even more complicated. They have just drawn their last 2 league matches, losing all hope of competing for the championship. When it rains, it pours. Their key midfielder Dutchman Frenkie de Jong and Spanish midfielder Pedri are injured. Additionally, Coutinho and Fati also have various degrees of injury. Camp Nou needs to bring in new personnel for the midfield and forward positions. Atletico's roster is quite normal, so their scouts don't really need to be here. However, considering that the scouts from Barcelona and Real Madrid are here, it feels like something might be missed if Atletico's scouts don't come as well. Thus, the Atletico scouts also arrived. Fans from Huaxiao watching the pirated live stream were stunned when they heard the broadcaster say this. Wow. Chen Chen is really on fire right now. Both Barcelona and Real Madrid have sent people. Why isn't Atletico mentioned? Are we not worthy in La Liga? In 3 matches, 6 goals and 6 assists. De Jong didn't dare to play like this even when he was dominating Ajax. A rising genius. What is the national team doing? Didn't they say they were in contact? Why is there no news? The 30th is the start of the second round of the World Cup qualifiers. Can Chen Chen make it to the national team? No. It's better if he doesn't join the national team. Liku, a solid Brentford starter and team captain, was directly assimilated by the Super League players and hasn't even made it to Li Tai's training roster. Let's stop talking about Chen Chen and let the Football Association play in their own little corner. Then the comment section of the live stream began to overflow with emotions. After all, it's a pirated signal. They can just vent their frustrations. Meanwhile, more scouts unnoticed sat in the stands, some with notebooks, others typing rapidly on their phones. Soon, under the watchful eyes of 1,200 fans in the stands, the head coaches of both teams, along with their substitutes, took to the field first. Woohoo! Seeing Woodgate come out, the Cherry fans erupted into cheers. Then upon seeing Frank follow closely behind, the cheers quickly turned into loud boos. Hiss! Woodgate is taking today's match very seriously, fielding what he considers his strongest lineup. Bournemouth's lineup today is similar to the last match against Brentford, but there are adjustments in 3 positions. One is the right midfielder. Stanislas was injured in the last match, and the Englishman cannot participate in this one. Thus, Woodgate has chosen forward David Brooks, number 7, to fill this position. However, Welshman Brooks is more adept at attacking and creating threats and cannot match Stanislas in aerial duels and defense. In this match, Woodgate aims for a defensive counterattack. He said he had found a way to deal with Brentford, which is to counterattack, quickly inserting players into the channels, betting that the opponent's double pivot won't return in time. Then Bournemouth can quickly create a situation of numbers in their favor in the area. Honestly, if Stanislas hadn't been injured, Brooks wouldn't have had the opportunity to start. The second adjustment is the defensive midfielder Wilshere. For the same reason, Wilshere's interception capabilities are not as effective as Ben Pearson, who is about to start. Finally, in the left-back position, Woodgate replaced Diego Rico with Lloyd Kelly. This change is not due to defensive reasons, but rather for offensive purposes. Diego Rico does not have Lloyd's speed and decisiveness in making overlapping runs. Counterattacking requires speed, and both fullbacks must charge forward with all their might. Frank seems to have anticipated that the opponent would play defensively. He has directly set up a 532 formation. Come on, the ball is yours. In this tactical battle between the two head coaches at the start, Frank has a slight advantage. Today the Bees' front two are Ivan Toney and Forss. The 3 midfielders are Fosa Henry Janelt and Matthias Jensen. Today Chen Chen is not in the starting lineup. Frank wants him to conserve energy for the second half to overwhelm the opponent. The 5 defenders from left to right are Kanos Pinnock, Christian, Norgard Jansen, and Rorslev. Kanos, originally a forward, has worked his way back from forward to midfielder and now to defender. One could say that the number 7 shirt is somewhat beneath his talent. The goalkeeper is still David Raya. Soon after the referee's whistle, the match began. Frank did not sit leisurely on the bench as he had in previous matches. Instead, from the very first second of the match, he stood on the sidelines directing his players. It is clear that Frank's mindset today is different from before. Woodgate is the same. This English manager who took over Bournemouth in early February is looking at the field with a serious expression. If the team successfully gains promotion, this temporary manager could receive a 3-year contract from Bournemouth. This was written into the contract from the start. According to Frank's plan, the Brentford players on the field began to tighten their formation and play defensively. Meanwhile, Bournemouth, originally playing defensively, had to push forward for a high-pressure attack. In the midst of the cheers and support from over 10,000 Cherry fans, the Bees were not too disturbed, and the players on the field played with great ease. The comments section in the pirated live stream started to flood with comments. Brentford is playing very comfortably. I think even without Chen Chen, Brentford will definitely reach Wembley in the end. Bournemouth is the relegated team from last season's Premier League. Theoretically, they should be able to attack, right? Why are they playing so cautiously? Come on. They were a weak team in the Premier League, playing a 541 or even 631 defense. You can't expect a defensively strong team to play offensive football. It's like asking a right-handed player to play badminton with their left hand. Woodgate must be thinking why Frank is being so annoying, having just won every match in recent rounds, and now he's playing defensively against me instead of attacking. Today is 0-0 draw. No way. 300,000 public funds in the 3rd year tomorrow. It will either be General Lou or lose somebody. In the first 30 minutes of the first half, Bournemouth gained 65 possession, but interestingly the team with the most shots was the away team Brentford. The Bees had 6 shots with 4 on target. Meanwhile, the home team Bournemouth had a pitiful 4 shots with only 1 on target. Woodgate was getting anxious on the sidelines. His envisioned dual wing attack with cross plays had completely failed to materialize. Instead, the midfield players frequently lost possession in the midfield area, forcing the wide players to quickly advance to participate in attacks, and then immediately fall back to position for defense, which was a huge drain on their stamina. Woodgate knew this match would be a significant physical test for the wide players, but who could have expected it to be such a drag? Although Bournemouth seemed to be at a disadvantage, it was they who struck first. In the 37th minute, Brentford made a passing error. Under the pressure of Solanke and Danjuma, Rorslev attempted to pass the ball back to goalkeeper David Raya, allowing Raya to clear it long. However, his back pass was too weak, allowing Danjuma to intercept the ball. The Dutchman Danjuma gave David Raya little time to react and struck it into the bottom corner. Bournemouth, playing at home, opened the scoring. The Vitality Stadium erupted with joy. The Cherry fans on site immediately jumped from their seats. They began to cheer wildly. Seeing Danjuma run towards the corner flag with his arms spread open in a sliding celebration, Woodgate on the sidelines also raised his hands in jubilation. He then turned around and celebrated by high-fiving his assistants and substitutes one by one. After the high-fives, Woodgate waved to the fans behind the substitutes bench. Afterward, he leisurely returned to his seat. Woodgate believed he had found Brentford's weakness, which was the right flank with Jensen and Rorslev. That young midfielder from Brentford is indeed formidable. But he is not on the field now. How can he score from the sideline? Moreover, if every player from Brentford had skills exceeding the championship level, they shouldn't be here, but rather at the victory banquet like Norwich and Watford. Thinking of this, Woodgate hurriedly walked to the sideline and shouted, "Danjuma, let Bielik work with you to exploit the opponent's right flank." The opponent's number 8 Matthias Jensen is not much involved in defense, with only Rorslev and Jansen on the right. Can you get to the byline? Don't hesitate to pass. Pearson Cook. Get in position quickly, don't give the opponent a chance to counterattack. The mood of the hundreds of traveling Bees fans was somewhat low, but they did not blame the players on the field. The match was not over, and everything was still uncertain. They cast their hopeful gazes toward the Brentford substitutes. They looked at the young Brentford midfielder, the most ferocious wasp, Chen Chen. Frank did not show much anger after he walked back to the substitutes bench waving for several players to warm up, including Chen Chen, Rico, Henry Mbumo, and seeing that mixed race kid warming up at the sidelines, the Cherry fans instantly fell silent. And now the one who created 4 goals and helped Brentford dominate is about to take the field. Thick gift crab. Chen Chen followed his teammates back and forth to warm up, while watching the players from both sides resume the match on the field. This Bournemouth team is actually no different from before. The goals scored were mainly due to Brentford's own mistakes. In Chen Chen's view, Matthias Jensen should not play right midfield, but rather in his more familiar left or central position. The Danish player excels at passing and organizing attacks, while putting him in a defensive role is akin to playing with half. It would be better to let the more defensively skilled Janelt or Gattos play right midfield, which could alleviate some pressure on. This would also prevent the Danish defender from suffering so much and making mistakes under sudden high pressure from the opponents. However, overthinking is meaningless. Chen Chen licked his lips and glanced at the Bournemouth fans around him, who started singing cheers. Do you want to win? Have you? In the last few minutes of the first half, both sides played fiercely, but neither posed a substantial threat to the opponent's goal. Observing this, scouts in the stands shook their heads. Is this the level of 3rd and 6th in the championship? If this is the case, then the much-talked-about kid with 3 games, 6 goals and 6 assists has nothing to boast about. It seems that luck plays a bigger role. Soon when the stoppage time of the first half arrived, the referee immediately blew the whistle to signal the end of the first half. Bournemouth playing at home temporarily leads Brentford 10. In the locker room, both coaches hurriedly adjusted the formations on the field, and the tactical arrangements were also changed. The second half begins. Brentford filled out the substitution list and handed it to the 4th official. Then the 4th official walked to the sidelines and raised the board, signaling a substitution for Brentford. Fosh Fosa Henry and Rorslev were substituted off. Chen Chen Bumo and Rico Henry came on as substitutes. Brentford made 3 substitutions at once. The long-awaited Chen Chen finally stepped onto the field. Seeing Chen Chen come on, the Bournemouth fans felt a sudden pang in their hearts. Beep. The match resumes. Rico Henry is a defender replacing right-back Rorslev. This is a positional. However, he did not appear in the right-back position. Instead, as Chen Chen had envisioned, he moved forward to right midfield. Matthias returned to the center, and Janelt filled in on the left. And Chen Chen, he has taken the attacking midfielder position. Therefore, Brentford's formation is now 43-12, giving Chen Chen significant space to operate in the attacking third. However, in practice, Matthias Jensen is not aligned with Janelt and Rico in a straight line. The positioning on the field resembles more of a 4,222. Matthias is just positioned a bit deeper as he needs to connect the front and back lines. Woodgate is quite attuned to this. Starting from the 46th minute, Bournemouth's formation has shifted to 541. It is evident that they aim to secure a 1-goal lead and 3 points. In the 49th minute, Chen Chen delivered a through ball and Bumo struck the ball with a side foot. Unfortunately, the shot was deflected by Begovic onto the crossbar. A sigh arose from the crowd. Brentford fans felt quite regretful. Then applause erupted within the stadium. It was the home fans of Bournemouth appreciating Begovic's brilliant save. Woodgate on the sidelines was also very pleased. It seems that Begovic is in great form today. However, one should not praise too much. Bang! Brentford takes a corner kick. Matthias lifted the ball into the opponent's penalty area. The ball was headed out by Bournemouth centre-back Cook, who is 185 centimeters tall. Chen Chen retrieved the ball near the arc top. Seeing Chen Chen preparing to shoot, the defensive midfielder Lerma quickly jumped up to block. But unexpectedly, Chen Chen skillfully reduced the power of his shot, and instead pushed a low-through ball with the inside of his right foot, finding Janelt, who had suddenly emerged from the back line. The German midfielder did not let Chen Chen's brilliant pass go to waste. He smoothly pushed the ball forward. Begovic was unable to quickly get back to make a save, and instead stumbled and fell to the ground due to an unstable center of gravity. He became the backdrop for this goal. Brentford has leveled the score. The Bees have sounded the horn of counterattack. The Brentford fans in the stands are excitedly waving their arms in cheer. It's still Chen Chen. The man-eating hornet has unleashed its power once more. Woodgate by the sidelines felt a bit flustered. How could someone turn a shot on goal into a pass? Wasn't he afraid of twisting his waist? Unless he had already determined to pass from the very beginning rather than shooting. Woodgate's expression changed. After thinking it over carefully, Woodgate finally confirmed. In the penalty area there were many legs, and Lerma jumped up to block the shot path. That bastard couldn't possibly score. So Chen Chen was indeed planning to pass all along. Woodgate quickly turned to discuss strategies with his assistants. This match Bournemouth couldn't afford to lose. Woodgate still wanted to secure promotion and extend his contract for 3 years, competing with the likes of Guardiola and Klopp. Woodgate's coaching team hurriedly discussed tactical arrangements. They understood that if they couldn't defeat Brentford at home today, it would basically be over. In the second leg at Griffin Park, Bournemouth really had no confidence in winning. On the field, the Brentford players, having celebrated, were slowly walking back to the center circle. Chen Chen found Ivan Toney and the recently substituted Mbumo. Hey, guys. Chen Chen raised his left hand to cover his mouth, preventing the broadcast camera from capturing him. I need both of you to ambush in the opponent's penalty area. Tony, you need to make good use of your height. If I send you a high... Ivan Toney patted his chest. No problem. Chen, As long as you deliver it, I swear I'll be where I need to be. Chen Chen nodded, and looked at the French U21 player Mbeumo. Mbeumo had played for the French U21 team, but he had yet to represent the French national team. Due to an abundance of talent in the French national team's forward line, Mbeumo, who held dual nationality of France and Cameroon, decided to play for the Cameroonian national team. Move to the back post, Mbeumo. To the back post. If you see me on the left flank, just make your way out from the back post. He'll cross the ball looking for you and Tony. As long as you can make it to the back post, I think scoring to take the lead won't be a problem. Mbeumo nodded repeatedly. Okay. Chen, I'm with you. Let's run out. We need to establish a winning advantage in the Despite Woodgate and the coaching staff confirming that the team needed to regain momentum and take the lead again, the fierce offensive pressure from Brentford left them unable to organize a proper attack. In the 56th minute, Rico Henry bypassed Matthias Jensen and passed the ball to Janelt. Chen Chen dropped back to receive the ball. The ball eventually came to Chen Chen's feet. With a shoulder drop and a change of direction, Chen Chen got past the defender, Billing attempting to intercept him. Immediately, he accelerated, racing forward with the ball. Lerma and Pearson quickly ran over to close him down. Chen Chen didn't hesitate and passed the ball to Matthias Jensen, who was also racing forward on the right. Pearson quickly abandoned his defense of Chen Chen and turned to chase after Matthias. Matthias also didn't hesitate and made a run behind Pearson. Chen Chen took 2 steps and received the ball again. Carter Vickers was unknown with Ivan Toney. Cook could only wave for left-back Lloyd Kelly to provide support while he pressured Chen Chen. Chen Chen didn't get entangled with Cook for long. He brushed the ball with his right foot, pushed off the ground, touched the ball with his left foot to the side, and prepared to dribble past. Chen Chen dodged the pull. Then he quickly pulled the ball back with his left foot, turned his body to the right without pausing, and darted to the right. Pearson rushed back to make a flying tackle. There was no hesitation in Pearson's tackle. He aimed to take out either Chen Chen. If he wanted the ball, then he could leave Chen Chen out anyway. He hadn't entered the penalty area yet, and he could afford a yellow card. If he wanted the leg, this wave of offensive pressure from the opponent could be neutralized. However, Pearson's ideal scenario was beautiful, but reality was cruel. Seeing Pearson's flying tackle, Chen Chen quickly pushed the ball from his right foot to his left and jumped to avoid Pearson's tackle. Then he swiftly pushed the ball from his left foot to his right, dodging Cook's back leg interception. Woodgate on the sidelines. What a fried meatball. Frank was also astonished. Chen Chen was dancing on the edge of a knife. Chen Chen's fried meatball reminded Frank of the Belgian player Hazard. In the 1920 season, the Belgian international performed an incredible solo goal against West Ham while facing a tight defense, showcasing a brilliant dribble. In the end, the Belgian forward struck into the dead corner. It's possible that Real Madrid decided to buy him after seeing this spectacular move from Hazard. And now Chen Chen was in the exact same position as Hazard was at that time. Could it be? Was Chen Chen also planning? Frank focused intently on Chen Chen, who was weaving through the opponent's penalty area. Could there be such a miracle? Though it sounds lengthy, in reality it happened in the blink of an eye, and Chen Chen faced goalkeeper Begovic. Actually, after getting past Billing, Lerma, Pearson, and Cook, Chen Chen intended to pass the ball to Mbeumo on his right. But Lloyd was blocking Chen Chen's potential passing lane, making it difficult for Mbeumo to receive the ball. So Chen Chen decided to go for it himself. Begovic didn't remain passive. He decisively rushed out of the goal to challenge. Chen Chen raised his arm and his right. Seeing Chen Chen about to shoot, Begovic, who was close to him, quickly halted his steps, guessing that Chen Chen would aim for the near post and leap to the right. Unfortunately, he guessed wrong. Chen Chen aimed for the far post, directly pushing the ball into the near corner. As the football crossed the goal line and nestled in the net, Begovic felt immense regret. The Bosnian goalkeeper pounded the ground in frustration. Chen Chen spread his arms and quickly ran towards the corner flag to celebrate. Then he slid to his knees and got back up. Mbeumo retrieved the ball from the net and launched it into the sky with a powerful kick. Then the 21-year-old Mbeumo hurried to the corner flag, leaping onto Chen Chen's back, and celebrated, taunting the Bournemouth fans on both sides. The Brentford fans in the stands instantly jumped up. They have turned the score around. Frank and his assistants embraced on the sidelines. Indeed, believing in Chen Chen was the right. The scouts in the stands could no longer sit still. Although the level of the match was indeed lower than that of top leagues, Chen Chen's performance was anything but mediocre. This is incredible. He can dribble, organize attacks, his physicality is on par, his football intelligence is high, and he has perfect timing in shooting and passing. And he is only 18. Who could refuse such talent? Thus each scout hurriedly called their bosses. The central idea, paying the transfer fee for Chen Chen, is worth it. At this very moment, inside a live stream of a host in Huasha, the barrage of comments surged instantly. Look, what did I say? We must believe in Chen Chen. Oh my, Chen Chen is amazing. Look at that dribble. That skill is fantastic. A girl with a 36D figure and above 170 centimeters, beautiful enough to rival the likes of Ife Yuan and Me preferred. A big-breasted fan seeks salvation. My 300,000 in public funds is secure. Plus there's over 100,000 to make. Thank you, Brentford. Thank you, Chen Chen. Like a divine being descending from the heavens, truly a blessing from the human realm. This Chen Chen is so impressive. Woodgate on the sidelines fell into confusion. Wait, they just turned the tables. However, before Woodgate could come to terms with this bewilderment, another goal came. After returning to the center for the kickoff, David Brooks, due to his excessive ball-holding, lost possession under pressure from two. Janelt seized the ball, and then turned forward. Brentford swiftly transitioned from defense to attack. Soon the ball found its way to Chen Chen's feet. The requelme precise, through ball module activated. A highly concealed, through ball route appeared in Chen Chen's mind. He seized this fleeting opportunity. The football traced a beautiful arc on the ground, accurately, finding Ivan Toney. Just like they practiced countless times in training, Ivan Toney struck the ball into the net in one fluid motion. This powerful shot pierced through Begavic's fingertips. The Vitality Stadium once again echoed with the cheers of Brentford fans. Meanwhile, the home fans of Bournemouth fell into silence. Although this 13 result is still more palatable than the previous 15. However, it is noteworthy that from the beginning of the second half until now, in less than 15 minutes, the Bees have completed the equalizer, the turnaround, and then expanded their lead. This offensive scoring ability is more ferocious than the 15 match. On the field, Chen Chen spread his arms and saluted the Brentford fans in the high stands with a fist. With the appearance of this goal, Brentford has completely secured the victory in today's match. Genius. Absolutely. On the stands of the Vitality Stadium, Manchester City scout Spaniard Thomas Dominguez couldn't help but exclaim. As someone who has mingled in the entire European football scene, Dominguez has seen countless geniuses. But now the player Chen Chen, who has delivered 1 goal and 2 assists, is the strongest genius he has ever encountered. He vowed that he would convince Guardiola to sign him, no matter the cost. Beside him, Bruyne Galaire spoke up. Although I have only been in this scouting industry for a short time, I can see that whether in midfield organization or offensive initiation, he possesses the level of a top player in the football world. Dominguez, this is quite surprising. I think I should make a call to Jurgen Klopp. Damn it. Dominguez was a bit annoyed. He was so excited that he forgot this guy was also here. No, I need to quickly inform the boss. So the two of them took out their phones and called their respective head coaches. Before the match, after receiving instructions from Guardiola and Klopp, the scouts from Manchester City and Liverpool quickly arrived at the Vitality Stadium to conduct on-site assessments of Chen Chen. Like other scouts, the match level had not piqued their interest. Throughout the first half, Dominguez and Bruyne were chatting. It wasn't until Chen Chen came on as a substitute that the two finally fell silent and began to seriously observe the match. In those brief 15 minutes, it was at least 10 times more exciting than the first half. Especially that exquisite imaginative ground arc through ball, just now, which made Dominguez exclaim genius. At this moment, the two scouts finally understood why the Chelsea Blues dared to pay the buyout clause for Chen Chen. The enigmatic Granovskaya, who held the transfer power at Chelsea, had an uncanny sense. She had long predicted that Chen Chen was an exceptional genius. At the Vitality Stadium, both teams' players returned to the center circle waiting for the kickoff. Despite being reluctant to accept such a score, Woodgate knew he was now the team's only anchor. He needed to stay calm and make the best tactical arrangements. Thus, the English head coach boldly substituted the tightly restricted forward Solanke and the underperforming starter David. He brought on English forward Jadon Anthony and midfielder Wilshere. It was clear that Woodgate wanted to switch to a 442 formation to improve defensive stability while strengthening the offense. However, this formation demands a lot of stamina from the midfield players, which poses a significant challenge for Wilshere. And after the match resumed, Bournemouth began to launch attacks, but most of them were futile efforts. In the 62nd minute, Billing made a cross from the ground. However, the ball was too high and Jadon Anthony couldn't touch it despite jumping. In the 63rd minute, Chen Chen assisted Mbeumo in scoring a goal. Unfortunately, Mbeumo was offside and the goal was disallowed. The Cherries fans let out a sigh of relief. If it had truly been 14, their promotion dream would have been shattered. However, what was bound to happen still came. In the 77th minute, Ivan Toney carried the ball to the right flank near the baseline and then crossed. Following up, Matthias Jensen headed the ball back, setting up Chen Chen, who temporarily acted as a center forward. Chen Chen leapt high, overpowering the opponent's right center-back Carter Vickers to get a touch. Then he made a header attempt. Due to heading it straight at the goal, the ball was easily saved by Begovic. Chen Chen raised his hand to cover his head, feeling quite helpless. After Begovic got the ball, he wanted to quickly distribute it, and thus ran to the penalty area line for a powerful throw-in. The Bosnian goalkeeper aimed for Danjuma in the left front area, but unfortunately this pass went awry. The ball was intercepted by Jansen. Brentford's captain, the Swede Jansen, showed no hesitation and unleashed a powerful shot from outside the arc. Begovic was too far from the goal and could only watch the ball hit the net. Woodgate knelt down, covering his face. Another crushing defeat. Upon witnessing the captain's long-range shot hit the net, all Brentford players rushed towards Jansen. Ivan Toney teased Chen Chen as he hooked his shoulder. "Hey, Chen, you need to practice your headers, your positioning was too straightforward." Yanel chimed in with a sharp remark. No, that's not called being straightforward, that's just heading it straight into the goalkeeper's arms. I didn't expect our talented young star to have a weakness. Wow, this is big news." Chen Chen rubbed his forehead in resignation and waved his hand to signal for them to stop talking. He then secretly resolved that when he returned to the club, he would drag David Raya along for more practice. Ultimately, Woodgate abandoned all unrealistic hopes of closing the score gap. He called over his assistant coach and discussed his substitution plans. The assistant coach hurried to communicate with the fourth official. Defenders Mbeumo and Stace were substituted in and Bournemouth switched to a 532 formation. The Cherry fans in attendance couldn't hold back their frustration upon seeing the team change two defenders. Now they were behind in the score. Why substitute defenders? They should be switching forwards. However, they also came to understand. Given Brentford's relentless offensive pressure, strengthening the attack with forwards wouldn't be effective. Instead, the opponents could exploit the weaknesses in their defense to score even more goals. If the score were 16 or 17 now, there would be no need to continue playing. Seeing the opponents set up in this formation, Frank was pleased, but also made his own substitutions. Matthias Jensen and Janelt went off while defenders Dalsgaard and Goad came on. Frank decided not to attack anymore. Conserving the players' energy was now the most important thing. They had another match to play at home in 3 days. Now was not the time to waste energy on a defensive fortress. In the final moments of stoppage time, Chen Chen took a corner kick, and Ivan Toney headed the ball into the net. But before Ivan Toney could celebrate by taking off his shirt, the referee indicated that there was a foul on the goalkeeper, and the goal was disallowed. Ivan Toney was a bit taken aback, but then he felt relieved. He was glad he hadn't taken off his shirt, otherwise if he received a yellow card it would have been truly unjust. According to the rules of football, regardless of whether a goal is counted after a review, any card given for shirt removal during celebration will not be rescinded. After Begovic took the goal kick, the referee blew the whistle. The match ended and Brentford pulled off a stunning 4-1 comeback against Bournemouth. On social media, countless Bees fans began to imagine their team using Wembley Stadium as a springboard to avenge their previous defeat and triumph over their opponents in the finals, advancing to the Premier League. Last year, Brentford reached the playoffs at Wembley Stadium. However, they suffered a heartbreaking defeat to the Farmers Fulham and shed tears at Wembley. Now they are back with an even stronger team poised to succeed in their Premier League challenge. All thanks to that 18-year. Some Bournemouth fans scoffed at this. Is Chen Chen really that strong? Is Brentford really that strong? The Bees fans were left dumbfounded. Not really. Didn't the 41 score convince you? But soon the words from the Bournemouth fans left the Bees fans in silence. Is Chen Chen really that strong? Last time he beat us 51, and this time it was only 41. I think he's garbage. Not just Brentford fans, even bystanders and fans of other teams were taken aback. It seems they do have a point. Forget it, it's better to stay away from these fans. Combining the two matches, it's 92. It seems the Cherries fans are really going mad. 1 goal, 2 assists. The magical boy dominates the comeback script. 5 matches, 7 goals, 8 assists. Premier League teams, are you scared? A brilliant through ball appears at the Vitality Stadium. As everyone knows, Kevin De Bruyne, nicknamed Little Chen Chen. Scouts from all over gather. Club scouts are analyzing, including Real Madrid, Atletico Madrid, and the Big Six. Bayern sports director Salihamidzic, we are willing to talk to Chen Chen. Pochettino, the head coach of Paris Saint-Germain PSG, is committed to nurturing young talents, and our sports director Campos will fly to London to meet with Benham. We are very interested in Chen Chen. Chasing to the end. Chelsea Football Club stated that they will do everything possible to sign Chen Chen. After the match, numerous sports news articles appeared on various platforms, many of which were trending headlines. In no time, countless fans became aware of this young genius who was helping his team battle in the playoffs. His record of 5 matches with 7 goals and 8 assists left many fans in disbelief. Perhaps the goals alone don't reveal much, as many can score 4 goals in 7 matches. Let's express it another way. If we say he contributed to 15 goals in 5 matches. Chen Chen's brilliant performance caught the attention of countless people. During the pre-match press conference for the 37th round of the Premier League, many coaches expressed interest in him. Thomas Tuchel, the Chelsea coach who was the first to confirm he would buy Chen Chen with a release clause, said at the pre-match press conference, Chen is a genius. His vision, observation skills, and ball control are exceptional. After Zappacosta and Drinkwater confirmed their departures this summer, we need to strengthen our midfield. Chen is the best choice. At the pre-match press conference for Manchester City's match against Brighton, Guardiola was also asked, are you talking about Chen? He is amazing. My scouts assured me that his strength is very impressive. I also watched his match videos. If you covered his face, I would think Kevin was playing in the Championship. Will we join the race? Why not? Manchester City is one of the strongest clubs in the world, and I can guarantee that if Chen comes to Manchester City, his growth will surpass Kevin by a lot. You know we are the league champions. Next season, Chen can continue to defend the title with us. How much transfer fee? Mr. Mansour, the club chairman, will tell you the answer. In the pre-match press conference for Liverpool's match against Burnley, Klopp said Shaqiri has confirmed his transfer to Lyon, and Wijnaldum has also communicated with me. He will leave Anfield this summer. As for Grujic and Ben Woodburn, they will be loaned out. We also need to strengthen our midfield. In addition to those mature midfielders on the market, I really like this 18-year-old kid. This summer we need to buy many players. Next season, Manchester City will not be the only dominant team. I will discuss with Chairman Werner. We need to take action. In this information age, these messages quickly spread worldwide. Countless fans and bystanders became aware of Chen Chen's existence. Of course, Huaxiao was no exception. Guan Tian is truly regretting his decision now. Had he known this kid was more profitable than a money tree, he wouldn't have let Chen Chen leave the training team, even if it meant welding the... Damn it. He was momentarily blinded. How could he focus on that 2 million? Now with Chen Chen's fame and strength, how many of those 2 millions would it take? Just then, Guan Tian's direct leader Chen Liang, the Executive Deputy Secretary General of the Football Association and head of the National Team Management Department, called to ask about the situation. Could Guan Tian say that the money negotiations fell through, and did the kid withdraw on his own? So Guan Tian replied to his leader Secretary Chen, this Chen Chen withdrew due to insufficient technical level. Relevant training data can prove this. Chen Liang didn't listen to these explanations. He instructed Guan Tian to immediately arrange for someone to go to London to talk to Chen Chen and get him to join the national team. Tian wore a bitter expression. The thing is, secretary, there are rumors in London that Chen Chen might join the England national team. Chen Liang waved his hand, but realizing Tian couldn't see him on the other end of the line, he interrupted. How do you know it won't work if you don't try? Since he can attend the training camp, it proves he still has the desire to fight for the national team. Tian could only haste. After that, Chen Liang hung up the phone. Without hesitation, Tian called a few assistants to arrange for passports and purchase tickets for the earliest flight to London. In fact, Tian didn't know that Chen Liang had no intention of wooing Chen Chen. Otherwise, given Chen Chen's current performance and exposure or his status, this Deputy Secretary General should be leading a team in London, instead of sending a subordinate. Chen Liang had already thought it through. If Chen Chen returned to join the national team, then any issues and public opinion would disappear. Everyone would be happy and the national team's performance would improve. It would be even better if they could share in the endorsements from Chen. What if Chen Chen doesn't come back to join the national team? Then the responsibility can only be pushed to Tian. It absolutely wouldn't affect him and the programmers. Far away in London, Chen Chen was unaware of what was happening in Huaxia. At this moment, he was diligently participating in routine training with the team. He was seriously preparing for the second leg match against Bournemouth and the upcoming battle at Wembley. On the morning of May 21st, Brentford completed their final round of collective training before the match against Bournemouth. After announcing the squad for tomorrow's match, Frank asked Chen Chen to stay behind. Chen Chen felt a bit puzzled. Frank indicated that someone wanted to speak with him. Chen Chen followed Frank to the club's conference room, where he first saw the club chairman Kirill Boya. Then came Manchester City's head coach, the Spaniard Josep Guardiola. Chen Chen was not surprised that City was in. What was surprising was that Manchester City did not send a fax, but rather Guardiola himself had come. It should be noted that privately contacting players is against UEFA regulations. However, this is an era where rules are broken and music is chaotic and few people adhere to such regulations. A veteran scout Byers who worked with Ferguson for 14 years once said a classic line: private contact is not allowed, but everyone does it. This is the survival rule for scouts. Don't be overly surprised though, otherwise where would the black market transfer news on the first day of the transfer window come from? Do deals get done on the same day? Of course not. In fact, many transfer details are already settled before the opening of the transfer window. Some behind-the-scenes operations and negotiations may have been completed well before the previous transfer window. For instance, in the summer window of 2013, Icardi reached a transfer agreement with Inter Milan. However, this deal was not finalized in that summer window, but was settled in the previous window right before the winter window. Icardi's agent personally told Romano that the player would join Inter in the summer window and not in the winter window. Guardiola raised his eyebrows and gestured for Chen Chen to sit down. Chen, I think we need to have a good talk. Chen Chen sat down. Frank and Boya walked out of the room. Brentford and Manchester City had basically reached an agreement. Now it depended on whether Guardiola could convince Chen Chen himself. Of course, the Bees were also in contact with other teams. If Guardiola couldn't secure the deal, others would come to talk to Chen Chen. For example, Gustavo Lopez, who had already arrived in London, is Simeone's assistant coach. If Chen Chen confirmed joining Manchester City, the club would send Gustavo away. Atletico Madrid was prepared to pay the transfer fee rather than the release clause, so the club had the right to refuse an offer for him to leave. But if Atletico offered the release clause, Brentford would need to consult Chen Chen before letting Gustavo leave. I watched a few of your recent matches. Guardiola spoke first. Honestly, they were spectacular. I told the reporters that if you covered your face, I would think it was Kevin. Your turn and shot were very imaginative. Of course, that through ball the other day was also quite good. You were like a spirit on the football field, just like Ronaldinho. Passing, organizing, attacks instinct. I haven't seen you intercepting and defending yet, but it's evident that you possess the traits of a top player. Feeling a bit thirsty, Guardiola grabbed a water bottle and took a few gulps before continuing. The meaning of all this is that I want to represent Manchester City Football Club and sign a contract with you. Now I will first discuss the conditions Manchester City can offer, and then you can share your thoughts. Guardiola glanced at his watch. There's plenty of time. I hope we can have an enjoyable conversation. Guardiola then introduced the salary level and bonus distribution that Manchester City could offer Chen Chen after joining, as well as discussing contract duration and image rights. After hearing everything, Chen Chen smiled. I really like Manchester City, and I admire your coaching skills, sir. I'm very interested in the conditions Manchester City has proposed, and I think I'm willing to join Manchester City. Guardiola was very pleased. The Spaniard stood up, extended his hand, and shook hands with Chen Chen. You have made a very correct choice. Then let's sign a letter of intent now. Soon a letter of intent was presented in front of both of them. This letter of intent had little significance, more like a gentleman's agreement. If Chen Chen were to make a last-minute switch to another team, Guardiola would have no recourse. However, Guardiola believed that Chen Chen would make the best choice. Manchester City is the top team in English football. They have historically reached the Champions League final. It can be said that Manchester City is the most dazzling team in European football this year. After the agreement was signed, Guardiola again took the initiative to shake hands with Chen Chen. Chen, I look forward to the day you officially join. There are many England internationals in Manchester City. Perhaps after the playoffs in a few days you can come and visit the training base. Chen Chen understood Guardiola's implication. The coach was referring to Chen Chen's potential inclusion in the England national team. In fact, many insiders knew that Southgate is very fond of Chen Chen. Everyone understands that this 18-year-old young talent is likely to be included in the preliminary squad for England's European Championship. As for whether he can make the final squad, it depends on his performance in the matches. There are many England internationals in Manchester City, refers to Foden, Sterling, Stones, and Kyle Walker. Chen Chen can communicate with them in advance to avoid being unfamiliar and timid during training, which would affect his performance. Chen Chen jokingly replied, "I will come by to visit Mr. Josep. Just as long as the security personnel don't mistake me for an uninvited guest and kick me out." Is that a cold joke? Ha. When the time comes, give me a call, and I will come personally to greet you at the door. Let's see you at Etihad. Okay, see you at Etihad. After learning that Chen Chen had confirmed his move to Manchester City, Frank felt both happy and pained. The pain came from not being able to continue coaching this young talent who was destined to become a superstar in the next season. Although he had known for a while when the day truly arrived, Frank still felt a bit melancholic. The happiness came from feeling like a teacher whose student had been accepted into Cambridge or Oxford. Frank realized that he as a championship manager also had a player entering Manchester City, which is the Cambridge and Oxford of football. No one wishes that the players they have coached go to lesser teams. This is recognition of the player's abilities and also acknowledgement of the coach's skills. Of course, Frank did not think he had contributed much. It was all due to that kid's own efforts. Approaching noon, Chen Chen went to the club cafeteria for a meal. Now Chen Chen had two tasks ahead of him. One was the upcoming 2 playoff matches, and the other was finding a suitable agent before officially signing with Manchester City. Choosing the right agent is very beneficial for a player's entire career. For example, Raiola the agent for Pogba and Ibra, and Mendes the agent for C. Ronaldo and Di Maria. Although they are seen as embodiments of greed in the eyes of clubs and media, in the eyes of players they are the ones who can secure the maximum benefits for them. However, thinking too much about it now is meaningless. He would assess the situation after the playoffs. At 1 p.m. on May 22nd, Brentford Stadium. The tickets for today's match sold out immediately upon release. After all, it was Brentford's home finale of the season, and the excitement was palpable. Today was a big day for the town of Brentford as countless fans and residents put down their work and rushed to Brentford Stadium. Those with tickets entered the stadium, while those without could only group together outside to watch the big screen. Those who couldn't squeeze in to see the big screen either went home to watch on TV or went to pubs and restaurants to order a beer and a meal, sitting together to watch the match. What everyone was pursuing was the atmosphere. Today, Brentford Stadium has become a sea of red and white. Due to Bournemouth's primary color also being red, the hundreds of Bournemouth fans who traveled from afar blended seamlessly with the home team supporters. If one does not closely observe the differences in the stripes, it would be hard to distinguish where the away fans are seated. After all, from the broadcast perspective, the Cherry fans in red and black striped jerseys and the Bees fans in red and white striped jerseys appear indistinguishable. Before the playoff finals, there was no broadcasting rights in the Huaxiao region. Therefore, to watch Chen Chen's match, the Huaxiao fans would have to rely on their own ingenuity. Guan Tian arrived in London early in the morning with a group of people. Without much rest, he hurriedly brought his subordinates to Brentford Stadium. Due to the highly competitive nature of the match, they had to buy the tickets at inflated prices. Upon entering, Guan Tian immediately spotted numerous fans wearing the number 28 jersey, which is Chen Chen's number at Brentford. There were even many fans wearing custom-made number 28 Three Lions jerseys. A staff member from the Football Association whispered beside Guan Tian, "Chen Chen is quite popular among the local fans." Hearing his subordinates' words, Guan Tian's expression began to darken. It wasn't just because of his subordinates' chatter, but because Guan Tian suddenly realized something important. Local fans' affection might lead to a chance in the Three Lions squad, who would want to join a national team that only plays against the Maldives. Moreover, he had previously threatened Chen Chen. Guan Tian cursed inwardly, realizing that this time he might return empty-handed. But since he was already there, he figured he might as well give it a try. At worst, a deputy division-level official can kneel and apologize to you. That should suffice, right? Do you expect me to bow my head? Guan Tian and his companions quickly found their seats. London in May is a bit warm. Under the glaring sun, several individuals appeared in suits and ties on the stadium stands, which was indeed quite unusual. After all, everyone prefers to dress comfortably. Several female fans even wore just a sticker under their jerseys covering it with a red and white striped shirt. That duang sound made Guan Tian's heart race. He thought of his mistress he was keeping outside, and upon returning he would definitely shower her with affection. Soon, amid the cheers of the fans, the head coaches of both teams made their entrance, followed by their respective substitute players. Woohoo! The decibel level on site surged significantly. It turned out the fans erupted in excitement upon seeing Chen Chen coming out with Frank. The man-eating hornet received the loudest support from the fans. Chen Chen was followed by Matthias Jensen and a few others who were substitutes today. After all, Wembley awaits them for a tough battle. Upon the release of the starting lineup, Woodgate suddenly felt a surge of it. God has opened his eyes. Frank has given them a chance. Bournemouth ignited their confidence to turn the tide at Griffin Park. They yearn to replicate the miracle of Camp Nou. However, Brentford is not Paris Saint-Germain, and Bournemouth is certainly not Barcelona. Bournemouth's attack was completely muted at Griffin Park, with shots fired but none on target. They posed no effective threat to David Raya. Of course, Brentford's half-reserve lineup was no different. In the 70th minute of the second half, after a dead ball opportunity, Frank made his first substitution of the match for Brentford. He brought on 3 players at once. Mbumo replaced Fosu Chen Chen came on for Macons and Matthias Jensen took the place of his fellow countryman Bystra. Ultimately thanks to a penalty created by Chen Chen's long-range shot, Ivan Toney stood confidently at the 12-yard mark and scored, leading Brentford to a 10 victory over Bournemouth at home. They advanced to the final of the playoffs with an aggregate score of 51. Another match between Swansea and Barnsley is scheduled for 8 p.m. But judging by Swansea's 10 performance in the first leg, the Swans appear more likely to reach Wembley. If Swansea truly makes it to the final, the match will be thrilling. After all, last year in the first round of the playoffs, Brentford defeated Swansea to reach Wembley Stadium. However, it's still uncertain who will claim the other ticket to the final. What all depends on the performance of Swansea and Barnsley. After the match, Ivan Toney, who scored the only goal, received the MVP trophy for today's game. However, everyone could see that Chen Chen, who created the penalty with his long-range shot, was the real hero. With Chen Chen on the field, Brentford is a different team. As long as they don't face the Big Six, they are confident in competing with other Premier League teams. Without Chen Chen, the bees are like tame bees, unable to sting. Afterwards, Chen Chen followed his teammates in a lap of grass. After this match, Brentford only has the playoff final at Wembley Stadium left this season. And after confirming his departure from Brentford this summer, Chen Chen's substitute appearance will be his swan song at Brentford. The next time they meet, they will be rivals. The bees fans in the stands understand this. Countless people began to chant Chen. Some shorter young fans and larger-chested female fans were in tears. Before long, the previously chaotic noise gradually unified, filling the air with the bees fans' synchronized voices. No result from their pleas, only blessings. Chen, 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 all the best. Wishing you all the best. All the best. Guan Tian got up from his seat and said, let's go. Where to, director? Where else can we go? Back to the hotel. Do you want to sunbathe here? Then aren't we going to talk? So eager. Just go ahead. No. Director, I was wrong. Guan Tian shot a glance at his subordinate and then led the team away from Brentford Stadium. Today he came to assess the situation. Tomorrow will be the first day of negotiations. After the gratitude lap, Chen Chen returned to the team base with his teammates on the bus. In the multimedia conference room, they watched the second leg between Swansea and Barnsley in its entirety. Thanks to the precise interception by the future 38 million defender Gehi, Swansea played to a 0-0 draw at home against Barnsley, advancing to the final playoff with an aggregate score of 10. The Black Swans are set to face their old foes, the Bees, again. At the post-match press conference, Swansea's coach Welshman Steve Cooper spoke candidly. We will defeat Brentford. Gehi will handle Chen's defense. We will take our revenge and advance to the Premier League. Let the tamed bees cry. Even before the final starts, Steve has already ramped up the intensity. Brentford retaliated. They posted on their official website 1-year anniversary. Right now, last year we defeated Swansea 32 to reach Wembley. Frank's face instantly contorted into a cascade of expressions upon learning that officials from the Chinese Football Association had arrived. Bewilderment, confusion, and a sardonic, where were you before? Yet most prominent was a dry, dismissive chuckle. You yourselves turned Chen Chen away, now you want him back. Had Frank been Chinese, he would have sung it outright. It was you who demanded separation. So be it. Now you come pleading with true love to win me back. Yet to Chen Chen it felt more like the classic sketch locksmithing, a farcical reversal of timing and logic. The car hits the wall, you finally steer. The stock surges, you rush to buy. You're sentenced for your crimes, you suddenly repent. Snot drips into your mouth. You remember to flick it away. You only show up now that I've risen to world-class form. Too late. Frank granted Guan Tian's delegation entry into the club, but they never laid eyes on Chen Chen. Chen Chen had no desire whatsoever to speak with them. His heart had died the moment he sat in Director Guan's office, and nothing remained worth saying. In the end, Guan Tian's delegation departed Brentford's training ground in silent disgrace. Back at their hotel, they convened to devise a new strategy, unanimously deciding to remain until after the playoff final, then try again. Guan Tian had long abandoned all hope. He pondered how to respond to Deputy Secretary Chen, a reply that proved agonizingly elusive. Chen Chen, by contrast, carried no such burdens. After the two-leg tie against Bournemouth, Frank granted the squad the Dane knew well not to overstrain his players' nerves. Doing so would backfire. Gazing out the window at the academy squad training on the first-team pitch, Frank sighed deeply. Before him, or rather piled atop his desk, lay over 20 transfer offer contracts. Erik ten Hag of Ajax had revised his bid 6 times already. The Dutchman clearly held Chen Chen in high regard. Yet Ajax wasn't the most persistent bidder. Chelsea was. The Blues not only offered to cover his release clause, but also pledged a signing fee nearly equal in value. Frank swore that were he Chen Chen, he'd accept Stamford Bridge without hesitation. Alas, he was not. Manchester United's offer arrived last. In his proposal, Ole Gunnar Solskjaer declared that United would make bold moves this summer, and Old Trafford stood ready to welcome Chen Chen. Frank found this intriguing. What precisely did this bold move entail? A record-breaking fee? No, that didn't add up. United simply lacked the funds. In truth, among all suitors, Frank held Manchester City in higher esteem. For in their preliminary agreement with Brentford City, pledged future secondary transfer revenue sharing. Should Chen Chen ever leave for another club, the share could reach as high as 25%. Should Chen Chen transfer from City for 200 million, Brentford would receive 50 million. Though Benham hoped Chen Chen would thrive at City, he doubted the young star would stay there indefinitely. In today's football, one club legends like Totti were relics of a bygone era. Thus the agreement held extraordinary appeal. Other clubs proposed secondary shares, but none matched City's generosity. Bellingham had even considered renegotiating Chen Chen's contract, raising his release clause, then selling him for max. Yet fearing it might sour their relationship, the club owner, whose roots lay in betting operations, abandoned the idea. Frank smiled contentedly at the stack of offers before him. As a manager long entrenched in lower divisions and the championship, this was the first time he'd received such an avalanche of bids from elite European clubs. Manchester City, Manchester United, Chelsea, Bayern Munich, Real Madrid, FC Barcelona, the list went on. Chen, won't you reconsider your options? Raya, is this truly a place to unwind? Chen Chen gestured toward the waitresses gliding through the crowd in bikini. Bro, a pub is the ultimate male sanctuary. You're 18, no need to fear inspectors knocking on the door. David Raya kissed the cheek of the girl beside him and added, this is a licensed establishment. What happens beyond its doors, however, is another matter entirely. Frankly, the sea of bare flesh struck Chen Chen like a physical blow. Licensed. Every waitress wore little more than 3 slender straps. Having been reborn and raised in England, this was Chen Chen's first encounter with such a scene. At 18, he'd never had. His throat parched. Chen Chen ordered a glass of ice water. At 18, his body was indeed vigorous. Just a few glances at the voluptuous fair-skinned waitress bending slightly to hand him the glass sent his pulse soaring. Chen Chen quickly downed the cold water to steady his composure, then excused himself to step outside for air. DG strip club, he realized at once. No wonder it felt so charged. I hadn't noticed the name upon entering. Wasn't this an American import? When had Hounslow Borough embraced such venues? He chose not to re-enter. He feared losing control, not out of pretense or romantic idealism, simply prudence. One could never know whether intimacy carried unseen. Better safe than sorry. As for David Raya, Chen Chen dialed him. The Spaniard confirmed he wouldn't return to base that night. Chen Chen nodded and hailed a taxi back to the training ground. It wasn't until 3 p.m. the next day that Raya finally returned. No one questioned where Raya had been. None of the first-team players, including manager Frank, were even at the club. Chen Chen heard that Frank had been exceptionally busy, not only preparing for the playoff final, but also deeply involved in summer recruitment planning. On May 25th, all first-team players reconvened at Brentford. Assistant coach Klaus Norgard led routine training sessions in Frank's absence. That afternoon, Frank returned to the training ground, beaming as if something truly auspicious had transpired. Upon his return, he threw himself wholeheartedly into coaching. Across Brentford, one singular objective now unified every soul: victory in the final, and promotion to the Premier League. With kickoff drawing near, anticipation thickened like storm clouds. Brentford and Swansea fans waged fierce verbal battles across social media. Chen Chen saw it, and paused in quiet. English insults lacked the visceral artistry of Chinese ones, too often limited to F or swords devoid of nuance or flourish. Mandarin, by contrast, could sustain hundreds of words without repetition. In this season's championship, there are 2 teams that stand out. One is Cardiff City and the other is Swansea. What makes them special? They are both Welsh teams. Wales has its own football league, yet these 2 teams have joined the English. Why is that? Because the Welsh Football League was established later, and previously Welsh teams competed in the English football. It can be said without hesitation that apart from their own fans, it is difficult for Swansea to gain the support of neutral fans and passers-by at Wembley Stadium. Of course, that is not the main point. The main point is that Cardiff City fans are also mocking them. As Swansea's century-old rival Cardiff City directly wrote on their official social media, "Congratulations to Brentford for defeating Swansea and successfully advancing to the Premier League next season." Wouldn't that infuriate Swansea fans? Swansea's response was swift, and they launched a counterattack on social media. The Swans posted a gif of a pet dog swimming. Note this alludes to the 1988 South Wales Derby, when some Cardiff City fans were chased by Swansea fans and had to swim in the sea to escape from the chaotic scene. This gif quickly enraged Cardiff City fans. Both sides began to engage in a verbal battle in the comments section. Brentford fans were left dumbfounded. What? We are clearly the ones playing in the finals, so why are you the main characters? May 29th, 12 p.m., Swansea's team bus arrived at the battlefield first. Swans head coach Steve Cooper accepted an interview with Sky. The match, touted as a 100 million playoff final, will be produced by Sky Sports with related platforms broadcasting in 85 countries worldwide. In China, the broadcast will be handled by Migu, with Zhang Jun and Coach Zhang providing commentary in the studio. Facing questions from Sky Sports reporter, Steve Cooper appeared very modest today. Yes, Frank's team is very strong, and it will be tough to face them. Are you worried that Wembley will turn into Brent? No, I am not worried. As long as our fans support us wherever we go, it is a free stadium. Chen is very good, but I have found a way to deal with him. No, I am not like Woodgate saying that I have found a method, but in reality, I have no way to do anything. Steve did not forget to take a jab at Cardiff City. In the end, it will only be us who advance to the Premier League, not Brentford. As for Cardiff, they can barely make it to the playoff finals. The Bees team bus followed closely behind, and Frank was also caught by reporters for questioning. Chen Chen ignored the reporters trying to ask him questions and walked forward with his headphones on. However, as he neared the entrance, he stopped to sign autographs for a few young fans. A female fan also came over wanting an autograph. She lifted her shirt, asking Chen Chen to sign on her chest, as she wanted to get it tattooed immediately. Seeing the ample flesh barely covered by her bra, Chen Chen quickly waved his hands to refuse. I can get to know you better in private, but in public, do you want my life? Chen Chen then hurriedly walked into the tunnel leading to the locker room, disappearing from everyone's sight. Ding. Triggered hidden task, one of the main storyline. Hidden task requirement: participate in all goals in the playoff final. Task reward 1, 10 free attribute points. Task reward 2. Injury recovery card X, 1 injury recovery card. Description: temporarily boosts host's self-healing ability, shortens recovery, times single-use card, not 100 recovery. Chen Chen, who was changing into training gear, brightened up. After reading the card's description, he immediately understood what kind of reward this was. If you ask what football players fear most, it is injuries. After Eden Hazard, who once dominated Chelsea, went to Real Madrid, he spent the longest time dealing with the team. A song of pear blossom fragrance cannot express Hazard's sadness. A healthy Reece James is the world's #1 right back, but he doesn't have many healthy days. Gareth Bale's Achilles tendon has accompanied him throughout his career, and when he was needed most by the national team, the 33-year-old Welshman had to make the choice to retire. And now Chen Chen will have the opportunity to obtain an injury recovery card. Although it cannot guarantee a 100 recovery, it can accelerate his body's self-healing and shorten recovery time. This is definitely a magical card. In the future, when playing in the Premier League, the opponents he faces will certainly not be of the same level as the current championship. Moreover, if he were to play in the Champions League, he would be competing against the strongest teams in all of Europe. In such intense matches where every game is a strong clash, Chen Chen does not believe he can remain healthy all the time. Therefore, this injury recovery card is something he must obtain. As for the conditions of this task, it is very challenging, very difficult, but worth a try. Soon at 1240, both teams' players entered the field to prepare for warm-up. Countless fans began to enter the stadium from outside. The Wembley Stadium, which can accommodate 9,000 people, was filled to the brim. Many Swansea fans came, but today the dominant colours at Wembley were still red and white. After all, Brentford is very close to London, while South Wales is far from here. After the warm-up ended, both teams quickly returned to the players' tunnel and entered their respective locker rooms. In yesterday's pre-match press conference, Frank drew the home team identity for Brentford. So today they will use the larger home team's locker room, and they can also hang more flags of Brentford Football Club in the players' tunnel. This is a unique advantage for the home team. In the home locker room, Frank was pulling out the tactics board, methodically explaining today's tactics and positioning arrangements. Once he finished, Frank pushed away the tactics board and encouraged the players. We have every reason to advance. Teamwork. Confidence. Remember, today is not just a battle for Brentford, but also a battle for yourself. You must consider whether this is your only opportunity in life to advance to the Premier League. There are 24 teams in the Championship, but only 3 can be promoted to the top league. And there are some teams, some players who will inevitably remain trapped in this second-tier league. Is this the ending you want? Last year, I was also present here, but we failed, because I know what failure feels like. So today, I demand each of you to get your spirits up. Catch that damn swan and cook it. The team that will advance to the Premier League will be us. Do you have confidence? Yes, for Brentford. Everyone shouted together for Brentford. Soon the shouting turned into loud applause, and at Frank's signal, everyone jogged out of the locker room. Before long, Frank appeared on the sidelines with the substitute players. Hello, dear viewers. Welcome to continue watching the match broadcast brought to you by Huaxia Mobile HD Migu Video on Saturday night. I am today's commentator, Zhang Jun, and beside me is my partner, Coach Zhang. I am Zhang Lu. Zhang Jun organized his notes. While continuing today, we bring you the Championship playoff final, where the Bees Brentford face the Swansea. Notably, there is a player on the Brentford team that many of our fans are quite familiar with. Oh, that is the Chinese player Chen Chen, who has scored 7 goals and provided 8 assists in the last 6 matches. Awesome. The stats are quite impressive. If we want to be precise, it should be 7 goals and 8 assists in 5 matches. That's right. In the last match against Bournemouth, Chen Chen earned a penalty with a long-range shot, which forward Ivan Toney converted, leading Brentford to a comfortable 10 victory at home. Although he didn't score, Chen Chen's performance is beyond doubt. By the way, Coach Zhang, the Football Association recently announced that they have sent someone to London to talk to Chen Chen. Do you think we are at a disadvantage or an advantage in the competition with the 3 Lions? Hehe. I think there has never been a concept of leading or trailing. Perhaps in Chen Chen's mind, he has no desire to represent the national team. Zhang Jun quickly intervened. Chen Chen's mother is English, so there would be no problem representing England. Maybe when Chen Chen left the training squad that day, there were many things we didn't know. These matters were so serious that Chen Chen has never expressed his willingness to join the national team in any official occasion since then. Personally, I respect Chen Chen's choice whether he joins the 3 Lions or the national team. I hope he plays well. Zhang Jun nodded and quickly shifted the topic back to the match. Alright, now we can see that both teams' starting players have entered the field. Now let me introduce the starting lineups. For the away team, Swansea has set up a 3,142 formation. The Welshman Steve Cooper is very bold in his tactics. This formation places high demands on the players serving as the sole defensive midfielder. With an emphasis on high pressing, the 2 flanking areas can easily be exploited by opponents, requiring the 3 defenders and 1 defensive midfielder to undertake a significant amount of running and defensive duties. Among them, the pressure on the sole defensive midfielder position is the greatest. In today's football, capable defensive midfielders like Kimmich, Kenny, Casemiro, and Rodri are rare. I am very curious about how Steve devised this formation. Is it all about attacking and ignoring defense? In goal, we have the 23-year-old main goalkeeper Woodman. In the last match, this member of the England U21 team partnered with Cabango in the centre-back position. The right back is Norton and the centre is Cabango. The sole defensive midfielder is the team captain Grimes. The four midfielders are Bidwell Hourihane Fulton and Con. The two forwards are Jamal Lowe number 9 and Ghanaian international Andre Ayew number 10. Now let's look at the home. Frank has set up a 3,412 formation. This lineup can unfold quickly, and one can imagine that Swansea's flanking areas will definitely be under attack from Brentford's front line. But the Swans are not without opportunities. After gaining control in midfield, they can launch direct threats towards the opponent. In goal we have the Spaniard David Raya. The three defenders include the team captain Jansen in the center with Pinnock on the left and Dalsgaard on the right. The four midfielders are Kanos Janelt, Matthias Jensen, and Rorslev. The attacking midfielder is the young player Chen Chen. The two forwards are Ivan Toney, who has been scoring like crazy, and Bumo. Coach Zhang, after seeing this starting lineup, who do you think will win this match? Of course it will be Brentford. Excluding the factor of Chen Chen, Brentford's formation is more balanced while Swansea's seems to carry a sense of desperation. Alright, enough chit-chat. Let's follow the broadcast camera and enjoy this billion-dollar showdown at Wembley Stadium. Wembley Stadium. The seats are full. Soon at the scheduled time, led by the referee, both teams' starting players walked out of the players' tunnel. Chen Chen walked out holding the hand of a young ball boy. In his 2 lives, this was Chen Chen's first time stepping onto Wembley. If he is selected for the England national team later, Chen Chen is expected to step onto this field again in the friendly match in June. Ivan Toney walking in front of Chen appeared somewhat nervous. He closed his eyes, unsure of what he was murmuring. Perhaps it was a form of blessing. Chen Chen patted his shoulder. Relax, Tony. You have to believe in yourself. Ivan Toney licked his lips. He really wanted to relax, but this concubine couldn't do it. Just as both sides stood firmly on the field, the loyal fans of both teams in the north and south stands instantly unveiled giant typhos. On the Swansea side, it was a black swan with outstretched wings, just like their team badge. On the other side, the Brentford fans displayed simply the number 74, with the team's name written at the bottom and nothing. However, such a simple number caused countless tears to well up in the eyes of many Brentford fans in the stands. This 74 represents the 74 years Brentford has been away from the top league. Since dropping to League 2 after losing to Arsenal in 1947, the Bees have not climbed back up. Now they will have a chance to return to the Premier League. Chen Chen's heart surged with boundless fighting spirit. Even without the reward for the task, he was determined to give his all for the team today. The typho display completed. The fans from both sides began to sing their respective cheers. Beep. With the referee's whistle, the match began. Dear viewers in front of the television, the match has already started. The team in red and white striped jerseys is the home team Brentford, attacking from left to right. The team in black and white striped jerseys is the visiting team Swansea, who will. Oh, the situation has changed. Let's take a look at this attack. Chen Chen sudden through ball. To Bumo. Beautiful. Brentford scores. Bumo. The Frenchman Bumo received Chen Chen's pass and made a low shot that left the opponent unable to react. Only 11 seconds into the match, Brentford, who kicked off first, has scored. Brentford has broken the record for the fastest goal in the Championship playoff final. This is also the fastest goal in the history of the Bees. This record would also rank in the top 7 in Premier League history. Jean Jun was so astonished he couldn't speak, and Jean Lu quickly took over the conversation. Let's take a look at this replay. The number 17 Ivan Toney passed back to the midfield, and the two forwards ran forward. The ball came under Chen Chen's control, cutting inside. Oh, why doesn't the number 6 Fulton, who has been following him, reach out a leg to intercept? He let Chen Chen find a great opportunity to pass the ball. At this point, Jean Jun also calmed down, continuing from Coach Zhang's words. Yes, this shouldn't have happened, and Chen Chen seized the opportunity. Through ball. Looking from Bumo. A beautiful shot. The goalkeeper Woodman couldn't react at all. Swansea, falling behind by 1 point right from the start. What will the Welsh team do to change this? On the field, Woodman sat on the ground, stunned by the early goal, still unable to comprehend it. However, hearing the uproar and cheers erupting from Wembley Stadium, the Welsh goalkeeper had to accept this reality. The opponent seized the opportunity and scored. Bumo dodged Ivan Toney's shoulder embrace and jumped onto the advertising board in the corner flag area to celebrate wantonly. He then turned around to embrace Ivan Toney and Chen Chen, who had come up. Due to the speed of this goal, other players had not yet rushed over to celebrate. The moment the goal was scored, Frank, who had originally stood with his arms crossed and a serious expression, instantly became ecstatic. He hurriedly ran to the substitute bench and then jumped onto the already jubilant players. Countless Brentford fans on site also instantly became excited. There were also countless Brentford fans outside the stadium, in bars, and in front of televisions watching the match. They couldn't believe their eyes. The team actually scored in the first minute. Some celebrated while others were worried. The Swansea fans fell into silence. On the visiting team's substitute bench, Steve Cooper was somewhat stunned. What? I haven't even utilized my front 6, and we've already conceded a goal. As the head coach of 4th-placed Swansea, Steve Cooper had indeed found a way to counter Brentford. Frank also liked to play with 3 defenders, so his defensive area must be quite thin. Today, Steve deployed a 3,142 formation, fully intending to go all out. It was like cowboys firing at each other. Everyone aimed for the opponent's flanks, and whoever conceded more goals would lose. But unexpectedly, the Cowboys hadn't even put on their hats before the opponent directly shot at their kidneys. Swansea last participated in the Premier League in the 2017-18 season, and 3 years have passed since then. Like Brentford, they were also eager for promotion. As both sides returned to the center circle for the kickoff, Steve hurriedly signaled for the players not to probe anymore, just to charge straight ahead. Now they needed goals, as many goals as possible. Jamal Lowe passed the ball back, then hurriedly ran with Andre Ayew towards the opponent's penalty area. Receiving the ball, Hollihane directly lifted it into the Bees' penalty area. Jamal Lowe seized this high ball, and then passed it to Ayew. The Ghanaian international couldn't move forward under the pressure from Yannet. In the end, Andre Ayew could only push the ball left and take a long shot to test his luck. The boos from Brentford fans echoed through Wembley Stadium. Andre Ayew's long shot was outrageous. The ball flew directly into the stands. A goal kick for the Bees. David Raya chose not to kick long, but instead passed the ball to Dalsgaard, who played as the right back today. Swansea's left midfielder Bidwell hurriedly pressed forward to put pressure on. Dalsgaard didn't hesitate and quickly passed the ball back to Raya. Jamal avoided Jansen and came directly to challenge the Spanish goalkeeper. David Raya didn't pass the ball immediately. Instead, he pretended to kick long, but actually hooked the ball to deceive Jamal's jump block. This move from the Spaniard made Jean June in the studio jump with fright. He was genuinely worried that David Raya would become the second Karius. He really didn't want to utter the phrase huge, super low-level mistake. On the field, although Swansea applied a lot of pressure, Brentford's passing was still quite easy. Soon the time reached the 6th minute. Chen Chen received a pass from his teammate, and then did a wall pass with the advancing Matthias Jensen easily evading Hollihan's pressure. Now standing in front of them was the opponent's lone defensive midfielder team captain Grimes. Grimes was not alone. Bidwell quickly fell back to the left-back position, while Gahey moved over to support Grimes. The two subtly implied an intention to surround and trap Chen Chen. Chen Chen didn't rush. He first dribbled toward the left, which was Swansea's right side. As he was about to leave his defensive zone, Gahey didn't continue to chase, but allowed Fulton to return to double team. Fulton hurriedly ran over to intercept. Chen Chen didn't hesitate. Taking advantage of the moment when the two were swapping duties, he flicked the ball toward the opponent's penalty area with the outside of his right foot and dashed forward. Grimes quickly reached out to block, and Fulton, sensing danger, kicked out from behind ready to snatch the ball. Unexpectedly, Chen Chen made a sudden stop, pulling the ball back, causing Fulton to miss the ball and step on Chen Chen instead. Chen Chen fell to the ground. Chen Chen. Grimes is coming to intercept. Fulton. Fulton stepped on Chen Chen. This is a foul. The referee showed the first yellow card of the day. Very decisive, the referee didn't give a warning, just handed out a yellow card. Oh. Chen Chen, who was just in pain on the ground, sprang back to life as soon as he saw the opponent receive a yellow card. Jean June couldn't help but laugh. Meanwhile, Coach Zhang next to him laughed heartily. This is a foul action clearly stated in the rules. Giving a yellow card is not a problem. As for Chen Chen pretending to be injured, the rules also tacitly allow it. Look, Fulton can't hold his face anymore. He's going to find Chen Chen to reason with him. Seeing Chen Chen jump up energetically, Fulton was truly furious. What the heck? You're trying to trick me here. Fulton immediately became indignant and rushed up to push his forehead against Chen Chen's, ready to curse. Fortunately, the referee was right there, and the conflict between both sides was quickly resolved. Naturally, no card could be given again. The referee called Fulton over, warning him that if it happened again, it would be 2 yellows to a red. The Scottish player finally calmed down, awkwardly turning back to prepare to follow the goalkeeper's instructions for the wall defense. Ivan Toney took the ball, placed it at the spot for the free kick drawn by the referee, and asked Chen Chen, "Are you alright?" "I fell to the ground the moment I made contact. He didn't hurt me." Ivan Toney breathed a sigh of relief, glad there was no injury. Otherwise, he wouldn't know who he could rely on without Chen Chen. Knowing that Chen Chen has a fantastic free kick, Woodman hurriedly arranged his teammates to form a solid wall. Leaving only number 9 Jamal Lowe ahead for a counterattack, Andre Ayew was also called back by Woodman to join the wall. There was no way. They couldn't back down. This kid's free kick was too fierce. Matthias came over to ask Chen Chen, should we take a shot from the penalty area or go for a direct shot? Chen Chen covered his mouth and replied, "Let Ivan Toney go to the back post for a feint, and he'll just curl it in." Alright. Matthias hurriedly ran to tell Ivan Toney, but he only said half of it. Hearing that Chen Chen indeed wanted to pass to him, Ivan Toney quickly swapped positions with Ruthlessly, preparing to receive a header at the back post. Woodman had already noticed him. So the Welsh goalkeeper instructed his most trusted teammate Gahey to mark Ivan Toney while focusing more of his attention on Toney. Seeing that Chen Chen was about to take the free kick, Jean June briefly asked Jean-Luc, "Coach, Jean, do you think he will go for a direct shot or cross it into the penalty area?" From this angle, Chen Chen took a shot in a previous match, but that time was farther from the goal and away from the wall. This time being close to the wall, if he takes a direct free kick, it might rebound off the wall and give the opponents a chance to capitalize. So I prefer aiming for the height in the penalty area. Jean June nodded and then expressed his view. "I have a different opinion. Chen Chen will go for a direct shot." Oh. Before Jean-Luc could continue to ask, the referee blew the whistle, signaling for the attack. So Chen Chen moved. He first aligned himself with the ball as much as possible. After the whistle blew, he took a big step forward, swinging his arms. His left foot served as the support leg, and he struck with his right foot. Chen Chen aimed to replicate Beckham's curling free kick. The ball soared into the air, arcing toward the Swansea goal. Seeing the free kick with a strange curve, Woodman stood frozen in place. Or rather, the ball was too fast, giving him no time to react. Chen Chen suddenly stood up, exclaiming, "Curling free kick. Beckham's arc. A perfect free kick shot." Chen Chen scored the second goal of the match. The current score on the field is Brentford 20 Swansea. If this situation continues, Brentford will be promoted to the Premier League. Seeing the free kick score, Chen Chen crazily ran toward the corner flag. As he ran, he took off his jersey. After reaching the corner flag, he stood still, displaying his jersey with the number 28 to all the fans present. Sunshine. Afternoon. The youth becomes famous with a single goal. Looking at Chen Chen, who revealed his strong physique, Chen Chen side. An 18-year-old boy performing 1 goal and 1 assist in the playoff finals. After this match, everyone will remember Chen Chen's name. Zhang Lu said with a smile, "That free kick was spectacular." Watching the replay, even the goalkeeper could not react. "I can't even imagine. If this were the Premier League, the goalkeepers of the other 19 teams would be terrified." Chen Chen continued, "Indeed. If they can smoothly ascend to the top league, then the other teams in the Premier League will have to be wary of the free kick specialist from Brentford." Of course, whether Chen Chen can stay at Brentford next season is uncertain. According to reports from the English media, The Times, Chen Chen has been in communication with many teams. The top 5 teams with the best chances are Manchester City, Liverpool, Chelsea, Arsenal, and Bayern. After this final, certainly more teams will make offers to Chen Chen. It can be said that Chen Chen has truly risen to fame with this 1 goal. Meanwhile, Wembley Stadium erupted with cheers and applause erupted from the stands. The Bees fans jumped from their seats, joyfully gazing at Chen Chen, who was celebrating by taking off his shirt on the pitch. Is this really the 18-year-old Chen? Is this the 18-year-old Beckham? This pinnacle of free kick skills? Who could watch this without saying that David has returned to the field? Woodman raised his hand to wipe his face, revealing an expression of extreme frustration. In the pre-match, or rather during daily training, the assistant coaches had discussed Chen Chen's playing habits with him. Woodman understood Chen Chen's strengths, so he cooperated with the coaching staff, and they conducted much targeted training. But despite all the training, they still could not defend against him. Watching Chen Chen being embraced by his teammate Steve let out, this highly anticipated focal battle was destined to become a personal showcase for the genius youth. Chen, GOAT, GOAT, literally meaning GOAT, but also implying greatest of all time. The chaotic clamor in Wembley gradually became clearer. The cries of GOAT echoed endlessly. Chen Chen conquered Wembley with his outstanding performance. Meanwhile, countless fans in the live stream quickly typed comments. "Damn, a type of plant. This is too exaggerated. Is this even human? Chen Beckham. Brentford has produced an exceptional midfield talent. The next De Bruyne, the next Modric, the next Xavi and Iniesta. No, Chen Chen is more like Riquelme, Beckham and Rui Costa. Chen Chen is Chen Chen, he is not like anyone else. He is himself. I don't care who he resembles. A win is so satisfying. Can he really curve the ball like that? I thought the last one was just luck." The opposing goalkeeper had no time to react. Even if he did, it wouldn't matter, the ball was too fast. "My roommate said Chen Chen plays normally, and he wants to challenge Chen Chen to a onion. Onion. I think that kid just wants to use the challenge as an excuse for autographs and photos." In the upper box of Wembley Stadium, Southgate looked down at the pitch in disbelief. This kid is a monster. At the same time, the leader of the 3 Lions felt a bit relieved. Southgate was relieved that he personally summoned Chen Chen. He showed Chen Chen the utmost respect on behalf of the England. Beside him, Benham raised his glass and apologized to Swansea chairman Trevor Birch, who was sitting to Southgate's right. After a simple, "I'm sorry," Benham downed his drink in one go. Trevor was furious. What the heck? Scoring a goal, and then apologizing to me. How is this any different from killing someone emotionally? But despite his anger, Trevor still maintained his composure and raised his glass, downing it in one go. The group continued to discuss for a moment. Then everyone turned their attention back to the pitch. The match was about to resume. On the field, the Brentford players had finished. Both teams returned to their respective halves, waiting for the referee to blow the whistle for kickoff. Before the kickoff, Chen Chen received a yellow card. Because he celebrated by taking off his shirt, Chen Chen felt no displeasure at receiving the yellow card. Instead, he appeared even more spirited. And not just him, others were also very happy. It was clear that the Bees players on the field had not fully calmed down. Their eyes still carried surprise and excitement. Leading by 2 goals, they could truly say that they had 1 foot in the Premier League. On the sidelines, Frank had already stepped out of the joy of the goal. The Dane shouted loudly at the pitch using hand gestures. Frank was reminding his players to maintain their fighting spirit and keep pushing forward. On the other side, Steve felt very dejected. He believed his tactical arrangements were sound. Today it was purely Chen Chen who had dominated. Steve couldn't help but let out a sigh. Is this what genius looks like? But soon he clapped his hands, shouting loudly towards the pitch like Frank. He was urging his players to rally and play seriously. Being 2 goals down is not the same as being 10 goals down. There is still opportunity. Jamal Lowe took the ball back, and then quickly rushed forward with Ayew and Bidwell. Swansea aimed to launch a fast attack. After scoring a goal, the scoring side often becomes careless in coordination, and Swansea was banking on this idea. Frank understood this well. He quickly signaled for his players to tighten their formation and not let the opponent break through. The Bees players on the field promptly executed the coach's demands, each quickly positioning themselves, leaving no opportunity for the opponent. Swansea's attempt at a quick attack failed, and they had to pass back to find a breakthrough. Both teams began to contest possession in the midfield area. Chen Chen did not speak of continuing to perform like a deity, for the opponent had intensified their defense against him. Thus, during this period of stalemate, he focused on helping to organize passing routes in the midfield. In the 23rd minute of the match, after failing to make a forward pass, Chen Chen received the ball again, choosing to shield the opponent while passing the ball back. In the 29th minute, Chen Chen tentatively passed the ball to the right flank. By the time Rolslev moved up to receive the ball, Bidwell had already positioned himself to defend. Rolslev could only choose to pass back. In the 36th minute, Brentford earned a free kick in the attacking area, and this time, it was Chen Chen taking it. Woodman could not afford to be careless. Fearing that he could not single-handedly stop the opponent's curving shot, he hurriedly called Gay and Fulton to stand by his sides to defend together. Since Gay and Fulton went to assist Woodman, this wall of defense was bound to have vulnerabilities. Thus, Jamal Lowe voluntarily chose to come back to help defend. Swansea did not dare to leave counterattack points. Now solid defense was the most important thing. Chen Chen considered taking another shot with the crescent moon blade. However, the location of the free kick was right at the sideline, making it difficult to aim directly. Furthermore, there were so many opponents standing in front of the goal that even if he curved the ball, scoring was not guaranteed. So with a whistle, Chen Chen aimed for the near post area of the penalty box. Mbuemo managed to get a slight touch on the ball. Unfortunately, his header just missed the target by a fraction. The ball brushed against the goalpost and slid out. Mbuemo fell to his knees in regret, holding his head in despair. It was so close. Just a little more, and he could have sealed the match's fate. However, there was no time for Mbuemo to wallow in self-blame. Nearby, Yannert quickly pulled him up, and the two turned. Finally, with a whistle from the referee, the first half of the match concluded with Brentford leading by 2 goals at halftime. During the 15-minute break, Brentford fans at Wembley Stadium were not idle, competing with the Swan fans in volume. The team's excellent performance inspired the Bees fans, overshadowing the Swansea fans completely. Soon Wembley erupted with cheers. One might think another goal had been scored. Inside the home team's locker room, Frank was intensely arranging tactics and adjusting player positions. In the second half, the opponents would surely come at them harder. After all, they had nothing left to lose. If they didn't give it their all, last year's Brentford was now this year's Swansea. Frank believed no one understood Steve Cooper's feelings better than he did. Thus, in the second half, Brentford would focus more on defense. The atmosphere in the away team's locker room was tense. Steve said little, repeatedly emphasizing positioning and key attacking directions. Specific tactical positions would be explained to the players unknown by the assistant coach. His job was to uplift everyone's morale. The 15 minutes quickly passed, and both teams returned to the field. As the second half commenced, Swansea made the first substitution. Holohan, who partnered with Fulton in midfield, was replaced by Welsh forward Karen. Swansea's formation changed to a 343. Fulton and Grimes teamed up in midfield, one for offense and the other for defense. 3 forwards were certainly better than 2, but the defensive strength in midfield and at the anchor position remained unchanged. The Black Swans still had significant defensive vulnerabilities. However, they could not afford to worry about that now. Aren't they eliminated yet? As the second half commenced, Swansea executed a series of 3 consecutive corner kicks, igniting boundless hope in the hearts of the traveling Swan fans. Could it be? No, could it be? Just as Swansea's relentless attempts grew closer to Brentford's goal, the Bees players seized the opportunity once more. In the 56th minute, Matthias Jensen snatched the ball from Bidwell's feet. The Danish midfielder then launched a counterattack, sounding the horn for Brentford's retaliation. Ivan Toney charged ahead. With quick strides, he bulldozed past Gay towards the byline. After taking a few steps forward, Matthias quickly passed the ball to Ivan Toney. Seeing Ivan Toney with the ball, Grimes rushed over to intercept. Fulton fell back to a defensive midfield position. Glancing at the near post in the penalty area, Ivan Toney didn't let the ball linger at his feet and executed a delicate. He aimed for the onrushing Chen Chen from the center. Fulton hurriedly advanced to press. But Chen Chen's dribbling was too agile. He couldn't get the ball. As Chen Chen was about to charge into the penalty area, Fulton made a decisive move. He directly grabbed Chen Chen's jersey. The Scotsman was willing to risk a yellow card to stop Chen Chen's advance. Unexpectedly, Chen Chen carried him forward for a few steps. Just before Cabango could extend his leg for an interception, Chen Chen executed a curling shot. Bang! The football arced through the air, curling directly into the top right corner of the goal. Woodman stretched out his hand in vain. But it was all in vain. Ivan Toney. To the center. Chen Chen has the ball. Suddenly Jean Jun shouted. He directly grabbed Chen Chen's shirt. That's a yellow card action. Zhang Lu interjected. Oh. Chen Chen is taking the ball forward with a defender on him. Lift your leg. Shoot. Beautiful. Carrying a burden, Chen Chen still managed to shoot. A brace. 30. Brentford has secured this match. Incredible. Chen Chen executed 2 goals and 1 assist. Chen Chen is the protagonist of today's match. Zhang look. Huh. Chen Chen wants to celebrate by taking off his shirt. Fortunately, Janelt restrained him. This can't continue. If he takes off his shirt again, it's a yellow card. Zhang Lu chuckled. It's normal for young people to be excited, but the match is still ongoing. We'll let the shirtless celebration wait until after the game. On the field, Chen Chen, unable to contain his excitement after scoring, placed his hands on the hem of his jersey ready to lift it. Thankfully, Janelt was quick to stop his movement. Janelt's keen observation skills were comparable to Casemiro's, as the Brazilian had repeatedly prevented teammates from attempting to pull off a 45-degree angle celebration. Realizing he already had a yellow card because of Janelt's intervention, Chen Chen hastily lowered his hands. Afterwards, Chen Chen and several teammates crossed past the advertisement boards near the corner flag, linking arms and celebrating loudly with the diehard fans. The joys and sorrows between people do not resonate with one another. On the field, the Swansea players lay sprawled exhausted. Fulton, unable to stop Chen Chen, covered his face and cried. Trailing by 3 goals, it was already hard to turn the tide. Unless the Bees transformed into AC Milan. But are they? The camera panned to the sidelines where Steve Cooper was. The Welshman looked extremely fatigued and helpless. Trailing by 2 goals, there was still a chance to fight back. 3 goals. Steve Cooper had already made preparations to resign. Another head coach was about to be dismissed by Chen Chen following Bournemouth's manager Woodgate. The match had resumed. Yet the cheers and applause from the Brentford fans at Wembley Stadium showed no signs of fading. Many buzzing Bees fans at the scene embraced each other, tightly overwhelmed with joy and tears. After a 74-year wait, they were returning to the Premier League. With such a significant 3-goal lead, the remaining 30 minutes of the final had completely turned into garbage time. Ultimately, neither side could score, and the referee blew the whistle to end the match. As the whistle blew, countless fans surged onto the field. Today's hero Chen Chen, who had scored 2 goals and assisted 1, was lifted by the fans and thrown into the air. Wembley Stadium became a joyous ocean for the Brentford supporters. The fans erupted in excitement. Countless Brentford supporters began to chant Chen Chen's name loudly. Chen, being lifted onto shoulders, Chen Chen did not forget to extend his hand to greet the fans. He did it. He fulfilled his promise to Brentford. He successfully helped Brentford advance to the Premier League. It's just a pity this isn't the championship match. Otherwise, lifting the trophy at Wembley would have been a dream come true. However, Chen Chen felt no regret about it. He believes that one day he will surely lift those dazzling trophies at Wembley. After successfully being promoted, Brentford had a celebration ceremony. But it wasn't at Wembley. After all, as mentioned earlier, this was not the championship match. Tomorrow at noon, Brentford Football Club will hold a parade celebration in Brentford Town. It will then proceed to Griffin. This will be the final celebration for their promotion. At the post-match press conference, Frank appeared very spirited. Facing countless media reporters, Frank generously praised Chen Chen. In this match, with a perfect performance of 2 goals and 1 assist, Chen Chen received a perfect score of 10 from over 5,000 users on both SofaScore and WhoScored. There is no doubt that he became the MVP of this playoff final. I think regarding the Golden Boy Award in November, there should be no questions in the football world. Chen Chen will be this year's best newcomer. No one can do it better than he did. In the last 7 matches of the team, Chen Chen contributed an outstanding performance with 9 goals and 9 assists. And let's not forget, in 2 of those matches, Chen Chen didn't play for long. If Chen doesn't win the Golden Boy Award, then what is the point of FIFA's Golden Boy selection? Frank's remarks stunned all the media present. Yes, Chen Chen is indeed impressive, but can he really compete with the likes of Saka, Bellingham, Camavinga, and Pedri? These are all young stars who have already made a name for themselves in top leagues. A reporter immediately asked his question. Frank further stated Chen Chen is a very special player. His talent is phenomenal. He possesses all the skills and aura to become a top midfield master. Just wait, in the new season he will astonish everyone. The reporters in attendance were not swayed. Chen Chen is indeed talented, but there is a significant gap between the championship stage and the top leagues. Let's see if Chen Chen can achieve 9 goals and 9 assists in 7 matches in the Premier League. Last year's championship Golden Boot winner Watkins, after joining Aston Villa, finished 38 league matches with only 13 goals and 5 assists despite not having a significant drop in playing time. And then there's the championship Silver Boot winner Mitrovic. He dominated the championship with 26 goals and 9 assists. Yet in the Premier League, he only managed 3 goals and 3 assists all season. Can you believe that? Frank knew the reporters wouldn't buy it, so he didn't say anything more. Just wait. When the time comes, Chen Chen will slap your faces hard. Steve Cooper also attended the post-match press conference. However, the Welshman said nothing. After briefly answering questions, Steve left. Soon an announcement appeared on the Swansea official website. Steve Cooper, out. No, he resigned. On the pitch, there is never a shortage of talent. Brentford's 18-year-old midfielder Chen Chen scored twice, helping the team qualify for the Premier League. The proud first, the fortunate third, and the disappointed fourth. Swansea announced Steve Cooper resigns from the position. Number 28. Number 10. Chen Chen's performance amazed all football fans. A hefty buyout clause. Including Chelsea, 7 clubs are willing to activate the buyout clause for Chen Chen. Insiders revealed that Chen Chen's next destination is basically confirmed to a top Premier League team. FA spokesperson Chen Chen is within our plans. This afternoon, the news of Brentford's successful promotion flooded the entire English football scene, and news about Chen Chen soared to the trending list. When the Migu live broadcast ended, countless Chinese fans were of course left wanting more. And at this moment, many fans were craving for more, each one climbing over walls to find various sports websites' reports. Among these reports, an article titled Chinese Football Association's Negotiations Failed, Chen Chen may choose the England national team, caught the attention of numerous Chinese fans. What? Negotiations failed? When did this happen? Instantly, countless fans flooded the comment section of the Chinese Football Association's social media. At 12 a.m. Chinese time, the Chinese national football team responded to this matter on social media. Regarding Chen Chen joining our Chinese men's football national team, hereinafter referred to as men's football. In late May, our association sent Deputy Director Guan Tian of the Training Management Department to London to negotiate with Chen Chen regarding his naturalization and participation in the 2022 World Cup Asian qualifiers. To comply with the interim implementation opinions on outstanding foreign players' naturalization applications, our association personnel conducted multiple negotiations with Chen Chen and made several concessions in hopes of achieving a satisfactory collaboration. However, in the actual work process, there were indeed significant obstacles, and this negotiation did not yield satisfaction. Our association will continue to deepen negotiations with Chen Chen's side, striving to provide all fans with a satisfactory explanation that meets their expectations. Once the statement was released, it immediately climbed into the top 10 trending topics. The negotiations haven't been finalized yet. This person is about to join the Three Lions, but still hasn't finalized it. If it hasn't been finalized, then it hasn't. Why would we need a player like a Gourmet? Why would we want him back? And making several concessions to achieve satisfactory cooperation. What does that mean? Is Chen Chen asking for too much? Goodness. Not even playing in the Premier League yet, and he's already acting like a big shot. If he really plays in the Premier League, won't the FA president have to give him a seat? The country has given you an opportunity, and you actually want to come back to serve your homeland. That's truly outrageous. I think you upstairs are the outrageous ones. He's a mixed-race player. Why must he join your national team? Your national, a sense of winning. What's wrong with your national team? Does your national team still have fans with such results? Everyone stop arguing. We can't just take the FA's words at face value. We need to see what Chen Chen has to say. What else is there to say? Like a turtle hiding. Talented, but lacking character. The FA's repeated negotiations ended in failure. Isn't that just a ploy to raise his market value, trying to show the Three Lions, hey, if you don't summon me soon, he'll go to the Chinese national team. Ugh. Just leave already. It's truly speechless. I still like Chen Chen so much, but it turns out he's just another self-serving individual. Without him, we can still qualify for the Qatar World Cup. This time the topic regarding Chen Chen did not fade away on social media. The viewership and share rates surged rapidly. Although many fans of Chen Chen spontaneously expressed in the relevant discussion forums and under comments that both sides' voices should be heard rather than just one perspective. However, their voices were too faint to make any difference. Due to Guan Tian's excessive antics, Chen Liang could only have someone concoct a few excuses to gloss over the matter. In the eyes of these people, Chen Chen joining the national team was minor. Their own loss of face was paramount. Originally thinking there might be some backlash, who would have expected that fans would conjure up countless narratives. Indeed, people are blind and easily swayed. As for what will happen next, Chen Liang had long thought of a way out. The day after the final match, Brentford began its parade celebration. Though it couldn't compare to the parades of Premier League champions or Champions League winners, Brentford returning to the Premier League after 74 years, showcased its unique historical depth and charm. That afternoon, amidst the cheers and applause of countless fans lining the streets, Brentford's parade bus entered the tunnel beneath. Subsequently, players and coaches donned in the commemorative 74 jerseys entered the player tunnel, walking into the field. The sounds of enthusiastic and enduring applause filled Griffin Park. Once the applause gradually subsided, the official proceedings began. First were the messages from team veterans. For instance, Dean Smith, the English manager who once coached Brentford. The team's legendary striker, Danish player Lasse Vibe. The current Argentine midfielder Leandro Ledesma, who has distanced himself from the top 5 leagues. Next was the speaking time for Bellingham and Frank. Frank raised the microphone and said, "When I arrived here in 2016, I told Mr. Bellingham that I came here to achieve promotion to the Premier League. Now, I can tell everyone. Tell Mr. Bellingham. Tell all Brentford fans. I did it." The crowd of Bees fans erupted in cheers once again. The deafening chant of Frank multiplied, nearly shaking the stadium to its core. After the fans' cheers subsided, Bellingham took the microphone and began to speak. "I was born in this small town. My parents, my grandparents, they are all Brentford fans. When I was 12 years old, I stepped into the stadium for the first time. At that moment, I fell deeply in love with Brentford. I am willing to give everything for her. Here I promise everyone. Before the new season of the Premier League begins, we will renovate the stadium and invest in strong players. We aim to stay in the Premier League." The fans cheered again. "Stay in the PL. Stay in the PL." Following this were speeches from Captain Jansen and a few other captains. Then came the outlook for the new season from the team chairman Matthew Benham. Finally, the team's promotion hero, the 18-year-old prodigy Chen Chen. "Don't leave. Don't leave." Before Chen Chen could speak, the Brentford Stadium erupted with the fans' most sincere. Chen Chen took a deep breath, and then spoke. "It's hard to say, but I indeed need to say that sentence. The season has ended, and I will transfer away. It has been an honor to spend so many wonderful nights at Brentford. And it is also an honor to have such fantastic fans. I will always be a part of Brentford forever, its most loyal fan. Leaving is not the end, but a new beginning. Perhaps when I have money in the future, I will discuss team transfers with Mr. Matthew Benham." Laughs. Benham nodded, suggesting he would be ready at any moment. Finally, Chen Chen changed his tone and raised his voice. "Here I want to tell everyone. The media reports are correct. I will represent the England national team in various international tournaments. As long as Southgate is willing to call me up." Chen Chen's words caused a stir among the fans. The Brentford Stadium erupted in cheers once more. At that moment, countless fans leaped from their seats. The prodigy declared he would fight for the England national team. Brentford's promotion success, combined with the addition of a midfield powerhouse to the Three Lions squad, For the Bees fans, this was a double delight. The sadness from Chen Chen's departure was immediately lifted. Woo! When the news returned to China, many of Chen Chen's fans fell silent. Countless fans began to criticize Chen Chen. A bothersome thing. A dirty Englishman. The Falklands are a traitor. Where are Chen Chen's fans? Come out and take a beating. On the market. Truly shameful. However, while the fans vented their emotions, Chen Chen responded to this through his lawyer. The response was brief, stating what he encountered in the training squad along with the recording. When his voice came through the recording, Guan Tian, sitting in his office, was shocked and fell to the ground. That bastard Chen Chen. How did he record this? If Chen Chen were here, he would surely mock Guan Tian's foolishness. Doesn't he know that phones have a screen-off recording feature? Doesn't he know it can continue recording in his pocket? A foolish and greedy middle-aged man. It was high time for the energetic youth to take over. In less than 10 minutes, the Chinese Football Association immediately revoked the previous statement and released the latest announcement. The content was just one line. Guan Tian was dismissed and subjected to an internal investigation by the CFA. As for the other people and agencies mentioned in the recording, the CFA chose not to provide any explanations. The event's heat dropped instantly. Searching for related keywords on social media led directly to according to relevant laws and regulations. At this point, even a fool could see. Chen Chen's exit from the naturalization training team was indeed the work of someone within the CFA. Countless fans and netizens began to flood into Chen Chen's Instagram and Twitter to apologize. However, Chen Chen did not respond to their apologies. One can be foolish, but one cannot lack their own judgment. Chen Chen had no intention of letting the Chinese Football Association and those who stirred the pot behind the scenes off the hook. He asked his attorney to make several trips to China to gather information, aiming to deliver a heavy blow to the relevant individuals, especially those who infringed on his personal reputation on social media. While the Chinese Football Association was still racking their brains to cover up, on the evening of the 30th, Southgate, far away in London, released the latest preliminary squad list for the Three Lions through media platforms. This is the preliminary squad for this year's European Championship. Goalkeepers: Henderson, Crystal Palace; Pickford, Everton; Ramsdale, Arsenal; Trafford, Burnley; defenders: Branthwaite, Everton; Dunk, Brighton; Gomez, Liverpool; Gay, Swansea; Konsa, Aston Villa; Maguire, Manchester United; Luke Shaw, Manchester United; Stones, Manchester City; Trippier, Newcastle; Walker, Manchester City; midfielders: Arnold, Liverpool; Gallagher, Chelsea; Jones, Liverpool; Chen Chen, Brentford; Mino, Manchester United; Rice, West Ham; Walcott, Crystal Palace; forwards: Bellingham, Borussia Dortmund; Bowen, West Ham; Ease, Crystal Palace; Foden, Manchester City; Gordon, Newcastle; Grealish, Aston Villa; Kane, Tottenham Hotspur; Maddison, Tottenham Hotspur; Palmer, Manchester City; U21, Saka, Arsenal; Ivan Toney, Brentford; Watkins, Aston Villa. Before the England national team announced the latest squad list through social media, Southgate had already called each player. If a player did not receive a call, it meant they were out of contention for the Three Lions. When Ivan Toney received the call, he was with Pinnock. Ivan Toney was overjoyed. He could go to St. George's Park. Meanwhile, Pinnock looked dejected. The mixed-race player had been waiting for 3 years to fulfill his dream of joining the Three Lions. Unfortunately, he was not selected in the end. When Southgate called, Chen Chen was hesitating about where to allocate his fully upgraded attribute card: shooting, speed, or stamina, interception, and defense. Additionally, he also needed to consider how to utilize the 10 free attribute points from the hidden mission. Hey, Chen. Hey, Mr. Gareth. I'm calling to tell you that the England men's national football team wants to summon you. Are you willing to accept? Of course. Okay, Chen. They'll be waiting for you at St. George's. The England national team welcomes your addition. Sir, when can I come? Anytime. Anytime. Yes. If you want, you can go to St. George's right now. But don't rush, take a good rest first. A special vehicle will pick you up tomorrow. That's it, see you tomorrow. Alright, see you tomorrow, Mr. Gareth. After hanging up, Chen Chen fell onto his bed looking exceptionally happy. The Three Lions. I'm coming. The next day, a business car emblazoned with the Three Lions emblem drove into the Brentford training base. Although the championship games had concluded, the women's team and youth teams were still playing. So many people saw Chen Chen walking out of the dormitory and getting into this business car. As the car left the Bumblebee base, Chen Chen noticed that many fans were already waiting outside. Several young fans were holding colorful signs encouraging him. Chen Chen rolled down the car window and signed autographs and took photos with the small-town fans and residents. Then the driver accelerated and the business car sped towards its destination. Chen Chen chose not to use the fully upgraded attribute card and the 10 free points just yet. He wanted to wait a bit longer. If he was positioned as an attacking midfielder, he would allocate points to speed and shooting. If he was positioned as a left midfielder or central midfielder, he would need to enhance speed, physicality, and defensive awareness. If the position leaned more towards a defensive midfielder or left wingback, he would need to focus on physicality and stamina. In short, he would allocate points based on where Southgate wanted him to play. Soon Chen Chen arrived at St. George's Park Stadium. This stadium is open to the public. What does that mean? Apart from the England men's national football team and various youth teams training here, any individual or organization can use this place. Of course, there is a fee. After all, when the national team members are not gathered here, St. George's also needs to earn some money to supplement its income. Barcelona had trained here before. Additionally, when Shanghai SIP's U21 team went to Europe for training, they also stayed here. When Chen Chen opened the car door, another car happened to stop behind him. A tall and handsome young man appeared in front of Chen Chen. It was Palmer, who was still training with Manchester City's U21 team. Chen Chen's mind suddenly flashed with countless jokes. Can Palmer really be sold for 40 million? Haha, he must be crazy. Why? Palmer has neither the speed to break through nor the ability to cross. Is he worth 45 million? Then I must be worth at least 10 million. Palmer came from Manchester City's youth training, but later joined Chelsea. To be honest, looking back, selling their second prince for less than 50 million is indeed quite a loss. But there was no choice. At that time Palmer was compared to De Bruyne, and the Belgian was firmly in Manchester City's starting lineup, leaving Palmer with no opportunities. As the star of England's U21 team, Palmer certainly hoped to go to a team where he could play. Palmer first hugged the nearby stewardess and then extended his hand towards Chen Chen. Hey, Chen Chen, I know you. I'm Cole Palmer. Chen Chen also smiled and shook hands with Palmer. They only shook hands during their first meeting without a hug. Perhaps everyone is somewhat socially anxious. Nice to meet you, Cole Palmer. Just call me Cole or Palmer. Alright, Ling Ling Chi. The second prince of Manchester City is 19 years old. He and Chen Chen are about the same age. Carrying their bags, the two chatted back and forth as they walked forward. As for their luggage, there would be special personnel to help carry it to the players' rooms. Just as Chen Chen and Palmer turned the corner, another business car arrived. Following closely behind was the national team. Palmer was a big fan of Kane and quickly turned back. Chen Chen followed suit. Palmer first hugged Kane in greeting. Then Kane noticed Chen Chen. Hey, Chen. Every time there's a national team match day, New England internationals arrive at St. George's Park, and it's essential for the team captain to meet all the players. Chen Chen high-fived Kane, then they hugged. Hey, Captain. It's hard to believe you achieved such impressive statistics at... I heard you were looking for a new team. How's it going? Are you interested in joining Spurs? Sorry, Captain. I already have... Kane nodded, then reminded. Transfers can be very complicated, so make sure your agent helps you navigate it well. In fact, Chen Chen shrugged. I currently do not have an agent. No. I have a few candidates in consideration and am still in discussions. Originally, I planned to look into it after the league ended, but given the current situation, I will probably have to wait until after the European Championship to discuss it. Chen Chen indeed had a few candidates. Currently, the person he is closest to is the Portuguese Mendes. Mendes' Justified agency has over 50 players and coaches. One can only say it is very professional. What Chen Chen is looking for is this type of professional talent. After all, an excellent agent can help a player avoid a lot of unnecessary troubles. It can also increase income. Chen Chen plans to focus more on football in the future. He hopes not to be disturbed by too many external distractions. Regarding Chen Chen's wish to discuss after the European Championship, Mendes also agreed. The Portuguese has been very busy lately, needing to handle a significant matter concerning his most prominent player. Additionally, he wants to see whether Chen Chen truly has the potential to become a midfield master, or if it is just a fleeting moment. If Chen Chen's performance continues to be strong, Mendes is willing to make some concessions. King chuckled. Good luck, Chen. Let's go inside. The three then walked into the hotel. The news of Chen Chen being selected for the England national team not only caused a stir in England, but also sent shockwaves. Chen Chen has joined the Three Lions. This group of scoundrels in the Football Association pushed a top midfielder out for... What if he becomes another Zhang Zhongying? Not proven yet. He scored 9 goals and made 9 assists. Someone upstairs, please shut up. I used to think the Football Association was inept. Now I realize they are nothing but corrupt vermin. 2 million for a 2 million is just to enter the national team. To actually play in the matches, it costs a fortune. I support Chen Chen shining in the Three Lions. Let the national team fend for themselves. Isn't it time to push for anti-corruption? With so many issues in the Football Association, isn't there any hope? There's no saving it, really no saving it. Seeing the Football Association feigning ignorance, the trending topics kept dropping and fans simply decided to ignore it, unfollowing and uninstalling everything at once. Before this, relevant reports were sent directly to the Discipline Commission, which was the last hope for everyone. But who would have thought there were rats among them? Of course, that's a story for later. Many fans flocked to forums and related sports. Aside from being indignant, everyone was also following and sharing Chen Chen's updates. Raise your hand if anyone bought tickets for the England Euro Cup match. Me. I bought them. But I don't know if Chen Chen will make it to the final 26-man roster. It looks pretty uncertain. Gallagher, Jones, Rice, Henderson, Bellingham. Wow. The competition in England's midfield is indeed fierce. The Three Lions officially announced there will be a second batch of players, and others who were cut may return to Southgate's sights. Chen Chen not only has to compete with the current midfielders, but also with those who were left out. The pressure is mounting. The competition for this position is intense. In London on the evening of May 30th, today was the first day of reporting to St. George's Park, and there weren't many people at the facility. Only a little over 20 of the 33 players on the preliminary list showed up. This wasn't because others were being pompous, but they genuinely had reasons for being late. Because Southgate did not set a strict deadline for arriving at St. George, many went to watch the Champions League final. Tonight the Champions League final officially kicked off. Manchester City and Chelsea from the Premier League gathered at Porto's Estadio do Dragao to compete for the 2020-21 Champions League trophy. Both teams had a large number of England internationals. For example, Stones Foden and Sterling from Manchester City, Mount Hudson-Odoi, Reece James, and Chilwell from Chelsea. Aside from Foden and Stones, who confirmed their selection, the others were not included. One can imagine the immense pressure in the upcoming training and friendly matches. Of course, many England players had already confirmed they wouldn't be participating in this Euro Cup. For instance, Manchester United's rising star Greenwood is confirmed out due to injury. Additionally, Leeds United striker Bamford, who scored 17 goals that season, also missed the Euro Cup roster. It can only be said that the England national team is indeed rich in talent. However, despite having such talent, the Three Lions have not secured any major trophies in recent years. There's a large multimedia room at St. George's Park, with a screen effect akin to IMAX. Before the Champions League final started, Chen Chen and his teammates came here to watch the match. Given that IMAX has an office in London, Chen Chen had reason to suspect it was IMAX technology. Later, Chen Chen confirmed with Kane, who affirmed that Chen Chen was correct. Soon, amid the chatter of the Three Lions players, the starting players of both teams stepped onto the pitch. Chen Chen quickly told Palmer, who was beside him, to be quiet. He wanted to enjoy the Champions League final properly. Palmer looked a bit silly when he wasn't familiar. Once he got to know him, he appeared even sillier. Although he was a year older than Chen Chen, he looked like Chen Chen's sidekick. Not long after, as the passionate Champions League theme song ended, the match officially began. Even though Chen Chen knew the outcome of this match, he still found it quite fascinating to watch. With full vision and a passing score of 99, aided by the modules of Riquelme, Beckham, and Xavi, Chen Chen's tactical analysis of the match reached an unattainable level. For instance, in the 17th minute, if Chen Chen had to choose after Foden's pass, he wouldn't directly pass the ball to Sterling. Instead, he would pass it to De Bruyne on the right, then Gundogan and Ruben Dias would make quick forward runs, creating a numerical advantage for Manchester City in the midfield. At that moment, Manchester City would have options for both wings. They could feign a pass to the right, but then quickly shift to the left. This quality of a final wouldn't give players much time to think. When Chelsea saw Manchester City passing to the right, their entire formation would quickly converge towards the left side. At that moment, a quick switch to the left could exploit the space, whether for a cross or a penetrating breakthrough. While Chen Chen couldn't guarantee a goal, it could at least create an effective goal threat. Rather than passing to Sterling, the English star would struggle against the opponent, ultimately losing possession. Of course, this idea in Chen Chen's mind required perfect cooperation from the midfield players. After all, if both Gundogan and Dias moved up, a slight mistake by the midfield could easily lead to a counterattack from the opponent. Chen Chen dared to think this way purely due to his confidence in his abilities. Leaving aside tackling and interceptions, just in terms of vision, passing and dribbling, Chen Chen's skills should surpass De Bruyne. Just like the original timeline. Manchester City's offensive mistake allowed Mount to deliver a surgical pass that pierced through their defense, and Havertz calmly rounded Ederson and shot into the empty net. Chelsea led Manchester City 10. After watching the match, the talkative Palmer actually fell silent. As a product of Manchester City's youth training, Palmer felt a deep, unspoken pain. Chen Chen shook his head and said nothing. He remembered having the same expression when the Huasha national team lost to Vietnam. On the third day, June 2nd, Southgate arrived at the St. George's Park National Football Center. The players who had not yet arrived were now present. Among them were Pickford, Arnold, and Bellingham, as well as Foden and Stones, who participated in the Champions League final. As soon as Bellingham arrived, he greeted Palmer, as they were quite familiar with each other from the England U21 team. Then Bellingham greeted and hugged Chen Chen. As a newcomer to the national team, Chen Chen, like the other new players, navigated through the crowd, shaking hands and hugging others. At that moment, Ivan Toney found Chen Chen. The two hometown lads from Brentford embraced tightly. When the English meet, they don't usually say, "Have you eaten?" Instead, it's generally, "Hey," and if they are closer, it might be "mate." And if they are really close, it could escalate to "bloody mate." Chen Chen, knowing Ivan Toney's personality, took the initiative to say, "You bloody mate. Where have you been?" Unfortunately, if Ivan Toney had watched the Chinese Spring Festival Gala, he would have said, "You're using all my lines." After some pleasantries, Southgate instructed his assistant Steve Holland to take everyone to change into training kits, and they would head straight to the training ground afterward. St. George's Park is indeed extravagantly luxurious. Even the changing rooms are built quite lavishly. After changing into training kits, everyone made their way to the training field. Southgate asked the new players to introduce themselves again. Then he arranged matches based on the pre-established training match roster. Of course, everyone was thoroughly warmed up. There were a total of 33 players, perfectly forming 3 teams of 11. Chen Chen was assigned to the third team, which was the yellow team in the red yellow-blue setup. The blue team is the starting lineup, while the red team consists of rotational players. The yellow. Zone Park 003. No, that's not right. The yellow team indicates substitutes. Southgate is very fond of using a 433 formation. However, he has also tried 4231 and 451. He is not a coach who rigidly sticks to one formation. After all, anyone who can coach the Three Lions must have their own set of skills. For Chen Chen's team, the forwards were Ivan Toney, Watkins, and Bowen. Watkins and Bowen felt a bit disheartened. They also realized that the yellow team was indeed quite weak overall. Everyone was just a group of mid to lower tier Premier League players. Fortunately, Southgate is known for maintaining balance. For the defense, he paired them with Gomez and Luke Shaw. They are considered rotational starters. Gomez couldn't surpass Stones and Mings, while Luke Shaw couldn't compete with Trippier. In goal, Southgate gave them a big gift by having Pickford as the goalkeeper. This was also a test for Pickford, as the attacking lines of those top teams in the European Championship are at the same level as England's starting midfielders. If he can withstand his teammates' attacks, he can also withstand the opponent's offenses. Soon the match began, with Steve serving as the referee. The match was divided into 3 segments of 30 minutes each. Each team would play for a total of 60 minutes. Chen Chen had strength, but he couldn't single-handedly turn the tide. The blue team defeated the red team 52 and the yellow team 82. Chen Chen's performance was quite good, several key through balls and passes were crucial. For this reason Southgate specifically consulted with leaders Kane and Maguire. Kane mentioned that with a bit more training Chen Chen has the potential to start. Maguire agreed. The next day a new batch of players arrived at St. George's Park. This was the second group. There weren't many, around a dozen. Among them were Rashford, Sancho, Calvert-Lewin, and Reece James. The competition was fierce. After the day's group matches, several players confirmed their departure from the Three Lions. Ivan Toney, Watkins Gay, and so on. On June 4th, the Three Lions faced a friendly match. They would host Austria at the Riverside Stadium in Middlesbrough. After 2 days of precise refinement, the number of Three Lions players at St. George remained 33. While the number hadn't changed, many other dynamics had. The starting lineup for England against Austria has been announced. Kane leads the team and Bellingham is the only Foreign Association player on the field. The only player from a championship team in the 33-man roster is Chen Chen from Brentford, now promoted to the Premier. In the starting formation for England versus Austria, midfielder Rice played as a right centre-back, defender Cody played as a left midfielder, and winger Saka played centrally. At 8 p.m. on the 4th, at Riverside Stadium. Middlesbrough's home ground has a profound sense of history as they were established in 1876. You might try flipping through those thick wooden boards in the corner. Perhaps you could find trash left behind by fans who watched the matches 30 or 40 years ago. The Riverside Stadium, which can accommodate 3,500 people, was packed to capacity. Before their eyes was a sea of white. Good evening to all the viewers in front of the TV and in the live broadcast room. Thank you for staying tuned in our live broadcast during the early hours of June 5th, Beijing time, to watch a friendly match before the European Championship. The two teams are the England national team coached by Southgate and the Austria team coached by Foda. I am your commentator. I will be your sole commentator for this match. I am sure you are all very interested in Chen Chen's performance in the England national. I am too. However, Chen Chen is not in the starting lineup today. He is sitting on the bench. It is worth noting that Southgate only listed 22 players for this match, and the bench is not fully occupied. Perhaps in the eyes of the Three Lions captain, other players still lack a bit of strength. Alright, enough of the chit-chat. Let's directly look at the starting lineups of both sides. For Austria, Foda has set up a 442 formation. The two forwards are Leipzig's Sabitzer and Kalaj. In midfield, there are Baumgartner, Alaba, Schläger, and Laimer. Bayern star Alaba is the captain of this Austrian. After confirming he would not renew his contract with Bayern, Alaba has concluded a decade-long career with the Southern Kings. As for where the Austrian will go next, there is still no conclusion, but according to reports from Bild, the Austrian has been linked with Real Madrid. The four defenders from left to right are Marco Friedel, Dragovic, Hinteregger, and Leiner. In goal, Bachmann starts. Now let's look at the home team, England. The three forwards are Grealish, captain Harry Kane, and Manchester United midfielder Lingard. Recently, there have been rumors that Aston Villa's star Grealish may transfer to Manchester City. The three midfielders are Cody, Saka, and Borussia Dortmund's rising star Bellingham. In the defense, Mings partners with Rice. The left back is Trippier, while the right side is occupied by Alexander-Arnold. In goal, Everton's Pickford starts. Honestly, I do not understand Southgate's arrangement for the starting lineup. On the substitutes bench, there is also Ben White, the defender confirmed to transfer to Arsenal, defender Godfrey, captain Henderson, midfield player Ward-Prowse, and midfielder Chen Chen. The Three Lions could easily field a normal starting lineup. Perhaps Southgate has his own ideas. Now let us follow the broadcast cameras to enjoy this friendly match between England and Austria at the Riverside Stadium. On the field, with the referee's whistle, Kane passes the ball to the trailing Saka. The match has officially begun. Dear viewers, you are now seeing the players in white jerseys with blue trim attacking from the left side of the screen. They are the England, wearing red tops and black shorts. The team attacking from the right side of the screen is Austria, they. Let us first look at this attack. Cody's dribble is intercepted by Laimer, and now the ball is at Sabitzer's feet. What choice will the Leipzig forward make? A sideways pass to the advancing Alaba. Alaba continues to distribute the ball to the right. Laimer sends an across. Sabitzer heads it in. Goal. Austria takes the lead. There was a mistake in the coordination between Rice and Mings. Southgate, you shouldn't have changed things up. Sabitzer, who scored the first goal of the match, runs wildly toward the corner flag. Meanwhile, the match clock has barely reached the second minute. On the sideline, Southgate stands with his hands in his pockets, emotionless. He then seems to remember something and quickly signals to the players on the field to pay attention to their positioning. The broadcast camera amusingly focuses on the England substitutes bench. Several key midfielders and defenders are. Soon after Austria finishes celebrating, both teams return to the center circle for the kickoff. Austria quickly contracted to a 541 formation without a hint of hesitation. In fact, the outcome of such friendly matches is inconsequential. They do not count as FIFA-level matches and do not contribute to FIFA rankings. Thus, many teams take bold risks in their formations and player selections during friendly matches, seeking the tactical approach that best suits their squad. However, today Austria treated this match as if it were the final of the European Championship, maintaining their 541 defensive formation from the second minute until the end of the first half. They had no plans to substitute players either. It can be said that they were determined to secure a victory in this non-scoring match. There is a reason behind Austria's approach. In 10 days, Austria will face the Netherlands, Ukraine, and North Macedonia, each in turn. North Macedonia hardly needs mention. They are a weak opponent. Their most glorious achievement is defeating a full-strength Italy. However, this does not change their status as a weak team. Ukraine's paper strength is similar to Austria's, while the Netherlands is stronger than both. Currently, Austria's strategy is to defeat North Macedonia, secure a draw against the Netherlands, and ultimately win against Ukraine, aiming for 7 points to confidently advance as second in the group. The outcome of the match against Ukraine will hinge not on offense, but on defense. There's a saying, when a team's number of conceded goals is the lowest among all, they will be the eventual champions. In the locker room, Southgate was arranging player positions and match tactics. Looking around, Southgate pointed out the names. Ward Chen, you two go warm up. Ooh, I want you both on in the second half. Chen Chen was very happy. He was about to make his debut for the Three Lions as a substitute, but soon Chen Chen felt a bit nervous. After taking a few deep breaths, he forced himself to stay calm. Then, under the guidance of assistant coach Paul, Nevin, Chen Chen and Ward Prowse appeared at the edge of the field. Hey, Chen, let's take a picture together. I'm from Brentford. Upon hearing the voice, Chen Chen simply waved. Now that he was warming up, he couldn't easily stop or leave. Finally, after the warm-up ended, Chen Chen hurried over to sign autographs and take pictures with a few fans. Before long, both teams emerged from the players' tunnel. Chen Chen and Ward Prowse did not enter the tunnel, but stood at the sidelines waiting for the fourth official to signal their substitution. Soon Rice and Grealish were substituted off, and Chen Chen and Ward Prowse took the field. Chen Chen was making his debut for the Three Lions. Seeing this scene, countless fans from Huaxia felt heartbroken. In the end, it was no surprise, Chen Chen parted ways with the national team. However, many Huaxia fans felt greatly relieved. Finally, Chen Chen could ignore those who merely occupied a spot on the roster and focus earnestly on the match. The moment he stepped onto the field, a sound suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding. System task being issued. Task name: Era of the Three Lions. Enthusiastic expectations. Task requirement: lead the team to win match after match. Task reward: 1 upgrade to a bronze level England star chest. Note: winning a single match and receiving the highest rating in the match will allow for an upgrade. Upgrade path: bronze, silver, gold, black, gold, purple, gold. Task reward: 2. After the England star chest upgrades to purple gold, automatically gain 10 free attribute points. Chen Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. The highest purple gold chest. A purple gold England star chest. And he could directly obtain 10 free attribute points. However, the conditions are a bit difficult. Winning the match and having the highest rating in the match. Chen Chen shook his head. I'll give it my all. Starting from today's friendly match. After Chen Chen and Ward Prowse took the field, Cody returned to the defense, filling the gap left by Rice's departure. Chen Chen played as an attacking midfielder, while Ward played as a left winger. The team's formation changed to 4,231. After Chen Chen came on, the Three Lions immediately transformed their previous awkward situation of being unable to maintain possession in midfield. Every ball that came to Chen Chen's side was smoothly controlled. The England fans in the stands were left in awe. Is this the midfielder from the championship? How is he playing even better than Bellingham and Lingard? The dual fans of Brentford and the England team felt extremely pleased, and it allowed many fans who had not seen Chen Chen play before to experience his skills. However, despite the Three Lions gaining the most possession on the pitch under Chen Chen's orchestration, having possession without converting it into goals is futile. On the sidelines, the Austrian head coach German Foda signaled for the players to pay attention to their positioning and tighten their... As a result, England found it increasingly difficult to create opportunities. Time ticked away, and the Austrian fans in the stands began to chant their support songs. They seemed to envision the victors of the match. Meanwhile, the Three Lions fans wore expressions of concern. Indeed, friendly matches are meant for practice. Yet if they cannot secure a victory, even in practice, how can they expect to succeed in competitive matches? The one-sided practice of attack and defense was somewhat tedious, prompting analyst John June in the studio to assess the situation on the field. The Germans have done their homework for this match, and Southgate's team seems to be in trouble. If the England national team loses at home today, they would end their unbeaten streak in friendly matches that has persisted since 2017. Since losing to France in a friendly match in 2017, the England team has never tasted defeat in such. In their last 3 friendlies, Southgate's Three Lions scored 9 goals, showcasing their offensive prowess. But what is happening today? The Three Lions seem to lack sharpness in their attack. Now that the match has crossed the 60-minute mark, shouldn't Southgate consider making substitutions? Perhaps a change could yield positive results. Foda's tactics are proving very effective for the Austrian team. In terms of both player value and technical skills, the Austrian team is inferior to the Three Lions. Yet they have achieved unity much like Croatia did in 2018. Seemingly hearing Jean June's words, the broadcast camera first focused on Foda, who stood with his arms crossed wearing a serious expression. One might think Austria is the one trailing. There are no eternal feasts. The same goes for the positions of head coaches. In the future, after Foda steps down as the head coach of Austria, his successor will also be German. That would be Ralf Rangnick, known as the godfather of football. He is the same Rangnick who briefly served as Manchester United's interim head coach. Of course, Rangnick's performance with the Red Devils was rather average, and he failed to secure a permanent position. However, a change of scenery revived him. After arriving in Austria, he performed exceptionally well. Austria first defeated Croatia 30-0, followed by striking hard against Germany and Italy in friendlies, ultimately facing the second strongest team in their group, the Netherlands, in the 2024 European Championship. Rangnick's team triumphed 32 over the Tulips. Who was the strongest then? It was France who scored only 4 goals in 6 matches, including 2 own goals and a penalty. But let's return to the main topic. The camera then shifted back to Southgate. The Three Lions have been criticized for having top-tier players, but subpar teamwork and lackluster Southgate tactics. However, it seems Southgate remained composed. He chose not to make any substitutions. The time on the big screen had reached the 67th minute. According to the pace of the Premier League, substitutions are indeed needed now, except for Guardiola. After winning the Premier League in 2022, the Spaniard stated next season, there will be 5 substitution slots. You will see how genius I am. Guardiola did indeed keep his promise. In the round of 16 of the 22-23 UEFA Champions League during Manchester City's away match against RB Leipzig, Guardiola's genius was so profound that he didn't even need a single substitution. Southgate seems to share a similar inclination now. However, this is not the Champions League nor any competitive match. Friendlies allow for unlimited substitutions. On the other side, Foda made substitutions early on. Apart from bringing on forward Gregoritsch, all 6 other positional changes were defensive players in the midfield and backline. This means that regardless of whether the Three Lions make substitutions, they will have to face an Austrian team that is bolstered. Just as the Three Lions fans began to murmur and discuss, the situation on the pitch suddenly changed. It was the 70th minute of the match. On the left side, Trippier carried the ball down to the baseline. Instead of crossing into the box, he opted for a horizontal pass to Ward-Prowse. Gregoritsch quickly rushed towards Ward-Prowse. The Southampton midfielder wasted no time passing the ball to Chen Chen. Chen Chen's performance after coming on was very lively, as noted by the Austrian players. As a result, Sabitzer urgently signaled for the newly substituted Schaub and Sefer to press forward while he positioned himself to intercept. This forced Chen Chen into a situation of being trapped. Schaub stood in front of him, while Sabitzer was right behind him. Not far behind Schaub, Sefer was ready to support at any moment. On the sideline, Southgate also noticed the situation in midfield, prompting him to quickly signal for Chen Chen to pass back. He could either pass to the advancing defender Cody or bypass both Cody and Mings to return the ball to goalkeeper Pickford. Chen Chen now had 2 options. One was to follow Southgate's instructions and play it safe with a back pass. The other was to swiftly attack with the ball. Chen Chen did not hesitate, quickly accelerating to the right and darting past Schaub on his left. Schaub hurriedly reached out to block Chen Chen. However, regardless of how Schaub pushed or pulled, Chen Chen's speed with the ball did not falter. Sefer quickly came in to support. At that moment, Chen Chen suddenly paused, nudging the ball from his right foot to his left. He then made a move to spin left and dash forward with the ball. As Schaub and Sefer quickly shifted their weight to the right to prepare for another interception of Chen Chen, he suddenly sprang in. With his footwork speeding up, he made a rapid advance with the ball. Chen Chen slipped through the gap between the 2 defenders. Foda on the sidelines couldn't help but widen his eyes. This is a fried meatball. Afterwards, Chen Chen decisively pushed a through ball, with his right foot finding Harry Kane, who was surging in from behind the opponent's defense. Honestly, Kane was astonished by this through ball. In his club and previous national team, the English star had never enjoyed. Woohoo! Kane really wanted to plant a hearty kiss on Chen Chen's forehead. However, now was not the time for champagne. Facing the on-rushing goalkeeper Bachmann, Kane calmly slotted the ball into the far corner. The ball sailed past Bachmann, who had rushed down and spread his arms to intercept, and directly into the net. Chen Chen. Schaub was defending and Sabitzer was rushing back. Should he carry the ball to the right to spread the play? Chen Chen chose to take on the defenders. Chen Chen got past Schaub and Sefer. Jean Jun excitedly a through ball. Kane. A precise finish. No problem. This goal is legitimate. Harry Kane has scored the equalizer for England. Chen Chen's maneuver was magnificent. He directly attacked through the opponent's midfield defense. He secured his first assist since joining the Three Lions. After scoring, Kane did not rush to the corner flag, but returned to embrace his younger brother Chen Chen. As Chen Chen chose to take on the defenders, all the Three Lions fans at Riverside Stadium stood up. When Kane coolly slotted home, all the fans erupted in celebration. Finally, they had scored. This match would not. The DJ on site began announcing the goal information. He spoke a line followed by the crowd's echo. Score. Score. Kane. Assist player. Chen. Assist player. Chen. Listening to the cheers of the crowd, Chen Chen, tightly embraced by his teammates, revealed a smile. Counterattack. From now on. Chen Chen's through ball was simply brilliant. The Austrian coach Foda held his head in disbelief. How did they get past them? Damn. The Germans immediately rushed to the sidelines, shouting loudly for the players to strengthen their defense. A draw is a draw, at least it shows that the team's tactics today are sound. The players on the field, seeing Foda so furious, quickly geared up. Everyone made a silent vow to hold on to this draw. However, the 11 scoreline lasted only 3 minutes before the England team scored again. In the 74th minute, Chen Chen delivered a stunning backheel pass, sending the ball unexpectedly to Lingard, who had burst forward from the right flank. Lingard quickly reached the byline, and then sent a 45-degree cross into the center. Harry Kane lunged in with a sliding shot, and Bachmann hastily dove to make the save. He managed to stop it, but Bachmann couldn't hold on to the ball. The ball was deflected towards the right post. Ward-Prowse, who was at the back post, lightly nudged it, and the ball found the net. Another goal. Ward-Prowse. The 27-year-old Tottenham forward almost scored a stunning brace within. What a pity. He was denied by Bachmann. But Bachmann also couldn't hold on to the ball, and Ward seized the opportunity. Today's match is incredibly dramatic. Jean Jun laughed and shook his head. Before the 70th minute, the three Lions were dominating, but failing to score. After more than 10 minutes of adjustments, Chen Chen's performance remained consistently strong. 1 assist and 1 involvement in the attack. Such stats are remarkable for a first debut. Of course, the match isn't over yet. Perhaps Chen Chen can bring us even more surprises. This goal instantly sent Foda into a furious rage on the sidelines. It was one thing for the midfield line to fail to contain Chen Chen, but a draw is still acceptable. How could the defense make mistakes? The Austrian players on the field, seeing Coach Foda's reaction, quickly lowered their heads. It wasn't out of fear of Foda, they just felt a bit guilty for letting him down after several alerts. After all, Foda had reminded them many times to pay attention to the defense. Yet they still underestimated their opponents. They underestimated Chen Chen, who wore the number 21 jersey. Indeed, Chen Chen wore number 21 for the Three Lions. The England team's jersey numbers ranged from 1 to 33. In this case, many Three Lions stars did not wear their club numbers. For instance, Arnold, who wears number 66, at Liverpool wore number 2 this time. Bellingham wears number 22 at Dortmund, but in this friendly match against Austria, the future star wore number 8. Maguire wears number 5 at Manchester United, but due to his absence from the squad for this friendly match, the national team number 5 was worn by Mings. Southgate mentioned that the jersey numbers for the match against Austria were not final and would change. A typical example is that Mings, who wore number 5 in this match, later changed to number 15, with the original number 5 given to Stones. So Chen Chen's jersey number is likely to change as well. Back to the match. The Austrian players who had vowed to hold the draw took a step back, swearing to maintain the 21 scoreline. It was at this moment that Southgate made a substitution adjustment. Besides Chen Chen and Ward-Prowse, who came off the bench in the second half, all other 9 positions were adjusted. Kane also left the field, replaced by Everton forward Calvert-Lewin. The team's formation remained the same, still 42-31, and Lewin, with a height of 186 centimeters, it was more than capable of playing as a lone striker. Time passed slowly, and soon it was the 86th minute. Southgate made gestures on the sidelines. The match was nearing its end, and they needed to slow down the pace and focus on defense. As a result, the Austrian team, which had been under pressure, received a moment to breathe and began to attempt a counterattack. Chen Chen was very active, his positioning even at times more advanced than Lewin. The Three Lions fans in the stadium couldn't help but applaud Chen Chen. To be so dedicated and serious on his first debut, his attitude towards the game is commendable. In fact, this is just one reason Chen Chen plays very earnestly in club matches too. If we talk about slacking off, there isn't really much of that. But that's not the biggest reason for Chen Chen's serious gameplay today. The biggest reason is the system. It's that upgradable bronze-level England star treasure chest. If a goal is snuck in by the opponent, a draw would mean nothing. It's still bronze. Therefore, to prevent the opponent from scoring, Chen Chen needs to widen the score gap. On the field, possession was in the hands of the Austrians. Their number 4 defender Hinteregger slowly advanced with the ball, gesturing for his teammates on both sides to push forward. Seeing Hinteregger about to cross midfield, Lewin sprinted forward in a few steps, blocking the opponent's path and preparing to force Hinteregger to pass. Playing for Eintracht Frankfurt, Hinteregger remained calm, performing a step over and instantly accelerating. He quickly ran to the left front, but soon he pulled the ball back, halting his advance. It turned out Lewin had been closely following him, and the Englishman could not. Left with no choice, Hinteregger passed the ball to the left, intending to hand it over to the trailing Dragovic. At that moment, Chen Chen, who had anticipated the opponent's passing route, rushed over. The ball reached Dragovic's feet, and Chen Chen arrived at the same time. Dragovic, with his back to Chen Chen, made a feint towards the right, but actually burst left. He easily deceived Chen Chen. Dragovic felt a bit smug about that. The young English talent. Just this. However, Dragovic's smile quickly faded. He realized that the ball was not at his feet. Without any hesitation, Dragovic didn't ponder why he lost possession. He hurried back to chase. But by the time he turned back, Chen Chen had already made a 3 or 4 meter lead. Chen Chen was now unknown with the goalkeeper. All the England fans in the stadium erupted with excitement. Unknown. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Chen Chen, who was about to burst into the penalty area with the ball. Hinteregger. He couldn't outmaneuver Calvert-Lewin, the Everton forward, who was closely following him. To the left pass to Dragovic. Chen Chen reacted quickly. He anticipated Hinteregger's passing route. What a pity he couldn't intercept it. With his back to Chen Chen, he made a feint. Chen Chen's tackle was precise. Dragovic got past him, but the ball didn't make it through. This was an error that shouldn't have happened. The Austrians sensed something was off. He was quickly sprinting back. Left back Marco Friedel and Hinteregger were also rushing back. However, there was a significant distance between them and Chen Chen. This was a clear unknown situation. Let's see what Bachmann decides to do. He rushed out, down to the ground. Oh my! Chen Chen feigned a shot and skillfully deceived Bachmann. No problem. A simple finish. Chen Chen has scored his first goal for the Three Lions, and having delivered the commentary in one breath, commentator Jean Jun paused, slightly winded. And after a brief 2-second pause, he continued, 1 goal, 1 assist. Chen Chen is tonight's greatest hero for England. And without waiting to watch the inevitable shot hit the back of the net, Chen Chen spread his arms wide and sprinted toward the corner flag. Then leapt high into the air, clenched his fist, and roared in triumphant celebration. Lewin surged forward and tackled Chen Chen from behind. And the Everton striker could scarcely believe his eyes. And anticipating the pass trajectory, intercepting with precision, then calmly slotting home an unknown chance against the goalkeeper. What otherworldly performance is this? In substitute, Sancho and Henderson rushed onto the pitch and embraced Chen Chen. In that solo run and finish was executed flawlessly. The moment Chen Chen's goal crossed the line, English fans inside the Riverside Stadium erupted into thunderous cheers. In this level of play, you're seriously telling me he's a championship midfielder? At home before his television screen, Pep Guardiola clutched his gleaming bald head, stunned like a Spaniard witnessing divine intervention. And he possesses uncanny vision for incisive through balls and razor-sharp tackling instincts. He's truly unearthed a gem. And wait, no? And he hasn't even signed an official contract with him yet. And Guardiola dared not delay another second. He immediately pulled out his phone and dialed his assistant Dominguez. He demanded that a formal contract be drafted without delay, and that he would travel to London to meet Chen Chen in person. But Guardiola wasn't the only one eager to speak with Chen Chen. Jose Mourinho's longtime rival Jorge Mendes was already in Italy. The Portuguese agent had just watched Chen Chen's dazzling display in the friendly match. And throughout his storied career as a football agent, Mendes had seen countless prodigies. Yet he swore, Chen Chen stood far above them all, a prodigy among prodigies. And without hesitation, Mendes seized his phone and ordered his team to book the earliest available flight to London. He intended to become Chen Chen's exclusive representative, just as he had done years earlier with Cristiano Ronaldo. In the Riverside Stadium, Gareth Southgate raised his hand in a few energetic waves, then nodded firmly. The Three Lions head coach had made his decision. Chen Chen would be named to England's 26-man squad for the upcoming European Championship. Foda furrowed his brow. Something felt deeply amiss. And since when had England produced a player of such extraordinary caliber? The Austrian head coach swiftly made another substitution and strode onto the touchline to personally direct his players. He instructed his entire team to push forward aggressively, desperate to score once more. Alas, time had all but evaporated. No matter how many 45-degree crosses Austria launched, none could alter the outcome. Finally, the referee blew the final whistle. England had triumphed at home over visiting Austria, and they had opened June with a resounding victory. Southgate graciously approached Foda and extended his hand in warm, respectful greeting. And he wished Foda and the Austrian national team great success on the European Championship stage. Foda offered a wry smile. And Austria's group opponents were the formidable Netherlands and the resilient Ukraine. And frankly, Foda had already mentally prepared for a battle among the four best third-place teams. Still, having received such sincere goodwill from Southgate, Foda accepted it graciously, and in turn extended heartfelt wishes to the Three Lions. He said, "And congratulations, Gareth. May we meet again at the summit." And then Foda led his players off the pitch at the Riverside Stadium. This 3,000-seat Riverside Stadium had transformed into England's private symphonic stage. Fans in the stands showered the players, shaking hands and embracing one another, with thunderous applause. Chen Chen, who had single-handedly turned the tide with a goal and an assist, received the loudest, most sustained ovation. And deservedly, he was crowned man of the match. After exchanging handshakes with several nearby teammates, Southgate sought out Chen Chen. Southgate initiated an enthusiastic embrace. "Chen, you were absolutely phenomenal. Words simply fail to capture your brilliance, and I believe selecting you for the national team was the wisest decision I've made in recent memory. It's all thanks to the boss's coaching." Chen Chen replied with a modest smile and a gentle shake of his head. Step into the pitch. Thread precise thruffballs, win tackles, fearlessly stay unflinching under pressure. "I'm here to support you, Gareth." And hearing this, Southgate arched an eyebrow, his face radiant with unrestrained delight. "Excellent, brilliant, and refreshingly humble." At that moment, Harry Kane approached. First he exchanged warm handshakes and embraces with Southgate. Then uttering a cheerful, "Thank you," in Chinese accented English, he pulled Chen Chen into a tight, exuberant hug. "Congratulations, Chen. Your debut was nothing short of perfect, and I think you should take today's match ball home as a keepsake." Kane handed Chen Chen the official match ball. "And why didn't you join us sooner? Perhaps in 2018, we could have gone even further at the World Cup." Chen Chen chuckled softly and replied, "And, Captain, I'd have loved to, but back then I was only 15. Still grinding away with Brentford's U17 squad." The small group burst into laughter. And then Southgate led the entire Three Lions squad on a lap of honor around the Riverside Stadium. In just a few days, England would host another friendly, also at the Riverside Stadium. And afterward, they would relocate to Wembley Stadium to begin their European Championship group stage campaign. This did not mean the tournament was being held exclusively in England. And for UEFA Euro 2020, a groundbreaking hosting model had been introduced. Michel Platini had proposed a pan-European concept for the European Championship, meaning the tournament would be co-host across 12 nations and 13 cities, evoking a truly unified continent-wide spirit. Naturally, London was among those 13 host cities. Thanks to the professionalism of the English Premier League and the immense popularity of English football, Wembley Stadium was entrusted not only with 3 group matches and 2 knockout ties, but also both the semi-finals and the final. Thus, for the Three Lions, this championship was effectively a home turf campaign, played on familiar soil backed by roaring domestic support. Now that Chen Chen had demonstrated such extraordinary attacking prowess and midfield orchestration, Southgate's ambition for the title burned brighter than ever. The day after the Austria match, after thorough deliberation, Southgate announced England's final 26-man squad for the European Championship. Goalkeepers 1. Pickford Everton 13, Dean Henderson Manchester United 23, Johnstone, West Bromwich Albion. In defenders 2. Walker Manchester City 3. Luke Shaw Manchester United 5. Stones Manchester City 6. Maguire Manchester United 12. Trippier Atletico Madrid 15. Mings Aston Villa 16. Cody Wolverhampton Wanderers 21. Chilwell Chelsea 22. Arnold Liverpool 20. 4. Reece James Chelsea. And midfielders for Rice West Ham United 8. Jordan Henderson Liverpool 14. Kelvin Phillips Leeds United 18. Chen Chen Brentford 19. Mount Chelsea 26. Bellingham Borussia Dortmund. And forwards 7. Grealish Aston Villa 9. Kane Tottenham Hotspur 10. Sterling Manchester City 11. Rashford Manchester United 17. Sancho Borussia Dortmund 20. Foden Manchester City 25. Saka Arsenal. Perhaps the most regrettable omission from this 26-man roster is Lin Jiada. Since joining West Ham United in the winter transfer window, the Lin Emperor has made 19 appearances, scoring 9 goals and providing 5 assists, while also claiming the Premier League Player of the Month and Goal of the Month awards for April. One can only say that his exclusion is quite surprising. After all, he was a starter in yesterday's match against Austria. Well, your Lin Emperor cannot be arrogant. In contrast, Arnold, whom many Three Lions fans discussed as a likely omission, surprisingly made the final roster. In fact, any fan who watched the England vs. Austria match would not find this strange. In that match, Liverpool's number 66 displayed impressive speed and breakthrough ability on the wings. Although he did not score or assist, he created space for Lin Jiada by pulling defenders away. Additionally, Arnold's performance at Liverpool has been excellent, and he deserves a spot. Of course, the most unexpected inclusion is undoubtedly Chen Chen. After all, most English fans only became aware of Chen Chen during this international match window. And in just one match, won MVP performance. Chen Chen has won over countless Three Lions fans. St. George's Park National Football Center. There was no grand farewell ceremony. Lin Jiada and a few others, including Ward-Prowse and Ben White, simply left. The same goes for Ivan Toney and Crystal Palace's Gueye. After sending everyone off, Southgate took the time to chat with each player on the evening of the 7th. Southgate first spoke with the captain Kane and Maguire. Then it was Chen Chen's turn. Chen Chen was also willing to chat with Southgate as he wanted to understand his role in the Three Lions. Was he to play as a left winger and attacking midfielder, or a central midfielder? Or perhaps as a deep-lying midfielder? Based on the positioning against Austria, Chen Chen personally leaned towards the left flank and the attacking midfield position. Upon meeting, Southgate got straight to the point. Chen, do you prefer to play as a left winger, or as an attacking midfielder? Chen Chen replied, boss. Any position is fine as long as I get to play. After a couple of laughs, Southgate said to Chen Chen, in my vision, the two wingers will be more involved in the attack rather than defense. So we need someone in midfield to organize passing. You are a suitable choice. Additionally, when Kane plays as a stationary center forward receiving the ball, I need midfield players to fully participate in the attack. Your skills with both feet are very balanced, and you are strong offensively. I want to place you in the attacking midfield position. Your speed and physicality are relatively weak, so I hope you can be more of a passing outlet in the front line, using sharp passes to tear apart the opponent's defense. Chen Chen nodded in understanding. In Southgate's envisioned lineup, if Chen Chen could improve his speed and physicality, he would be willing to grant him stable starting time. As for now, although Chen Chen performed exceptionally well against Austria, he faces fierce competition for the attacking midfield. Chelsea's midfielder, the 21-year-old Mount, can play as a left midfielder and attacking midfielder, or a central midfielder. Grealish can play as a winger on either side, and he can also fill in as an attacking midfielder. According to FIFA's player ability ratings, the Villa winger's attacking midfielder rating is higher than that of the wings. Additionally, the 19-year-old Saka can play as an attacking midfielder, although not very frequently. To secure a starting position, Chen Chen must work hard. Subsequently, Southgate did not waste much time chatting for a few more minutes before hastily moving on to the next conversation partner. After talking with Southgate, Chen Chen finally understood his role in the Three Lions. First and foremost, playing as a deep-lying midfielder is impossible. The partnership of Rice and Calvin Phillips in that role is very stable and harmonious. Thus, only the left wing and attacking midfielder positions are available for Chen Chen to showcase his skills. From Southgate's hints, it seems that Chen Chen will mostly come on as a substitute for the attacking midfielder position. Just like against Austria, he will use his excellent passing ability and relatively abundant stamina to attack the opponent's significantly weakened defense. However, once you make it to the national team, who wants to sit on the bench as the best spectator? Chen Chen decisively opened the system. Original. No wait. The force is with me. System attribute panel loading. Attribute panel successfully loaded. Would you like to allocate attribute points? Chen Chen chose yes. 10 points of free attributes successfully allocated. Physicality 6007. Speed 69,100. Personal attribute panel displaying. Host Chen Chen. Passing 99, dribbling 90, speed 100, 69,100, stamina 73, heading 62, vision 100, physicality 70, I 60, 70, set pieces 90, defensive awareness 76, shooting 70, abilities max level vision. Riquelme's precise, through ball module. Beckham's curled, free kick module. Zavis absolute king of short passes module. Comprehensive score 90 points, 86-90, note speed 100, is not at the level of an Olympic sprinter, but can be regarded as the fastest level in active football. 90 points. Feeling the lightness within his body, Chen Chen couldn't help but exclaim. There aren't many players currently active in football with a score above 90, right? At most. 10. So now he is the 11th. Chen Chen hurried to the bathroom to splash cold water on his face, calming his excited emotions. This system, so powerful. It seems that the system heard Chen Chen's thoughts, and immediately the interface popped up with the World Football Professional Player Ability Score table. The top player is Messi from Barcelona with a score of 93, followed closely by Juventus Ronaldo with a score of 92. There are 12 players above 90, with Alisson from Liverpool in 12th place, and Aguero in 13th, with a score of 89. Chen Chen sighed deeply. Goodness, he is directly tied for the 8th in the world. Who would have thought of this before gaining this? Chen Chen shook his head. To be honest, such scenes only existed in his childhood dreams. In those dreams his numbers were incredibly impressive. Kicking Messi, punching Ronaldo, winning every championship he could over and over again. However, that was ultimately a dream, not to be realized. But now he truly has the hope of fulfilling that unachieved dream. Chen Chen eagerly anticipates the day he surpasses Messi and Ronaldo. At this rate, that day won't be too far off. However, at this stage Chen Chen's primary task is to secure victory in one match after another, upgrading that silver treasure chest to the highest level. Then he aims to secure a new professional contract and obtain the purple gold treasure chest, which is a valuable asset. Finally, step by step, he plans to elevate his personal attributes to the highest level, transforming himself into the most formidable hexagonal versatile warrior in world football. And the prerequisite for all this is to get some sleep. Tomorrow on the 8th, there will be a friendly match. The difficulty of the friendly match is lower than that of the official match, and Chen Chen aims to secure the MVP title to upgrade the treasure chest to gold. On June 8th, the Three Lions team is set to play their last friendly match before the European Championship. Their opponent this time is Romania, a team ranked 44th in the world that failed to qualify for the current European Championship. In the Romanian team, there is a player that Chen Chen knows, namely Stanciu, who will soon join Wuhan Three Towns. As for other acquaintances, there are none. The match immediately fell into the rhythm of the Three Lions team. In the 11th minute, Foden made a cross from the left flank, and Kyle Walker, who was in position at the far post, scored the first goal for the England team in this match. Then in the 23rd minute, Foden scored again for the Three Lions, bringing the score to 20. 4 minutes later, Mount's long-range shot forced the opposing goalkeeper to fumble, allowing Kane to capitalize on the rebound.